Some stories begin with a knock on the door. Others begin in the quiet space between guilt and truth, where one wrong choice can follow you like a shadow. Tonight, you're stepping into The Lincoln Lawyer by Michael Connelly, a legal thriller that doesn't just ask who committed the crime, it asks whether justice was ever sitting in the courtroom at all. Connelly drew life into Mickey Haller from real people and real Los Angeles defense attorneys, he observed, men who seemed to live their entire careers in motion, carrying law and danger together through city streets. When the novel arrived in 2005, it didn't just introduce a new character. It opened the door to a world that would eventually reach millions of readers across the globe, and behind it stood a storyteller already trusted by countless mystery fans, the creator of unforgettable worlds like Harry Bosch and one of modern crime fiction's most celebrated voices. Years later, that world stepped onto the screen first as a film in 2011 and then as a television series in 2022, proving that some stories refuse to stay on the page. What you're about to experience is not a word-for-word reading of the original novel, but a third-person retelling created to bring you through the heart of its mystery. And as you listen, remember this. The visuals in this video are created using today's technology. They may not always perfectly match every scene from the story, but they are designed to help you visualize the world and atmosphere as you listen. Stay close. Along the way, you'll uncover fascinating facts, adaptation secrets, and behind-the-scenes details hidden beneath the surface. The story begins. The late winter air streaming off the Mojave carried a clarity and sharpness that Michael Haller always welcomed. It tasted like possibility. He kept a window cracked in his Lincoln whenever that wind blew in, a small ritual a few people knew about. One of them was Fernando Valenzuela, the bail bondsman, not the baseball player. Valenzuela's call caught him as he rolled into Lancaster for a 9 o'clock calendar call. The bondsman must have heard the wind whistling through Haller's cell phone. Valenzuela had something, he claimed, a potential franchise client with a first appearance at 11 in Van Nuys. Haller mentally calculated the calendar call ahead of him. His client, Harold Casey, was on the docket. But Judge Orton Powell, in his final term and freed from re-election pressures, liked to scramble the order unpredictably. Lawyers often waited over an hour in his courtroom, and Powell seemed to enjoy that. Haller told Valenzuela he thought he could make it, then asked for the case details. The bondsman painted a picture of serious money, a Beverly Hills address, a family lawyer already offering to sign over Malibu property to secure a $500,000 bail with no request for reduction. Haller kept his voice even. The scent of money in the water, not quite a feeding frenzy yet. He had Valenzuela on his Christmas list, and that meant the bondsman was exclusively his. He could afford to play it cool. The charges, as Valenzuela rattled them off, were heavy aggravated assault, great bodily injury, and attempted rape, though the DA hadn't filed yet. Haller knew the police often overbooked. What mattered was what the prosecutors ultimately took to court. A case that went in like a lion could easily come out like a lamb, and a simple battery charge wouldn't be much of a franchise. Still, if he could lock in a fee agreement based on the announced charges, he'd look good when the DA inevitably scaled them back. He asked for details, and Valenzuela explained it sounded like a bar pickup gone sour. The family lawyer claimed the woman was after money, a civil suit following the criminal case, but the bondsman wasn't so sure. She had been beaten up pretty badly. Haller stared out the window, waiting for the lawyer's name, conscious that he was only 2 minutes from the Lancaster courthouse and had 12 minutes until calendar call. He needed at least 3 of those to confer with Casey and deliver the bad news. Valenzuela came back with the name Cecil C. Dobbs, Esquire, out of Century City. Haller recognized the name instantly. He guessed that Dobbs's client list consisted almost exclusively of Bel Air and Holmby Hills addresses. The client's name was Louis Ross Roulet, pronounced Roulet, and Valenzuela asked if he'd be there. Instead of answering directly, Haller wrote Dobbs's name on his legal pad and asked why him. Was he asked for, or had Valenzuela suggested him? He had to be careful. Dobbs was the type who'd report a defense attorney paying off bondsmen for referrals to the California bar in a heartbeat. The thought even crossed Holler's mind that this might be a bar sting operation Valenzuela hadn't detected. He wasn't one of the bar's favorite sons. They'd come after him before. Valenzuela explained that Rula had called from the jail that morning, saw the Liberty bail bond signed from high power, and had no criminal defense lawyer. The bondsman mentioned Holler with a soft sell. No push. Dobbs showed up afterward, accepted Holler's pedigree, and was supposed to be at the 11 o'clock hearing. Holler weighed the bondsman's story against what he knew of Dobbs. The family lawyer would have had his own criminal specialist, or at least one on standby. The discrepancy gnawed at him. It suggested there was more to this case than he knew, but Valenzuela prompted him again, and Holler made a decision, one that would eventually lead him back to Jesus Menendez, and that he would come to regret in many ways. Still, at that moment, it was just another choice born of necessity and routine. He told Valenzuela he'd be there at 11, but as he moved to close the phone, the bondsman's voice came back, seeking assurance of a payback if this was indeed the franchise. It was the first time Valenzuela had ever asked directly, playing further into Holler's paranoia. Holler carefully constructed an answer that would satisfy both the bondsman and the bar if they were listening. He assured Valenzuela he was on the Christmas list. Closing the phone, Holler instructed his driver to drop him at the employee entrance for a shorter, quicker line through the metal detector. The security men usually let the regulars slip through to make court on time. As he thought about Louis Ross roulette and the possible riches and dangers waiting, he put the window back down to savor the morning's last minute of clean, crisp air. It still carried that taste of promise. The courtroom in Department 2 hummed with the low murmur of lawyers negotiating and socializing on both sides of the bar. Haller could tell the session would start on time. The bailiff was already seated at his desk, a clear signal that the judge was close to taking the bench. He approached the bailiff, whose station sat right next to the bar railing, and glanced at the calendar on the clipboard. Checking the nameplate R. Rodriguez before speaking, he asked if his client Harold Casey was on the list. The bailiff ran his finger down the sheet and stopped quickly. A good sign. Casey was second up. Alphabetical today, Holler noted with relief, and asked if he had time to go back and see him. The bailiff said no. The first group was being brought in now. The judge was coming out, but he'd probably get a couple minutes with his guy in the pen. Holler thanked him and started toward the gate, but the bailiff called after him, correcting the name. It was Ronaldo, not Roberto. Holler apologized, and the bailiff made a dry comment about bailiffs all looking alike. Holler wasn't sure if it was humor or a dig, so he just smiled and passed through the gate, nodding at lawyers he knew, and some he didn't. One stopped him to ask how long he'd be up front, wanting to gauge when to return for his own client. Holler told him he'd be quick. Incarcerated defendants were brought to the courtroom in groups of 4 and held in a wood and glass enclosure called the pen, where they could confer with their attorneys before their cases were called. Holler positioned himself near the side wall as the first 4 defendants were marched out from the interior holding cell. The last to step into the pen was Harold Casey, his client. Holler signaled him over, taking a spot that gave them privacy on at least one side. Casey was big and tall, built like the Road Saints recruited them. He'd cut his hair and shaved, as Holler had requested, looking reasonably presentable, except for the tattoos that wrapped both arms and crept above his collar. There was only so much you could do. Holler didn't know much about the effect of tattoos on juries, but he suspected it wasn't positive, especially when grinning skulls were involved. Jurors in general didn't care for ponytails on defendants or their lawyers. Casey, known in the club as Hardcase, faced charges of cultivation, possession, and sale of marijuana, plus other drug and weapons counts. In a pre-dawn raid, deputies had found a barn and Quonset hut converted into an indoor growing facility with over 2,000 mature plants, 63 pounds of harvested marijuana, 12 ounces of crystal meth sprinkled on the crop for an extra kick, and a small arsenal of stolen weapons. The state had him cold. He'd been found asleep on a couch 5 feet from the packaging table. With 2 prior drug convictions and current parole for the most recent, he was realistically facing at least a decade in prison, even with good time. But Casey was unusual. He looked forward to trial, and even conviction, having refused to waive his speedy trial rights. His only hope lay in an appeal of that likely conviction, and Haller had given him a glimmer, a strategy that might ultimately free him. It was daring and would cost Casey time as he waited out the appeal, but it was the only real shot he had. The crack in the state's case wasn't in the assumption that Casey was a grower and seller that was correct and well proven. It wasn't how the state came to that evidence. The seed of the prosecution had been planted when Casey bought hydroponic light bulbs at a Home Depot. An off-duty deputy recognized his Road Saints tattoos, followed him to the ranch, and tipped the drug squad, who flew a helicopter with a thermal camera over the property. The resulting photographs, showing heat blooms from the barn, were submitted with the deputy's statement to get a search warrant. Haller had argued at an earlier hearing that the probable cause constituted an invasion of privacy using a man's commonplace purchases to justify surveillance and thermal imaging seemed excessive to the framers. Judge Powell rejected the argument, and the case moved toward trial. But new information emerged. The helicopter had been flying no more than 200 feet off the ground when the photographs were taken, far below the 1,000-foot floor for public airspace above the ranch. The deputies had clearly invaded Casey's privacy while gathering probable cause. Haller's job now was to take the case to trial and elicit testimony from the deputies and pilot about their altitude. If they told the truth, he had them. If they lied, he had them. He didn't relish embarrassing law enforcement, but he hoped they would lie. A jury seeing a cop lie could end the case right there with a not guilty verdict. No appeal needed. Either way, he was confident he had a winner. They just had to get to trial, and only one thing held them back: money. That was what Haller needed to discuss with Casey before the judge took the bench. Casey sauntered over to the corner of the pen without a greeting, and Haller got straight to the point. This was calendar call. The moment he told the judge if they were ready. The state was ready, so today was about them. There was a problem last time. Casey had promised money, but here they were, with none. Casey insisted he had it, that it was coming, but Haller pressed he didn't work for free. The expert didn't work for free. The retainer was long gone. He needed more money, or Casey would have to get a public defender. Casey refused. He wanted Haller, but Haller laid out his expenses: $1,000 a week just for the Yellow Pages ad, before eating, paying the mortgage or child support, or putting gas in the Lincoln. He wasn't doing this on a promise. He worked on green inspiration. Casey seemed unimpressed, claiming he'd checked around and Haller couldn't just quit. The judge wouldn't let him. A hush fell over the courtroom as the judge stepped out of chambers and took the bench. The bailiff called the courtroom to order. Haller looked at Casey for a long moment and stepped away. His client had an amateur jailhouse knowledge of the law, but he was still in for a surprise. Haller took a seat against the rail behind the defendant's table. The first case of bail reconsideration was handled quickly, and then the clerk called California versus Casey. Haller stepped up to the table and announced himself for the defense. The young prosecutor, Victor DeVries, announced his presence, clearly unaware of what awaited him at trial. Judge Powell made the routine inquiries about a last-minute disposition, as judges always did. Their calendars overflowed, and they were under constant mandate to clear cases through agreement. The last thing any judge wanted was to hear that a trial was inevitable. Powell took the bad news from both lawyers in stride and asked if they were ready to schedule the trial for later that week. DeVries said yes. Haller said no. He asked for a carryover until the following week, citing a missing witness, an indispensable one, he claimed. The judge pressed him impatiently. The prosecution was ready, and he wanted to dispose of the case. Haller assured him he wanted the same, but the defense needed time to locate the witness. 1 week should be sufficient. As expected, DeVries objected, arguing that this was the first the state had heard about a missing witness, and that Haller had had 3 months to locate him. He suggested it was merely a delay tactic. Powell cut him off, telling him to save the rest for the jury, then asked Haller if 1 week would solve the problem. Haller confirmed it would. The judge ordered them back the following Monday, ready to go, and Haller thanked him. The clerk called the next case, and Haller stepped away from the defense table, watching as a deputy led Casey out of the pen. Casey glanced back with a look that mixed anger and confusion. Haller approached the bailiff, Reynaldo Rodriguez, and asked to be allowed back into the holding area for a further conference with his client, a professional courtesy extended to most regulars. Rodriguez unlocked a door behind his desk and ushered him through, and Haller made sure to thank him by his correct name. Casey was in a holding cell with one other defendant, the man whose case had been called first. The cell was large, with benches along three sides. The downside of an early case call was that after the hearing, defendants had to sit in the cage until it filled with enough people for a full bus back to county jail. Casey came to the bars immediately, demanding to know what witness Haller had been talking about. Haller answered with a code, Mr. Green, and explained that Mr. Green was all they needed to go forward. Casey's face contorted with anger, but Haller pressed on. He knew Casey wanted to move things along to trial and appeal, but he had to pay the freight along the way. Haller had learned from long, hard experience that chasing people for money after the horse was out of the barn did him no good. If Casey wanted to play now, he had to pay now. Haller nodded and started to turn back toward the door, but then added that the judge knew exactly what was going on. The young prosecutor was green and didn't worry about his next paycheck, but Orton Powell had spent years in the defense bar before taking the bench. He understood about chasing indispensable witnesses like Mr. Green and wouldn't look kindly on a defendant who didn't pay his lawyer. Haller had given him the wink. If he wanted off the case, he'd get off, but what he'd rather do was come back next Monday and announce they'd found the witness and were ready to go. Casey walked to the far side of the cell and sat down on the bench, not looking at Haller when he finally spoke, promising to make a call as soon as he got to a phone. Haller told him he'd arrange it with a deputy, then told him to sit tight, and they'd get things going next week. He headed back to the door, his steps quick. He hated being inside a jail. Sometimes the line seemed too thin, the line between being a criminal attorney and a criminal attorney. Sometimes he wasn't sure which side of the bars he was on. To him, it was always a miracle that he got to walk out the way he walked in. In the hallway, he turned his cell phone back on, called his driver to say he was coming out, and checked voicemail. Messages from Lorna Taylor and Fernando Valenzuela waited. He decided to return them once he was in the car. Earl Briggs had the Lincoln right out front. Earl didn't open doors or play the part of a formal driver. His deal was to drive while working off the fee he owed Haller for getting him probation on a cocaine sales conviction. Haller paid him $20 an hour, but held half back against the fee. It wasn't what Earl had made dealing crack in the projects, but it was safer, legal, and something that could go on a resume. Earl said he wanted to go straight, and Haller believed him. Hip-hop pulsed behind the closed windows as Haller approached, but Earl killed the music as soon as Haller reached for the door handle. Haller slid into the back and told him to head toward Van Nuys. He asked what Earl had been listening to 3-6 Mafia, the Dirty South. Over the years, Haller had become knowledgeable in the subtle distinctions of rap and hip-hop. Most of his clients listened to it, many developing their life strategies from it. He reached over and picked up a shoebox full of cassette tapes from the Boylston case, chose one at random, noted the tape number and time in his logbook, and handed it over the seat. Earl slid it into the dashboard stereo and played it at a low background volume without needing to be told. He'd been with Haller for 3 months and knew the routine. Roger Boylston was one of Haller's few court-appointed clients, facing federal drug trafficking charges. DEA wiretaps had led to his arrest and the seizure of 6 kilos of cocaine he'd planned to distribute. There were over 50 hours of recorded phone conversations. Boylston talked to many people about what was coming and when to expect it. The case was a slam dunk for the government. Boylston was going away for a long time, and Haller could do little beyond negotiating a deal trading cooperation for a lower sentence. But that didn't matter to him. What mattered were the tapes. He'd taken the case because of them. The federal government would pay him to listen to the tapes in preparation for defending his client, guaranteeing a minimum of 50 billable hours before it was all settled. So he made sure the tapes were in heavy rotation whenever he rode in the Lincoln, wanting to be able to swear in good conscience that he'd played every tape he billed Uncle Sugar for. He called Lorna Taylor back first. She was his case manager, the first buffer between him and potential clients. Her office, the second bedroom of her Kings Road condo, was the number running on his Yellow Pages ad and on 36 bus benches scattered through high-crime areas. The California bar and all court clerks had that condo as his address. Lorna was tough, smart, professional, and beautiful, though lately Haller only verified that last attribute once a month or so when he took her to lunch and signed checks. She answered with a crisp, "Law office," and Haller apologized for not getting her call, explaining he'd been in court. She asked if he'd talked to Valenzuela. He had, and was heading to Van Nuys now for the 11 o'clock hearing. Valenzuela had called her, sounding nervous about the Golden Goose. Haller said he'd call back to reassure him. Lorna had done preliminary checking on Louis Ross Roulette, excellent credit, real estate transactions in the Times Archive, work for a Beverly Hills firm called Windsor Residential Estates that handled exclusive pocket listings. Haller nodded. That was good. She reported the usual phone calls from the bus benches and Yellow Pages, all from potential clients who had to convince her they could pay before getting to him. She kept a rate schedule next to her phone, starting at $5,000 for a DUI up to hourly fees for felony trials, and she'd get purchase approval before a client ever reached him. Haller asked if anyone they knew had called. Gloria Dayton had from Twin Towers, the county's main lockup. Haller groaned. Gloria was a high-priced prostitute he'd represented on and off for at least 10 years, back when she was young and drug-free. Now she was a pro bono client he never charged, just tried to convince to quit the life. She'd been popped the night before, with cocaine possession as a complication. Her first appearance was after lunch, and Haller wasn't sure he could make it with the Van Nuys hearing. He told Lorna to tell Gloria he'd try to be there, and if not, he'd have someone else take it. Lorna pressed him on when he was going to tell Gloria this was the last time. He said maybe today. They went over his scheduled hearings each morning and a one-day trial on Thursday, all South Side drug stuff, his meat and potatoes. He'd call her after the Van Nuys hearing to let her know how the roulette case would impact things. Then he asked her to tip off Styx, the media freelancer, about Roulette's exclusive real estate connections. They might be able to work something there. By the time he closed the phone, Earl had them back on the Antelope Valley Freeway heading south, making good time. Haller called Valenzuela to tell him, and the bondsman said he'd be waiting. As he spoke, 2 motorcycles glided by the window, riders wearing black leather vests with the skull and halo patch of the Road Saints. Haller asked if there was anything else, and Valenzuela mentioned the case had been assigned to Maggie Margaret McPherson, one of the toughest deputy district attorneys in Van Nuys, and Haller's first ex-wife. Haller said it wouldn't be a problem for him. She'd be the one with the problem. The defendant had the right to his choice of counsel, and if there was a conflict, the prosecutor had to bow out. Maggie would hold him personally responsible, but he couldn't help that it had happened before, and he still had a motion to disqualify on his laptop, ready to change the name and print it out. The 2 motorcycles had moved in front of them, and 3 more Harleys followed behind. Haller noted that Maggie would go for no bail. She always did with crimes against women. Valenzuela worried about his payday, but Haller said the guy had family and C.C. Dobbs. He could work something out. He closed the phone and asked Earl how long they'd had the escort. Earl said it had just come up on them. One of the riders from the rear came alongside and signaled them toward the exit for Vasquez Rocks County Park. Haller recognized Teddy Vogel, a former client and the highest-ranked road saint not incarcerated, a massive man who gave the impression of a fat kid riding his little brother's bike. Haller told Earl to pull off. They pulled into the parking lot next to the jagged rock formation. Vogel approached on foot, while the other saints killed their engines and remained on their bikes. He leaned down, putting a giant forearm on the windowsill, and Haller felt the car tilt. They exchanged greetings. Haller noting the ponytail was gone, cut off because some people objected. Vogel had gotten a call from Hard Case in Lancaster, who said Haller was stalling his case until he got some money. Haller confirmed that was pretty much right. He worked for a living, and if Casey wanted him to work, he had to pay. Vogel reminded him they'd given him $5,000 in December. Haller explained. It was long gone. More than half went to the expert who was going to blow the case up, the rest to him, already worked off. If he was going to trial, he needed to refill the tank. Vogel asked if he wanted another 5. Haller shook his head. He needed 10,000, not 5, and he told Hard Case that the week before. It was a 3-day trial, and he had to bring in an expert from Kodak in New York, first-class airfare, and the Chateau Marmont on the ground, $400 a night for the cheap rooms. Vogel groaned, asking what happened to the Yellow Pages slogan, reasonable doubt for a reasonable fee. Haller admitted he'd liked that slogan. It brought in clients, but the California bar made him get rid of it. 10 was the price, and it was reasonable. If Vogel couldn't or wouldn't pay, he'd file the paperwork today and drop out. Casey could go with a PD, but they probably wouldn't have the budget to fly in the photo expert. Vogel shifted his weight on the windowsill, the car shuddering, and insisted they wanted Haller. Hard Case was important to them, and they wanted him out and back to work. He reached inside his vest with a fleshy hand and came out with a thick envelope, passing it into the car. Haller asked if it was cash. It was. Nothing wrong with cash, but Haller had to give a receipt, an IRS reporting requirement. He opened a cardboard file box on the seat next to him, found his receipt book behind the current case files, and started writing. Most lawyers who got disbarred went down for financial violations. He kept meticulous records and receipts, never letting the bar get to him that way. He asked if Vogel had had it all along, and what he would have done if Haller had backed down to 5. Vogel smiled, missing a front tooth, probably from a fight at the club, and patted the other side of his vest. He had another envelope with 5 in it, ready for him. Haller tore out the receipt and handed it out the window, receipted to Casey. Vogel took it, dropped his arm off the sill, and stood up straight, the car returning to normal level. Haller wanted to ask where the money came from, which of the Saints' criminal enterprises had earned it, how many girls had danced for him, but that was a question better left unanswered. He watched Vogel saunter back to his Harley and struggle to swing a trash-can-thick leg over the seat, noticing the double shocks on the back wheel for the first time. He told Earl to get back on the freeway and head to Van Nuys. He needed to stop at the bank before hitting the courthouse. As they drove, Haller opened the envelope and counted out 20s, 50s, and $100 bills, all there. The tank was refilled. He was to go with Harold Casey. He'd go to trial and teach the young prosecutor a lesson he'd win, if not at trial, then on appeal. Casey's guilt in the crime he was charged with was something he didn't even consider as he filled out a deposit slip for his client fees account. After a while, Earl asked if he'd be picking up the expert from New York at the airport. Haller shook his head. There was no expert coming from New York. The best camera and photo experts in the world were right here in Hollywood. Earl nodded, his eyes holding Haller's in the rear view for a moment. Then, looking back at the road, Haller nodded to himself. No hesitation. That was his job. That was how it worked. After 15 years of practicing law, he'd come to think of it in simple terms. The law was a large, rusting machine that sucked up people and lives and money. He was just a mechanic, expert at going into the machine and fixing things, extracting what he needed in return. There was nothing about the law he cherished anymore. The law school notions, the virtue of the adversarial system, checks and balances, the search for truth had long eroded. The law wasn't about truth. It was about negotiation, amelioration, manipulation. He didn't deal in guilt and innocence because everybody was guilty of something. But it didn't matter, because every case he took on was a house built on a foundation poured by overworked, underpaid laborers. They cut corners, made mistakes, painted over them with lies. His job was to peel away the paint, find the cracks, work his fingers and tools into them, and widen them until the house fell down, or his client slipped through. Society thought of him as the devil, but they were wrong. He was a greasy angel, the true road saint, needed and wanted by both sides. He was the oil in the machine, allowing the gears to crank and turn, helping keep the engine running. But all of that would change with the Roulet case. For him, for Roulet, and certainly for Jesus Menendez. Louis Ross Roulet was in a holding tank with 7 other men who'd made the half-block bus ride from the Van Nuys jail to the courthouse. There were only 2 white men in the cell. They sat together on a bench, while 6 black men took the other side, a form of Darwinian segregation. Haller looked at the 2 white men and easily chose between them. One was rail-thin with the desperate wet eyes of a hype past fixed time. The other looked like a deer in headlights. He chose the latter. He pronounced Roulette's name as Valenzuela had told him, and the deer nodded. Haller signaled him to the bars so they could talk quietly, introducing himself as Michael Haller, Mickey to most, and telling him he'd be representing him during his first appearance. The holding area behind the arraignment court was where attorneys routinely conferred with clients before court. There was a blue line painted on the floor outside the cells, the 3-foot line, and Haller had to keep that distance. Roulette grasped the bars, ankle, wrist, and belly chains clinking. He was in his early 30s, 6 feet, and 180 pounds, but jail made him seem slight. His pale blue eyes held a panic Haller rarely saw in clients who'd been in lockup before. Most had the stone-cold look of predators. Roulette looked like prey, scared and unashamed of it. He urgently and loudly insisted it was a setup, that he'd made a mistake with the woman, and Haller put up his hands to stop him. He warned him to be careful what he said, in fact, to be careful until they got out and could talk in private. Roulette looked around, seeming not to understand. Haller warned Roulette that you never knew who was listening or who might claim they heard something even if you said nothing. The best policy was not to talk about the case at all, not to anyone about anything, period. Roulette nodded, and Haller signaled him to the bench next to the bars, then sat on the bench against the opposite wall. He explained he was there just to meet him and establish who he was. They'd talk about the case after he was out. He'd already spoken to Dobbs, and they'd tell the judge they were prepared to post bail. Opening a leather Mont Blanc folder, he took notes as Roulette described himself: 32, lifelong resident, UCLA, unmarried, no kids, working for his family's real estate business, Windsor Residential Estates, named after his mother's second husband. Haller asked how much he'd made last year, and Roulette hesitated, asking why he needed to know. Haller explained he was going to get him out before sundown, and to do that, he needed to know everything about his standing in the community, including finances. Roulette admitted his reported income was $250,000, but with company shares he'd really made more. A cellmate, the other white man, agitated and desperate, came to the bars asking for a lawyer. Haller dismissed him, and after a moment the hype shuffled back to his corner. Haller asked about charitable organizations. Roulette said the company gave to Make-A-Wish and a runaway shelter in Hollywood called My Friend's Place. Good, Haller noted. Roulette asked if he was going to get him out. Haller said he'd try, but the DA was likely to request no bail, though he could work with the community ties. Roulette panicked at the mention of no bail, and Haller calmed him, then asked when he'd last been arrested, a question he always threw in to watch their eyes. Roulette insisted he'd never been arrested. Court was starting, and Haller still needed to talk to Maggie McPherce. He told Roulette he'd see him out there in a few minutes. When they were in the courtroom, he was not to say anything until he checked with Haller, not even not guilty, because today was just about charges, bail, and setting an arraignment date. No outbursts? Nothing. Roulette nodded glumly. Haller told him his fee for the first appearance and bail hearing was $2,500. Roulette shook his head. No, it wasn't a problem. Haller closed his leather folder, hoping it had impressed him, and stood up. One last question: why had Roulette picked him? There were a lot of lawyers. Haller wanted to test Valenzuela's story. Roulette shrugged, saying he remembered Haller's name from something he'd read in the paper, a case where evidence got thrown out, drugs or something, and Haller won because they had no evidence after that. Haller asked if it was the Hendricks case, another Road St. client where a GPS bug on his Harley constituted unlawful entry when parked in his kitchen at night. The case was tossed at the preliminary hearing and made a splash in the Times. Roulette couldn't remember the client's name, just Haller's last name, and when he called the bail bondsman he gave the name Haller and asked him to get Haller and call his own attorney. Haller put the discrepancies between Roulette's story and Valenzuela's into the bank for later consideration and made his way back into the arraignment court. He saw Maggie McPherce at one end of the prosecution table, along with 5 other prosecutors. Special cases brought the big guns out of the DA's office on the 2nd floor. As he stepped through the bar, he noticed a freelancer setting up a video camera on a tripod the judge had authorized filming. Haller walked up behind his ex-wife and bent to whisper in her ear. She was looking at photographs in a file, wearing a navy suit with a thin gray stripe, her raven hair tied back with a matching ribbon. He asked if she was the one who used to have the roulette case. She looked up, her face involuntarily forming a smile that turned into a frown when she recognized him. She knew exactly what he meant by the past tense and slapped the file closed. Maggie's reaction was sharp. She groaned and surrendered, agreeing to step aside after the hearing, unless Haller objected. He asked if she was going for a no-bail hold. She confirmed it, a directive from the 2nd floor, meaning a case supervisor had called for it. Haller noted Roulette's community connections and clean record, but Maggie dismissed it. What mattered was what he'd done the night before. She pulled a photo from the file, an 8x10 close-up of a woman's face, the right eye swollen completely shut, nose broken and pushed off-center, blood-soaked gauze protruding from each nostril, a deep gash over the right eyebrow closed with butterfly stitches, lower lip cut and swollen. Worst of all was the undamaged eye, expressing fear, pain, and humiliation. Haller offered the expected response, if he did it, and Maggie responded with sarcastic disbelief. He asked for a copy of the arrest report. She told him he could get it from whoever took the case over from her. No favors this time. He changed the subject, asking how she was meaning the victim, and she answered sharply. Then she caught his meaning. He wasn't asking about the victim at all. She told him his daughter was doing fine, liked the things he sent, but would rather he showed up more often. A direct hit, and deserved. He promised to start immediately. Asking about the weekend, she told him to let her know tomorrow. He tried to ask what their daughter needed. She said more of him in her life. He promised he'd do it, really meant it, but the court session started before she could respond. The judge took the bench, and Haller moved to the glass enclosure as the first group of custodies was brought out. He signaled Roulet over and told him he was going first, a lie about asking the judge as a favor, when in reality, it was because of the media presence. Roulet asked about the camera, panicked, and Haller told him to use him as a shield. The case was called, Roulet's name mispronounced, and Maggie announced for the prosecution, followed by Haller for the defense. Maggie had upped the charges to attempted murder along with attempted rape, strengthening her argument for no bail. The judge informed Roulet of his rights and set an arraignment date for March 21st. Haller addressed the no bail hold, and a spirited back and forth ensued, refereed by the judge who had attended their wedding. Maggie listed the atrocities against the victim. Haller listed Roulet's community ties and charitable efforts, pointing to C.C. Dobbs in the gallery and offering to put him on the stand. Dobbs was his ace. His stature would influence the judge, who held his position at the behest of voters and campaign contributors. Haller argued the state couldn't make a case for flight risk or danger to the community. Roulette was anchored and would vigorously attack the false charges. Maggie responded, but the judge cut her off, setting bail at $1 million with weekly court supervision, any missed check and forfeited freedom. Haller glanced at Dobbs, who got up and walked out, signaling that the family could handle the $1 million. Haller thanked the judge, and the clerk called the next case. Maggie closed her file, stood, and walked out without a word or a backward glance. Roulette thanked Haller. As he was led away, Haller reminded him not to talk to anyone. Valenzuela was waiting at the gate with a big smile, clapping Haller on the arm. Roulette's bail was likely the highest he'd ever secured. "We got ourselves a franchise here, boss," he said. Haller replied cautiously. "We'll see, Val. We'll see." Haller reflected on the 2 fee schedules. Every attorney who works the machine maintains Schedule A, the fees he'd like to get, and Schedule B, the fees he'll accept because that's all the client can afford. A franchise client, one who wants to go to trial and can pay scheduler rates, demands hundreds if not thousands of billable hours from first appearance through appeal, keeping gas in the tank for 2 to 3 years. From where he hunts, They are the rarest and most sought-after beast in the jungle. And it was beginning to look like Valenzuela had been right. Louis Roulette was shaping up to be a franchise client, and Haller had been in a dry spell almost 2 years since he'd had anything approaching a 6-figure case. Many started out looking like they might reach that plateau, but never went the distance. C.C. Dobbs was waiting in the hallway outside the arraignment court when Haller emerged, standing by the glass wall overlooking the Civic Center plaza. Haller walked up quickly, wanting private time with Dobbs before Valenzuela came out. Dobbs apologized for leaving the courtroom early. It was depressing to see the boy caught up in the cattle call. Haller asked if he meant Louis. Dobbs confirmed, noting he'd represented the family for 25 years and still thought of him as a boy. Haller asked if he'd be able to get him out. Dobbs said it wouldn't be a problem. He was waiting to hear from Louis' mother about whether to put up property or go with a bond. Haller suggested the bond wrote $100,000 to Valenzuela, but it would get Roulette out faster. Putting up property could require an appraisal and take days, leaving him in jail. Dobbs turned to the window, leaning on the railing, and Haller noted the plaza filling with government workers on lunch break, many wearing juror name tags. Dobbs agreed with the suggestion. Haller added that cases like this tended to bring rats out of the walls other inmates who'd claimed they heard something, especially if it got on the news. The longer Roulette stayed in jail, the wider the window of opportunity for such claims. Dobbs found it criminal, but Haller noted it happened. Valenzuela joined them, and Dobbs said he'd suggest the bond. His client's mother had been in a meeting, but would call back. Haller questioned why she couldn't come out of a meeting to talk about her son in jail if he was so upstanding. Dobbs bristled, explaining that Mrs. Windsor was a very busy and powerful woman. Haller noted the name change, Mrs. Windsor, after she'd remarried following her divorce from Louis' father. Haller sent Valenzuela off to double-check when Roulette would be back at Van Nuys jail for release, and after he was gone, studied Dobbs' late 50s, with a deferential presence from 30 years of taking care of rich people. Haller asked what to call him. Cecil would be fine. Then he asked the first question, were they going to work together? Did he have the job? Dobbs confirmed that Roulette had made it clear he wanted Haller, though he wouldn't have been Dobbs's first choice, frankly. He'd never heard of him, but he'd acquitted himself well in court, especially considering the prosecutor's hostility. Haller noted that the boy had become Mr. Roulette now. He asked if there was any way to get the prosecutor removed. Haller said he could get it done if Dobbs thought it was necessary. Dobbs said that was good to hear, and Haller suggested they talk about fees. Looking around to ensure privacy, he laid out his schedule of rates: $2,500 for today, which Louis had already approved, $300 an hour from here, bumped to $5 in trial, or a flat rate of $60,000 through preliminary hearing, $12 more if it ended in a plea, $60 more on the day they decided to go to trial, and $25 more when they started picking a jury. If it went past a week, $25 a week extra. They could talk about an appeal if it became necessary. He hesitated to gauge Dobbs's reaction, but he showed nothing, so Haller pressed on. Haller laid out the retainer, $30,000 for him, and another $10 for an investigator by the end of the day. He didn't want to waste time. He needed to get an investigator out before the media picked it up and before the cops talked to key people. Dobbs slowly nodded and asked if those were his standard fees. Haller confirmed they were when he could get them, and he was worth it. Then he turned the tables. What was Dobbs charging the family? He was sure the family lawyer wouldn't walk away hungry. Dobbs deflected, saying that was between him and his client, but he'd include Haller's fees in his discussion with Mrs. Windsor. Haller gave Dobbs a business card from his right pocket. The one with his cell number told him to call when Roulette was out, so they could set up a meeting as soon as possible. Dobbs pocketed the card without looking at it and asked if they should come to him. Haller said no. He'd come to Century City, wanting to see how the other half lived. Dobbs smiled glibly, making a pointed comment about Haller's suit, observing that he clearly knew the adage about trial lawyers not dressing too well, wanting the jury to like him, not be jealous. He assured Haller that a Century City lawyer's office couldn't be nicer than the offices his clients came from. They were very modest. Haller nodded in agreement, but felt insulted. He was wearing his best suit, as he always did on Mondays. The videographer emerged from the courtroom, and Dobbs tensed at the sight of him. Haller called the cameraman over, introducing himself as Michael Haller, and noting he'd seen him filming his client's appearance. The cameraman gave his name as Robert Gillen, known as Sticks, and confirmed he was freelancing. He'd heard about the case from a cop source. Haller asked what he'd get for the footage, $750 for an exclusive, $5 for a non-exclusive. Haller offered to take it off his hands for an exclusive, then upped it to $1,000. Gillen agreed, and Haller pulled a wad of cash from his pocket, $1,200 from the Saints cash, and asked Dobbs if he could expense it. Dobbs beamed his approval. Haller exchanged the cash for the tape, thanked Gillen, and watched him pocket the money and head for the elevators. Dobbs called it brilliant, noting they had to contain this, it could destroy the family's business. Haller said he'd do his best to keep it off the radar. Dobbs' phone rang a classical piece, and he checked the screen, announcing it was Mrs. Windsor. Haller left him to it, hearing Dobbs assure her everything was under control, and they needed to concentrate on getting him out. They were going to need some money. As Haller waited for the elevator, he reflected that some money for this family probably meant more than he'd ever seen. He thought back to Dobbs's sartorial comment, still stinging. The truth was, he didn't have a suit in his closet that cost less than $600, and he always felt confident in them. He wondered if Dobbs had intended to insult him or to establish control early in the game. He decided he'd need to watch his back with Dobbs, keep him close but not too close. The Lincoln crept forward in the thick of the Cahuenga Pass, the city's infamous gridlock, a perfect mirror for the stalled thoughts churning in his head. Mick Haller sat in the back, the phone a lifeline to his world, but his focus kept slipping back to the sting of a conversation with his ex-wife. Her words about his daughter had landed with the precision of a surgeon's knife, and the wound was raw. He knew she was right. The law, the chase, the cases, they had always come first, a truth that sat heavy in his chest. He made a quiet, private promise to change that, to be more present. He just needed the one thing that always seemed just out of reach time, and the money to buy it. His thoughts drifted to Louis Roulet, sensing the potential in that case to be the engine for that change. Pushing the personal turmoil aside, he turned his attention back to the machine. He called Raoul Levin, his investigator, and put him on standby for a potential meeting with Roulet. He asked for a preliminary background check, a quick sniff around the edges of the case, but he made it clear to his investigator that he wasn't to sink any significant time or resources into it until the money was in hand. Mick had learned the hard way that a promise from a family lawyer wasn't the same as a signed check. With that done, he checked in with a few other matters before calling Lorna Taylor, his case manager. He inquired about the mail, hoping for a check or a crucial court document, but she confirmed nothing important had arrived, no money, no critical notices. His thoughts immediately turned to another client, Gloria Dayton, and the question of her arraignment. Lorna confirmed the hearing was being delayed for a day due to a medical hold. A groan escaped him, the sound of a man who knew exactly what that meant. It was a clear sign she was probably drug-sick, which explained why she had been caught holding. The realization filled him with a familiar dread. He hadn't seen her in months, and her decline must have been a steep one. The line between controlling the drugs and the drugs controlling her had been decisively crossed. He asked who was prosecuting, and when Lorna gave the name Leslie Fair, another groan followed. It was the worst possible match, a prosecutor whose leniency was a cruel joke, a woman who doled out harsh sentences as a baseline. He decided he'd have to go down there and see what, if anything, could be salvaged. Lorna then shifted to a familiar critique of his relationship with Gloria, pointing out that the woman was a liability and a drain, that she'd become a twofer, meaning her cases would now be more complicated and time-consuming with drug charges on top of the usual solicitation ones. She pressed him, asking why he didn't even charge a basic fee. He tried to deflect with a mention of pro bono requirements, but she cut him off, dismissing his argument with a sharp reminder of why their own marriage had failed. He closed his eyes, feeling the sting of her words. He had managed to upset both of his ex-wives in the span of an hour. He knew he couldn't tell her the real reason for his soft spot, a truth he'd unearthed years ago in his father's old ledgers, a legacy of defending lost women of the night without charge, a tradition he seemed to be continuing. Changing the subject, Lorna asked about roulette. He confirmed he had the job, that Valenzuela was likely springing the man from jail, and that he had Levin already sniffing around. But the bottom line, the check hadn't been paid yet. She warned him to secure the money before doing any real work. He told her he was on it. When she asked about the case, he was honest about the initial impression the photos looked bad. When she asked about roulette himself, his demeanor, his jury appeal, Mick described him as a babe in the woods, a first-timer who had never seen the inside of a jail. When she asked the inevitable, irrelevant question, did he do it? He deflected, reminding her that the question wasn't the point, the evidence was. The goal was to paint everything gray, to create reasonable doubt. He told her he thought the case was going to be a paying one. Lorna passed on a small bit of good news. A cameraman owed him $400. It was a small token, but a welcome one. They ended the call on a friendlier note, her earlier criticism forgotten in the security of the potential payday. Confident he'd handled that conversation well, Haller dialed the DA's office in Van Nuys, asking to speak with Margaret McPherson. He caught her eating at her desk and offered a genuine apology for earlier, knowing she was probably disappointed to have lost the case. She responded with a weary acceptance, noting that he probably needed the paying client more than she did. The topic of the new prosecutor came up, a green, ambitious newcomer named Ted Minton, one of the young guns brought in by the head deputy, a man named Smithson who was more politician than lawyer. He was known for his ruthlessness, and Minton, for all his lack of courtroom experience, was cut from the same cloth. It was a dangerous combination, and he realized his hope for a quick, simple win was fading. He would have to be careful. He listened as she explained the office politics. Smithson had built his own team, a cadre of young prosecutors who owed their positions to him and were fiercely loyal as a result. These were the people who didn't feel slighted. They were the chosen ones. Mick was still trying to square the idea of a trial rookie being a cause for worry. She clarified that Minton had tried a few cases, but always with a more experienced lawyer at his side. This would be his first solo flight, and Smithson was betting the house that it was a sure thing. He tried to imagine her at her desk, just a few cubicles away from his new opponent, and voiced his confusion again. If the guy was green, why wasn't that good news? She explained that Smithson's people were cut from a specific, arrogant cloth. They believed they were infallible. Then her voice dropped. The sound of a warning passed in secret. The word on Minton was that he didn't play by the rules. He was a cheater. She told him to watch his back. Mick thanked her, but she wasn't finished. She went on a brief tirade about this new breed of prosecutor, how they didn't see the law as a calling, a sacred duty. To them, it was just a game, a batting average to boost their careers. They were all just junior Smithsons. The word calling hit him differently. It triggered the memory of why his marriage had ultimately failed. He could intellectualize it all he wanted, but at the end of the day, he was the one who put people back on the street. Their conversations at home were a study in contrasts. His triumphs in getting a killer a deal against her daily work of putting criminals away. It was a chasm that even the arrival of their daughter Haley couldn't bridge for more than a few years. Despite the end of the marriage, he felt no regret. Haley was the one bright, untainted thing in his life, the only part of it he could truly be proud of. He secretly suspected his distance from her was born of unworthiness. Her mother was a hero, a force for good. What could he possibly tell his daughter was good about what he did when he had long since lost the thread of the nobility of his own profession? She pulled him back to the present. He confirmed he was listening, and a brief, mundane exchange about her lunch passed before he made a promise he knew he had to keep to see Haley on Saturday and plan something special. When she asked if he was serious, a hopeful feeling lifted in his chest. It was the thought of his daughter's anticipation. He admired that Maggie never bad-mouthed him to Haley. He finally said goodbye and ended the call. The traffic inexplicably started flowing again. He looked out the window, searching for the cause of the jam, An accident, a stalled car, but saw nothing. The mysterious flow and stall of the traffic felt like a metaphor for marriage itself, a lot of motion with no clear reason for starting or stopping. His thoughts drifted to his own origins. He came from a family of lawyers, a father who was a legend, a half-brother, a niece, and nephew. His father was a titan of criminal law in an era before court TV, a man who defended the famous and the infamous. He was a product of his father's second marriage to a B-list actress, a surprise arrival that left him with his black Irish looks and a famous name. His father was gone before he was old enough to know him, leaving him only with a legacy and a door-opening name. His older half-brother had passed down a piece of their father's philosophy. He'd defend anyone for a fee, but couldn't stomach defending Sirhan because he admired Bobby Kennedy too much. He also learned that his father saw the law as a skill, a strategy, a game to be played with vigor. He admired his father's prowess, but the law of the current era was a grayer place. Ideals had become optional notions. His phone rang, cutting through his reverie. It was Valenzuela. Roulette was being processed out now. Dobbs had gone with the bond. He could hear the delight in the bondsman's voice, and warned him not to be so giddy until he was sure the man wouldn't run. Valenzuela admitted he was never sure, and said he was fitting roulette with an ankle bracelet. The thrill in his voice was just nervous energy. He'd be a wire until the case was closed. Mick asked about Dobbs and confirmed he was still at the office. He told Valenzuela he'd call him directly, then dialed the bondsman's office to speak with the lawyer. Cecil Dobbs answered, sounding put out about being kept waiting. Mick tried to smooth things over, relaying the good news about roulette's imminent release. He then steered the conversation to a meeting later in the day. Dobbs confirmed the time, 4 p.m. at his office, and insisted on Lewis's mother being present for at least part of it. Mick laid down the law, telling him that the mother could be there for an initial greeting, but the actual case discussion was strictly for the defense team. To his relief, Dobbs agreed. Dobbs then tried to push his own investigator onto the case. Mick ended the conversation abruptly, cutting off any argument. He had his own man, Raoul Levin, and he was already on the job. He needed to keep Dobbs from trying to control the strategy, the investigation, the whole case. The phone call ended cleanly. He'd made sure Dobbs knew where the line was. He was Roulette's attorney now, not the family's errand boy. His next call was to Raoul Levin, who was already in motion, heading to the Van Nuys Police Division to secure a copy of the arrest report. It was a shock that he'd gotten it so quickly. Levin explained it wasn't a matter of minutes, but of 2 decades of building trust and trading favors. The speed was a testament to his skill, and why he commanded his high daily fee. Mick told him about the 4 o'clock meeting, and Levin confirmed he'd be there, ready with the law enforcement's version of events. The Lincoln came to a stop. He was in front of the Twin Towers jail, a place he knew too well, its new walls already stained a dreary gray by the persistent smog. It was a grim, forbidding structure, and he steeled himself to go inside. Using the attorney's check-in, he bypassed the long line of visitors. The deputy checked his request and printed a pass, telling him to wait for an escort. He knew he couldn't step outside to use his phone for fear of missing the deputy and having to start the process over, so he waited, watching the faces of the families cycling through the lobby, many of them with a weary look of routine. After a 20-minute wait, a large, overweight deputy came to collect him. She apologized for the delay, explaining she had to locate his client in medical. She said the woman had gotten hurt in a scuffle. He had a flash of relief that the medical issue wasn't directly drug-related. She led him to the attorney room, a row of booths with plexiglass dividers. He hated this part of the job. Representing women in jail always struck him as particularly tragic. Their crimes so often seemed to be a trail of desperate choices, often driven by men who had taken advantage of them. The women he saw here always seemed hollowed out, stripped of the wiles and strength the male prisoners still clung to. They often had nothing left. He was led to a booth and waited another 10 minutes. Gloria Dayton appeared on the other side of the glass. He immediately saw the swelling around her eye and the small butterfly stitch on her forehead. She had once been a stunning beauty, but the years and the life had taken their toll. Her face was now hard, her eyes holding the deadened weight of someone who had seen too much. She greeted him in a little girl voice, calling him Mickey Mantle, asking if he was going to bat for her again. It was a strange, practiced affectation that didn't match the hard reality of her face. He told her he would try, asking what had happened to her face. She dismissed it with a wave, claiming it was just a disagreement with the other women in her dorm. He asked if she was using drugs in there. She denied it, with a show of indignation, but he studied her and thought she seemed straight. She dropped the act and begged him to get her into a pre-trial intervention program. He had to be honest, she'd already used that card, and it hadn't stuck. The judges didn't like sending repeat offenders back. When she protested, he had to tell her the hard truth that going back to the same life after the program ended didn't look like a success. He suggested she might have to do time to get clean. A look of despair crossed her face. She admitted she couldn't do it. He tried to offer a sliver of hope there were programs in the jail. She would get straight and have another chance to start over. She shook her head, lost, and he suggested she think about leaving LA entirely. She snapped back with anger, asking what she was supposed to do, plant flowers and get married? He had no answer for her. He pushed the conversation back to her case. She told him what happened. She screened a client, who seemed legit, but he turned out to be a cop. He asked if she had gone to him and she nodded, explaining the man had a suite at the Mondrian. He reminded her that bringing coke was stupid. A client asking for it was a sure sign of a cop. She shot back, saying the cop hadn't asked for it. She had forgotten it was in her purse after visiting another client. The hotel valets were the only alternative, and leaving it in the car wasn't an option. He leaned in, a flicker of possibility igniting in his mind. A trade up. He asked who the man was at the Travelodge, the one who had given her the coke. She described a sweaty, probably high man of Mexican or Cuban descent who had seen her ad on the escort site, a man who had disappointed her with a lack of follow-up. He asked if she saw how much more he had. She reasoned he must have had a stash, or he wouldn't have parted with what he gave her. The glimmer was growing into a real flame. He asked if she had screened him. She had, but with a passport, not a driver's license. He pressed for a name, and she recalled it as Hector Moya, 3 names, but that one stuck because of a little wordplay she used when he produced the cocaine. He told her it was good, that it might be useful, depending on who the man was and whether he could be traded up. Her desperation surfaced again, a plea to get her out. He told her the bail was set at $25,000, which she didn't have. She asked him to front the bail, but he refused, explaining it was a line he couldn't cross. She'd have to wait until the morning arraignment. He saw the muscles in her face constrict, and knew a long, agonizing night was ahead for her. He told her she had to stay straight for the hearing, to stay away from the jailhouse contraband, or he'd have no chance to negotiate a lower bail. Her arms went up in a protective gesture, her hands clenched into tight fists of dread. It was a visceral reaction to the reality of her situation. He promised to do his best and waved to the deputy, signaling the end of the meeting. He asked for the room number at the Travelodge 333, an easy one to remember, and told her he'd see what he could do. She stayed seated when he stood up, a picture of defeat. The deputy said he'd have to wait while she was taken back to her dorm. He checked his watch, the time crunch hitting him just 2 hours to get to the DA's office, talk to the prosecutor Leslie Fair, and then make it out to Century City for the meeting with Roulette and Dobbs. He complained about the delay, but the deputy was unmoved. He realized his complaining had only made things worse. On the drive over to the criminal courts building, he called Levin. He told him to set aside the Roulette case for a moment and focus on room 333 at the Travelodge on Santa Monica. He wanted to know who the man was who went by the name Hector Moya. He needed the information yesterday. He knew Levin had his sources, and he didn't want to know the details, he just wanted the result. After giving Earl money for sandwiches, he went inside the CCB, popping a Tylenol to stave off a growing headache. In the DA's office, Leslie Fair was in a shared office with other prosecutors. He hated these situations the prosecutor would play to the room, sounding tough. He skipped the pleasantries and got straight to the point about Gloria Dayton. Fair offered a harsh 1 to 3-year sentence, dismissing the idea of pre-trial intervention. She ticked off Gloria's arrest record, the 3rd drug charge, and refused to budge. She insisted it was time to learn a lesson. He tried to leverage the information from Gloria's arrest, the new info on the drug dealer. Fair dismissed it, asking what she could possibly offer. He told her about Hector Moya. She looked intrigued, and the conversation shifted. The conversation was playing out exactly as he'd expected. Fair's hard-line stance was predictable, a 1 to 3-year sentence that would likely translate into a 9-month stint. He knew Gloria could do it, maybe even needed to, but he still had a card to play. He asked, what would happen if she had something to trade? Fair scoffed, and he laid out his offer a hotel room number where a major dealer was operating. He could see the shift in her demeanor skepticism. But interest. Prosecutors always like to trade up. He told her to run the name Hector Arand Moya, a Colombian with an existing warrant. He was willing to wait. She hesitated, disliking being manipulated, especially in front of a colleague. But the hook was set. She made a call for a background check, listened to the response, then slowly turned back to him. She asked what the client wanted. He laid out the terms of PTI slot. All charges dropped upon completion. No testimony, no documentation linking her to the bust. She pointed out the need for testimony to make a case, but he countered that the warrant was already in place. They could take him down on that alone. She chewed it over, the stumbling block being the federal nature of the case. The DEA would get the glory, not her. He tried to nudge her, suggesting a quick buy operation, but she snapped at him to be quiet. After a moment, she relented, saying she'd have to run it by her boss. She stipulated that Gloria would have to go to a strict lockdown program at County USC. She wasn't going to waste a residency slot. He agreed. County USC's jail wing would mean treatment and no prison time. He checked his watch, feeling the time crunch. He gave her a deadline. The offer was good until the first appearance tomorrow. After that, he'd go directly to the DEA. She knew the feds would trump her, and he saw the indignation in her eyes. He left his card, and she warned him not to try to go behind her back. He didn't respond. As he reached the door, he tossed out the thought that everybody would be happy, except for Hector Moya. He arrived at the law offices of Dobbs and Delgado on the 29th floor of a Century City tower. The view of the Pacific and the Channel Islands stretching to the horizon through a sheet of glass that was dimmed against the setting sun. The room itself had an air of subdued luxury, and the effect was mirrored by his client. Louis Roulet, no longer in the gray jail jumpsuit but a dark suit over a silk t-shirt, sat at the head of the table wearing dark sunglasses. He looked like a confident young executive, a world away from the scared, panicked figure in the holding cell. To his left sat Cecil Dobbs, and a woman who could only be Roulet's mother, well preserved, meticulously coiffed, and heavily jeweled. He knew she wasn't supposed to be there. To Roulet's right, the seat next to him was empty, and beyond that sat his own investigator, Raoul Levin, file closed and waiting. After the introductions, Dobbs explained that Mary Alice Windsor would be paying for the defense and slid an envelope across the table. Inside was a check for $60,000 drawn on her account. It was the largest single retainer he had ever received, and he closed it without a word of thanks. He slid it back and told them he needed the check to come directly from Louis, not his mother. He worked for the son, not the family. He saw the mother's face harden like stone. Sensing the friction, Roulette intervened, telling his mother he'd write the check and cover the amount until she reimbursed him. He saw the mother and son exchange a look, and she gave a curt, almost resentful agreement. He laid out the terms of the relationship going forward, telling her that her support was important, but only in the ways he would dictate, through Dobbs, and her public backing would be critical should the case go to trial. She dismissed any suggestion that she wouldn't back her son, come hell or high water, and he thanked her. then began to wait her out. It didn't take long for her to realize she'd been dismissed, and after a brief protest about how Louis would get home, he stated it was time to discuss the case with the defense team only. With the mother gone, he explained the legal timeline: the arraignment in 2 weeks, the options of a waiver for a speedy trial or a preliminary hearing. He preferred the preliminary hearing, noting that trying to move quickly could put pressure on the state. The client, however, was emphatic about moving as fast as possible, disgusted at the thought of a drawn-out process. He felt a flicker of uncertainty about the client's fervent declarations of innocence. It was the kind of passion that could be real, or a very good act. He laid out the strategy, and Roulette asserted he wouldn't plead guilty to something he didn't do, his eyes meeting his with a directness that was rare. He felt the weight of that statement, the possibility that this client might not be like the others. Dobbs mentioned that Roulette had a year of law school, but he cut the conversation short, deciding to focus on the simple facts first. He moved to the events of the weekend, establishing that Roulette had been alone on Saturday, watching a film, and had played golf on Sunday with his regular foursome. After dinner, he told his mother he was going to his own place but went out instead. He drove a Porsche for his personal use and a Range Rover for business. It was a beginning. The story, his story, was starting to take shape, and he was listening for the cracks. He asked where he went, and Roulette said he'd gone over the hill into the valley, as if crossing into that territory was a daring act. He named 2 bars on Ventura Boulevard, Nats North, where he had an unfinished drink, and Morgan's, another regular stop. He admitted they were pickup bars, and he was looking for a woman for the night. He was matter-of-fact about it, and he appreciated that honesty. He asked about the bartenders, establishing that Roulette was known at both places. He turned to his investigator, Raoul Levin, to get the victim's name. Levin supplied it without looking at his file: Regina Campo, 26, a phone solicitor and aspiring actress. Dobbs interjected a cynical comment which he ignored. He asked Roulette if he knew Campo before that night. The man admitted he'd seen her around the bar scene but had never spoken to her. She always seemed to be with someone. He asked what was different that night, and Roulette said she'd come to him. He wanted to hear the story. Roulette recounted how he was at Morgan's. She was with another man, and when the man left, she approached him, asked if he was interested, told him not to worry about her companion, and wrote her address on a napkin, telling him to come by after 10. He inquired about the note, but Roulette confirmed he'd memorized the address and thrown it away. He asked about the time. Roulette thought it was between 8 and 9. He then left Morgan's, making a third stop at a place called the Lamplighter, hoping for an easier option without the wait. He confirmed it was a bar, and that he had a couple of drinks there, all told about 4 martinis over 2.5 hours. He'd paid cash for everything. Levin interjected with a question about credit cards, and Roulette confirmed he paid cash. Satisfied, Levin indicated he was done. He took back the questioning, asking about the timing of his arrival at Campo's place. Roulette said he arrived at 12 minutes to 10 and waited in the parking lot until 10. He described the man leaving the apartment before he went up, a yellow Corvette. He pressed for details about the building and the apartment. Roulette described going up in an empty elevator and knocking. He said she opened the door a crack. He walked in, and as he passed her, she hit him from behind with something. He blacked out. He challenged the story, so before anything happened, she just knocked him out? Roulette confirmed it, his words firm. He asked what he remembered next, and Roulette described waking up to find 2 men sitting on him, and then the police and paramedics arrived. He recounted seeing Campo on the couch, crying and telling the police his side of the story, that he'd attacked her. He mentioned his hand was in a plastic bag, and there was blood on it, which he claimed was part of a setup because it was his left hand, and he's right-handed. He got up and paced to the window, looking down at the sunset. The story was so bizarre it might be true, and that unsettled him. The idea of innocence was something he rarely dealt with, and he feared he might not recognize it. He turned back and challenged the logic of the supposed setup. If she was setting him up, why put the blood on his left hand? Most people are right-handed. He asked if Roulette had seen her face, and he confirmed he'd only seen her left eye, not the right. Levin jumped in, excited, theorizing that the injuries were already there, hidden from Roulette, and that was why the blood was on his left hand. The injuries were on the right side of her face. He nodded, the logic of it starting to make a disturbing kind of sense. He turned from the window, still pacing, and posed the key question: if Campo was a stranger to him, what was her motive for setting him up? The answer came not from Roulette, but from Dobbs, who spoke out of turn with a certainty that felt rehearsed. Money, Dobbs said. The civil suit was the real target, the criminal case was just a prelude. He sat back down, exchanging a look with Levin. He challenged the premise, pointing to the brutal photograph he'd seen earlier, asking if they were really going to argue she'd done that to herself. Levin slid a black-and-white photocopy of the damaged face across the table. It was a poor reproduction, but the image was still shocking. He noted that the real photos would be worse, and a jury would have a very hard time believing the victim was the architect of her own injuries. He watched Roulette study the image. The man showed no visible reaction. He admitted he was a good persuader, but even he was struggling to believe his own client's story. Now it was Levin's turn. He took command, spreading the police reports and evidence on the table, ready to tear Roulette's version of events apart. The plan was to let Levin be the heavy. He wanted to be the client's trusted ally. Levin's presentation was clinical. He outlined the timeline. The 911 call came in at 10:11 p.m. The officers arrived 6 minutes later. They met Campo in the parking lot, who said 2 neighbors, Turner and Atkins, were holding her attacker in the apartment. Officer Santos found Roulette semi-conscious on the floor. Roulette interjected with a derogatory remark about the men who had been sitting on him. Levin ignored him and continued, describing how one of the neighbors had produced a folding knife found on the floor. Roulette was cuffed. Both he and Campo were treated for injuries, and the crime scene was sealed. The case was assigned to Detective Martin Booker. Levin spread out more photocopies of the victim's injuries. He noted that all the facial damage was on the right side, confirming Roulette's account that he had only seen her left eye. He then relayed Campo's statement from the hospital. She had come home around 8:30, was alone, and when she opened the door to Roulette, he punched her, drove her back, hit her again, and forced his way in. Roulette erupted, slamming his fists on the table and shouting. Dobbs made a nervous joke about the window. He told his client to calm down, reminding him these were just police reports, one version of the truth. Roulette complied, but he noticed the meekness from the holding cell had vanished. Levin continued, adding that Campo reported the attacker had wrapped his fist in a white cloth. He marked the detail in his notes, moving forward with the prosecution's narrative. His eyes moved across the table to Roulette's hands. There was no swelling, no bruising on the knuckles. A wrapped fist could have prevented those telltale signs. He asked if the cloth had been taken into evidence. Levin confirmed it had been collected, a dinner napkin stained with blood, still being analyzed. He turned to his client, asking if the police had photographed his hands. Roulette confirmed they had looked, but no pictures were taken. Levin continued with the prosecution's narrative, describing how the intruder straddled Campo, choked her, and threatened to rape and kill her. A photocopy of a black-handled sharpened knife was slid across the table. Roulette denied it was his. Levin continued his recitation of the crime scene events. The victim was coerced toward the bedroom, but she turned on him, pushed him into a vase, and made a break for the door. She grabbed a bottle of vodka from the kitchen and struck him from behind as he passed, knocking him unconscious. She then fled and called for help from a neighbor's apartment. The neighbors returned, held the intruder, and waited for police. Roulette's reaction was explosive. He couldn't believe what he was hearing, insisting he had done nothing. He saw his outrage and reminded him to stay calm. This was just the police report, not the truth. They would have their turn to go after her. He asked Levin if there was more, and Levin mentioned the missing rape kit Campo had declined, a potential crack in the state's case. Dobbs speculated that she didn't want the first man's DNA showing up. He agreed it was worth noting. There was no mention in the file of the man Roulette had seen her with, and crime scene evaluation had turned up nothing of significance. The knife had blood and prints, but ownership was unlikely to be traced. Roulette reiterated. It was not his knife. He conceded that the fingerprints found could be from the neighbor, Atkins, but speculated that they might also find Roulette's prints on the knife, planted while he was unconscious. There was no formal statement from Campo about the early part of the evening, nor any mention of Morgan's. He asked Levin to secure a transcript of any follow-up interview and video of the crime scene. Levin nodded, understanding that this was partly for the client's benefit, a demonstration of his command of the case. He asked Dobbs if he had any questions, and the family lawyer seemed surprised, shaking his head and offering a vague comment about progress. He knew it was meaningless. Finally, Roulette asked what he thought. He let a long moment of silence hang in the air before answering. The state had a strong case Roulette was in her home. There was a knife, and her injuries, and presumably her blood on his hands. The photos were powerful, and Campo's testimony, though unknown, would be a factor. But there was a lot they didn't have: no signs of forced entry, no DNA, no prior record, no clear motive. There were legitimate reasons for him to be in that apartment. And there was more, but he paused, letting the silence work for him. The meeting in the Century City high-rise had reached its final stage. Haller let his gaze drift past his client and Dobbs, out through the wall of glass that framed the fading day. Beyond Santa Monica, the sun was melting behind Anacapa Island, bleeding pink and purple across the horizon, a spectacle that left the cramped view from his own office windows feeling almost absurdly impoverished. Before the silence could settle, Roulette's anxious voice cut through, pressing him for whatever else he was holding back. Haller turned back to the table, meeting the question with a calm assurance. He reminded them that he'd already removed a formidable prosecutor from their path, and the new one, though competent, was raw, unseasoned, and had never faced anyone with his level of experience. Roulette, still tense, wanted to know their next move. Haller laid it out. His investigator would continue digging into the alleged victim's background, particularly why she'd lied about being alone that night. They needed to identify her and the mystery man from the bar and see how that information could be leveraged. As for Haller himself, he'd approach the new prosecutor, gauge his position, and then chart their course. He made no secret of his confidence. He believed he could negotiate the charges down to something Roulette could plead to and put behind him, but it would require a concession. Roulette immediately pushed back, reiterating his refusal to admit anything. Haller held his ground, explaining that he might secure a no-contest plea, never uttering the word guilty, but he couldn't see the state dropping the case entirely. Some form of responsibility would have to be acknowledged. Jail time might be avoidable, but community service was a likely requirement. He stressed that it was his duty to lay out all options, even knowing Roulette wouldn't like them. Roulette gave a grudging, almost dismissive agreement, but Haller pressed on. He pointed out the hidden cost of any concession. A civil suit from Campo would become a near certainty, and settling the criminal case quickly could end up costing Roulette far more than Haller's own fees. Roulette shook his head, rejecting the very idea. He claimed he understood his choices, but he'd pay nothing for a crime he didn't commit, and he'd plead to nothing. Then he asked the question that hung over everything: could Haller win if they went to trial? Haller held his client's gaze, weighing the answer. He wouldn't guarantee anything. Too many unknowns lay ahead, but based on what he'd seen, he was confident he could win. He nodded, and saw a flicker of hope kindle in Roulette's eyes, that elusive glimmer of possibility. Then Dobbs spoke up, offering a third option. Haller turned to him, wary of what complication the family lawyer might introduce. Dobbs proposed an aggressive investigation, using their own people to assist, digging into every angle to establish their own credible theory and evidence. They'd present it to the DA, show the Green prosecutor where he'd lose, and apply political pressure through his superiors to get the charges dropped before trial. Haller felt a flash of frustration. Dobbs' plan would slash his biggest potential fee, funnel the client's money to investigators, and, more critically, reveal their defense strategy prematurely. He kept his voice calm, pointing out the risk if they showed the prosecution how to blow their own case apart, they'd be giving them a blueprint to fix it for trial. Roulette nodded in agreement, and Dobbs looked taken aback by the rejection. Levin shifted the conversation to the media, and Dobbs quickly latched on, mentioning messages from newspapers and television stations. Haller claimed he probably had similar messages, though he chose not to reveal that he'd orchestrated them through his case manager. He wanted Roulette and his mother to believe the press was circling. Dobbs insisted they needed to control the story. Haller countered firmly, all media should be directed to him, and the best strategy was to ignore them entirely. Talking kept the story alive. Silence starved it. If the media became unavoidable, he would be the sole voice. Roulette agreed, and Haller decided the meeting was over. He told Roulette he'd drive him home, but Dobbs quickly interjected he'd been invited to dinner by Roulette's mother and would take him. Haller nodded, noting the slight, but he wasn't letting them go without the check they'd discussed. He insisted on meeting them at the house to collect payment and have Levin see the property. Dobbs and Roulette exchanged a look, and Dobbs nodded his agreement. Soon, Haller was riding in the back of his Lincoln with Levin, trailing the silver Mercedes ahead. He called his case manager to check messages, and learned they had a deal on another client's case. Levin asked what he really thought. Haller admitted there was money to be made. They were about to collect the first installment, but he deflected any deeper analysis, claiming he wasn't sure yet. The speed of the incident in the apartment worked in their favor. No rape, no DNA, a glimmer of hope. Levin mentioned a past case, Jesus Menendez, but Haller cut that off, not wanting to revisit the memory of a client who had run out of options. He refocused on the task at hand, telling Levin to work nights, hit the bars, and learn everything about both Roulette and Campo. The case looked simple. Discredit the woman, and the case would crumble. Levin nodded, his briefcase ready on his lap. Haller asked if he had his camera, and Levin confirmed he did. He was prepared to start gathering the evidence that might tip the scales. Levin confirmed he had his camera, ready to work. Haller instructed him to take fresh photos of Roulette at the house, no mugshots in the bars, that would taint the search. When Levin mentioned he already had Campo's recent driver's license photo, Haller approved, seeing the value in showing bar patrons an unmarked face. If they could find a witness who saw her approach Roulette at Morgan's, they'd have the case cracked. Levin agreed, planning to start there and report back before the arraignment. They drove in silence for a few minutes, the Lincoln gliding through the flatlands of Beverly Hills toward the hills where wealth hid behind walls and gates. Haller's thoughts churned. Then he voiced something that had been nagging at him beyond the money and the strategy. He thought there was a chance Roulette wasn't lying. The story was just strange enough to be true. Levin let out a low whistle, the implication sinking in. He asked if Haller thought he'd found an innocent client. Haller reflected on the irony that would be a first. He quipped that if he'd known that morning he would have charged an innocent man premium because the innocent were far more trouble to defend. Levin agreed with a rueful acknowledgement. Haller's mind drifted to his father, a man he barely knew. Levin questioned how the elder Haller could have imparted wisdom about innocent clients, given he'd died when Haller was 5. Haller corrected him. It was actually 5, and he hadn't even been taken to the funeral. He'd read his father's words in a book years later. The old man had said the scariest client a lawyer could have was an innocent one. If you made a mistake, and he went to prison, it would scar you for life. There was no middle ground, no negotiation, no plea bargain. Only one verdict would do: not guilty. Levin nodded thoughtfully, absorbing the weight of the lesson. Haller concluded that his father had been a damn good lawyer who didn't like having innocent clients, and Haller wasn't sure he did either. The morning of March 17th found Haller in the Compton courthouse, a stark reminder of the machine he worked within. He'd long ago refined his Yellow Pages ad from the indiscriminate, any case, anytime, anywhere, to something more selective. Los Angeles County sprawled like a wrinkled blanket across 4,000 square miles, teeming with over 10 million people, many of whom chose criminality as a lifestyle. The numbers were staggering: nearly 100,000 violent crimes annually, 140,000 felony arrests, another 50,000 high-end misdemeanors for drugs and sex offenses, plus DUIs. You could fill the Rose Bowl twice over with potential clients each year. But Haller had learned not to chase the cheap seats. He wanted the ones on the 50-yard line, the ones with money in their pockets. The system funneled these criminals through more than 40 courthouses, stone fortresses where legal lions hunted. The smart hunter knew where the paying clients grazed, and the bounty didn't always reflect the surrounding neighborhood's socio-economic structure. Compton, Downey, and East LA had produced a steady stream of paying clients for him, mostly drug dealers, but their money was as green as any Beverly Hills stock swindlers. Today he was representing Darius McGinley at sentencing. Repeat offenders meant repeat customers, and McGinley was both. This was his 6th arrest for dealing crack cocaine since Haller had known him, this time in Nickerson Gardens, known locally as Nixon Gardens, though no one could say whether the name honored the president or was just a corruption of the original. McGinley had been caught making a hand-to-hand sale of a balloon containing 12 rocks to an undercover narcotics officer. He'd been out on bail from the exact same offense 2 months earlier. 4 prior convictions for drug sales weighed on his record. At 23, McGinley's luck had run out. The system had coddled him with probation and county jail time before, but now the prosecutor demanded prison. No deal without it. The state held all the cards: 2 hand-to-hand sales with quantity. A trial would be pointless. McGinley understood. His $300 worth of rock cocaine to a cop would cost him at least 3 years of his life. Prison was an anticipated part of life for McGinley, as it was for many of Haller's young male clients from the South Side. He'd grown up knowing he was going. The only questions were when, for how long, and whether he'd live to get there. In their many jailhouse meetings, Haller had learned McGinley's personal philosophy, shaped by the life and lyrics of Tupac Shakur, the thug poet who had prophesied his own violent death. South LA was full of young men carrying the same vision. McGinley would recite Tupac's lyrics and translate their ghetto meanings for Haller, an education he valued, because McGinley was one of many clients who believed in a final destiny called Thug Mansion, the place between heaven and earth, where all gangsters ended up. To McGinley, prison was just a rite of passage on that road, and he was ready. He told Haller to make the deal. $5,000 arrived via money order. Haller didn't ask where it came from, and he negotiated both pending cases into one, with McGinley pleading guilty. The only request McGinley made was an assignment to a prison close by, so his mother and 3 young children wouldn't have to travel far to visit him. In the courtroom, Judge Daniel Flynn appeared in an emerald green robe, his annual St. Patrick's Day tradition, and also the Friday before the Notre Dame USC game. Known among the lawyers as Danny Boy, he was widely considered an insensitive Irish prick. The clerk called the case, and McGinley was brought in wearing an orange jumpsuit, wrists chained to his waist. The gallery was empty, no family to watch him fall. Only Haller stood beside him. Flynn launched into a patronizing routine about the Irish heritage of McGinley's name. McGinley, street smart but not life smart, didn't understand if this was part of the sentencing or some form of disrespect. Haller leaned in, advising him to stay cool and ignore the judge's provocation. Flynn pressed on, asking if McGinley knew his name's origin. McGinley admitted he didn't care. It was a name from a slaveholder, he said, and he didn't see why he should care about that. Haller quickly intervened, telling McGinley to cool it and watch his language. McGinley protested that the judge was dissing him, but Haller warned him not to blow the deal. McGinley apologized to the judge, explaining he came from the street. Flynn dismissed it, saying it was a shame McGinley felt that way about his history, but if he didn't care about his name, neither did Flynn. He cheerfully moved on to sentencing. The proceeding was quick. The pre-sentencing investigation report revealed nothing new. McGinley had had only one profession since age 11, drug dealer, only one family, a gang, no driver's license despite driving a BMW, no marriage despite fathering 3 children. The same story trotted out a dozen times a day across the county. McGinley was fodder for the machine. Flynn sentenced him to 3 to 5 years in prison, reading the boilerplate in his brogue for laughs from his staff. Haller felt a pang of sympathy despite knowing McGinley dealt death and destruction. The young man had never had a real shot. No father, dropped out in 6th grade to learn the rock trade, could count money in a rock house, but never had a checking account. He'd never been to a county beach, let alone outside Los Angeles. Now his first trip out would be on a bus with barred windows. Before McGinley was led away, Haller shook his hand, something he rarely did, and wished him luck. McGinley shrugged it off, promising he'd be back. Haller didn't doubt it. In a way, McGinley was as much a franchise client as Roulette, but Roulette was likely a one-shot deal. McGinley would be an annuity client, the gift that kept on giving as long as he defied the odds and kept living. Haller packed the file and headed out, finding Raoul Levin waiting in the crowded hallway for their scheduled meeting on the Roulette case. Levin greeted him with an exaggerated Irish accent. Having witnessed the judge's performance, Haller confirmed the judge's racism, explaining how Flynn had gotten away with it since court unification allowed his name to appear on the ballot, county-wide. Even if Compton rose up against him, the Westsiders could cancel them out. Levin asked how Flynn had gotten on the bench in the first place. Haller explained the appointment process and the Like Flynn story, a tale of political maneuvering that had kept a mediocre judge in power. Levin settled into his explanation of Flynn's backstory. About 6 years ago, before court unification, Flynn had received his gubernatorial appointment. The supervising judge for LA County checked his credentials and quickly realized they had a political appointee with no talent or courthouse experience, basically an office lawyer who probably couldn't find a courthouse, let alone try a case. So the presiding judge dumped him in Compton criminal, figuring he'd screw up, anger the locals, and get voted out in the required retention election. 1 year, and done. That plan backfired. On the first day of filing for the ballot, Frederica Brown, known as Downtown Freddie, walked into the clerk's office and filed to run against Flynn. She was a good defense lawyer, black, a woman, and popular in the community. She would have crushed him 5-1. With her on the ballot, nobody else bothered to file. Then, on the last hour before filing closed, Freddie walked back in and withdrew. No explanation, no deal. She later claimed she'd simply changed her mind, realizing she couldn't sustain her lifestyle on a judge's pay. But Haller noted that Freddie always seemed to do well when she had cases in front of Flynn. Levin shook his head at the corruption, and Haller agreed. They called it a justice system. The conversation shifted to Robert Blake, acquitted of murdering his wife the day before in Van Nuys Superior Court. It was all anyone was talking about. Haller expressed his admiration for the jury's focus on the evidence. If it wasn't there, it wasn't there. He hated when prosecutors tried to write a verdict on common sense alone. If you wanted to convict a man and put him in a cage for life, you had to put up the evidence, not hope a jury would bail you out. Levin acknowledged the defense attorney's perspective, and Haller dismissed the topic, eager to hear the good news Levin had promised on the phone. He checked his watch. He had a calendar call downtown by 11, followed by a meeting with Ted Minton, the prosecutor taking over the Roulette case. With no time to go anywhere, Haller suggested, they sit in the Lincoln and grab coffee. They got into the car, and Haller instructed his driver to find coffee. Earl insisted there was no Starbucks in the area, but Haller told him to find a place with coffee. Earl fired up his iPod and plugged in earbuds, and soon tinny hip-hop filtered from the front seat. Levin opened his briefcase on the fold-down table and began his presentation. He started with Roulette's background. The client was squeaky clean, nothing beyond parking and speeding tickets, which he had a habit of accumulating and then letting go unpaid, twice resulting in warrants that C.C. Dobbs had to settle. Haller quipped that at least Dobbs was good for something, assuming he meant paying the tickets, not bribing judges. Levin nodded and moved on. There was only one other blip on the radar with Roulette. Levin had uncovered the law school claim as a lie. Roulette had never been enrolled at UCLA. Haller found it strange, wondering if it was meant to position Roulette as his equal. But Levin assured him that was the only negative so far. The rest of Roulette's story checked out witnesses placed him at Nat's North, Morgan's, and the lamplighter, exactly as he'd described, right down to the number of martinis he'd left unfinished. Haller was skeptical of perfect memories, but Levin had more than bartender recollections. From his briefcase, he produced a small DVD player, something he'd paid $1,000 for. The manager of Morgan's had installed a hidden camera to catch a thief and kept it running ever since. Levin had convinced him to sell the tape from the night in question. They grabbed coffee, then settled in the car to watch. The footage showed the bar from above, angled toward the cash register, but the mirror behind it reflected the customers. Roulette appeared at 8:11 p.m., alone. Levin pointed out Reggie Campo and an unknown man on the short side of the bar. As the video played, Mr. X stepped out for a smoke. Campo watched him go, then slid off her stool and walked along the bar, dragging her fingers across Roulette's shoulders as she passed a clear flirtation. She headed to the bathroom. When she returned, she squeezed between Roulette and the man next to him, pressing against him. They exchanged words, and she slipped a crumpled napkin into his hand, kissed his cheek, and returned to her stool. Haller was impressed the cops didn't have this. The video showed familiarity between victim and alleged attacker, contradicting her statement. It was walking proof that could end the case before trial, but that also meant the franchise payday would disappear. Levin fast-forwarded to the moment Campo and Mr. X left at 9 p.m. He slowed the footage, instructing Haller to watch the man's hands. The man took a final drink, tilting his head back, then slipped off his stool and helped Campo out of frame. Haller didn't see what he was supposed to notice. Levin rewound the footage to the moment Mr. X was finishing his drink, freezing the image and pointing out the man's left hand flat on the bar for balance while he drank with his right, a watch visible on his left wrist. He suggested the man appeared right-handed. Haller was confused, since the victim's injuries came from left-handed blows. Then it clicked. The mirror. Everything was reversed. Mr. X was left-handed. Levin nodded, pumping his left fist in triumph. Haller realized this could be the whole case, but he wasn't sure that was a good thing. It would end the case, and with it, the franchise payday. He took a long drink of coffee, trying to strategize. He couldn't hold the video for trial. The cops would eventually find it. Using it could blow up in his face. Levin continued the playback. Roulette read the napkin, memorized the address, hung around another 20 minutes, then left, taking one sip from a fresh martini and dropping the crumpled napkin to the floor as he walked out. Levin ejected the DVD and packed it away. Haller told his driver to head back to the courthouse, then asked Levin what else he had. Levin turned to Reggie Campo. She wasn't Snow White. He'd been watching her for 3 nights, a very loose tale, he assured Haller, who was alarmed at the risk of being accused of witness intimidation. Levin explained that Campo had been getting a lot of male visitors, all at different times of night, suggesting she was still working. He'd gotten plate numbers and even shot infrared video. Haller told him to hold off on visiting any of the men. He drank more coffee, processing the information. Levin had run a check on Campo. She was clean, no criminal record. She was an actress who hadn't worked legitimately in months, likely transitioning from amateur to pro. Haller considered the possibility that she'd graduated to setting up a wealthy mark like Roulette, whose Rolex alone was worth 10 grand. They pulled up to the courthouse. Levin handed over a file containing everything they'd discussed, plus a copy of the video, along with an invoice for nearly $6,000. Haller took the file, knowing it moved the information into formal discovery. He promised to have Lorna send a check. Levin asked if he should stay on Reggie. Haller hesitated, then nodded, instructing him to keep it very loose and not farm it out. He wanted to find out who Mr. X was and whether he was part of the setup or just another customer. Levin agreed and got out of the car. Levin slid out of the car, reaching back for his briefcase and unopened water bottle before closing the door. Haller watched him walk through the lot, searching for his car. He should have been ecstatic. Everything he'd learned tilted the case steeply toward his client, but an unease gnawed at him, something he couldn't quite identify. Earl had turned off his music and was waiting for direction. Haller told him to head downtown to the criminal courts building, then asked what he'd been listening to Snoop Dogg. Earl replied, one of LA's own who'd faced down the machine on a murder charge and walked away. Haller nodded, acknowledging the inspiration, then told Earl to take the 710 freeway. They were running late. His next case was Sam Scales, a Hollywood conman specializing in internet schemes to gather credit card numbers for the financial underworld. 3 years earlier, Scales had been arrested for selling 600 card numbers and verification data to an undercover sheriff's deputy. He'd obtained the information by sending a fraudulent email to 5,000 customers of a weight loss product, posing as FDA counsel and promising refunds. 600 people bit. Scales set up a hand-to-hand sale for $10,000 cash, a fraud that would have reached into the millions, but the sale was a sting and he was arrested. Scales hired Haller to get him a deal. At 33, he had a clean record despite never holding a lawful job. Haller focused the prosecutor on the theft of card numbers rather than the potential fraud losses, securing a plea to 1 felony count of identity theft with a suspended sentence, 60 days of Caltrans work, and 4 years of probation. That was 3 years ago. Scales hadn't learned his lesson. He was now back in custody, and Haller was defending him in a fraud case so reprehensible that keeping him out of prison seemed impossible. On December 28th, Scales had registered a domain name tsunamihelp.com to capitalize on the recent tsunami disaster. The site showed photos of destruction, asked for donations, and featured a photo of a handsome Reverend Charles with a personal note. But Scales didn't want the donations, he wanted the credit card information. The contributions were actually forwarded to the American Red Cross, but the card numbers went to the underworld. Detective Roy Wunderlich of Lapd's Fraud by Trick Unit found the website by searching for misspellings of tsunami, reasoning that con artists would make such errors. Among several questionable sites, tsunamihelp.com had a Los Angeles post office box, giving Wunderlich jurisdiction. The box was a dead address, but Wunderlich wasn't deterred. He floated a balloon, making a controlled donation to monitor the card's use. The detective's $20 donation triggered round-the-clock monitoring by the Visa Fraud Unit. Within 3 days, the card was used to buy an $11 lunch at the Gumbo Pot in the farmer's market, a test purchase, small and easily covered if something went wrong. Wunderlich let it go through and dispatched himself and 4 other detectives to the crowded market. They spread out while he monitored the card by phone. 2 hours later, the card was used to buy a $600 leather jacket at Nordstrom. The approval was delayed but not stopped. The detectives moved in and arrested a young woman completing the purchase. The case became a snitch chain, with suspects flipping on each other as the arrests climbed the ladder. Eventually, they reached the top: Sam Scales. The press dubbed him the Tsunami Svengali, after Wunderlich noted how many victims were women who'd wanted to help the handsome minister on the site. Scales hated the nickname and referred to Wunderlich as Wonderboy. Haller arrived at Department 124 on the 13th floor of the criminal courts building by 10:45. The courtroom was empty except for the judge's clerk, Mary Ann. He asked if they were still doing the calendar. They were waiting on him. He inquired if Scales was still in the lockup, and the bailiff, Joe Frey, led him back to the holding area. Scales sat alone in a small room behind glass, wearing an orange jumpsuit with steel cuffs. His latest arrest had violated his probation from the Trim Slim 6 conviction, and he was being held without bail. The sweet deal Haller had gotten him 3 years ago was about to be undone. Haller sat down and laid out the grim reality. They had Scales cold. 3 co-conspirators had taken deals to testify, and they had the list of card numbers found in his possession. A jury would show him as much sympathy as they would a child rapist, maybe less. Scales argued he could be useful, educating people about scams. Haller cut him off, explaining that he was the one people had to watch out for. He'd blown his last chance, and the prosecution's final offer was take it or face a trial with no mercy. Scales blamed Haller for not finding a way out, but Haller made it clear if they went to trial, they'd lose. Scales would face 10 years plus the probation violation, and the feds could also charge him with interstate wire fraud. Scales asked if they could win. Haller told him no, but if Scales wanted a trial, his mother would have to pay again. He was only good through today. Scales was shocked to learn his mother had already paid $8,000 from her retirement account. He lashed out, calling Haller a con no different from him, only with a license. Haller had heard the insult too many times to react. Scales nodded, accepting the deal: 4 years in state prison, a $10,000 fine, and 5 years parole. He'd be out in 2.5, but parole would be a killer for a natural-born con man. Haller left and told the bailiff Scales was ready. Back in the courtroom, Scales was brought out in cuffs, saying nothing. The prosecutor arrived, and Haller confirmed they were ready for the disposition. At 11 a.m., Judge Judith Champagne, a diminutive blonde, fair but tough, took the bench. She'd been a prosecutor before becoming a judge and ran her courtroom like a fiefdom, sometimes bringing her German shepherd, Justice. She noted Haller's lateness, and he apologized, citing Judge Flynn's court in Compton, a name everyone recognized. She acknowledged the Tsunami Svengali case, and then caught herself, ordering the court reporter to strike the nickname from the record. The judge confirmed they had a disposition in the Scales case. Haller agreed, and the prosecutor ran through the legalese. Scales waived his rights and pleaded guilty, saying only the word. The judge accepted the deal and sentenced him accordingly, remarking that the prosecutor had been generous she would not have been. Scales didn't feel lucky. He stood, turned to Haller, and offered a subdued farewell. Haller wished him luck, but didn't shake his hand as Scales was led away through the steel door. Later, Haller waited for Louis Roulette in the Van Nuys Civic Center Plaza, a concrete expanse framed by government buildings. It was a quiet afternoon, but he wasn't enjoying it. Roulette was late, and the insult from Scales about being a street legal con festered in his mind. When Roulette finally appeared, Haller met him with an abrupt question about his lateness. Roulette explained he'd been in the middle of a property showing. Haller started walking, heading toward the federal building to maximize their time before his meeting with the new prosecutor. He made a cutting remark about Pelican Bay Prison, then confronted Roulette directly. He discovered the lie about UCLA Law School. Roulette protested, claiming he hadn't lied. Haller pressed him on the lawyer-client bond of trust, and Roulette admitted he hadn't been there long enough. Haller stepped into his space, calling him a liar. Roulette asked what the law school lie had to do with anything. Haller explained that if Roulette lied about that, he'd lie about anything, and he couldn't defend the client who lied to him. He softened slightly, leading Roulette to explain. Roulette admitted he'd lied because his mother and Dobbs believed he'd gone to law school, and he wanted them to continue believing it. Haller made it clear: lie to them, lie to the police, but never lie to him. He needed incontrovertible facts. Roulette admitted he'd just stayed in his apartment near campus for a year, reading and thinking about what he wanted to do with his life, the one certainty being that he didn't want to be a lawyer. Haller pressed further about the year of indecision that led to selling real estate. Haller let the laugh pass without joining in. Roulette explained that he'd studied English literature in college and had briefly entertained the notion of becoming a novelist, but the ambition fizzled quickly once he actually tried to write. Eventually, he'd gone to work for his mother because she wanted him to a simple, deflated admission that carried no pride. The lawyer's earlier fury had been calculated, a performance designed to crack the client open. Now that Roulette seemed properly softened, Haller steered toward the real subject. He asked about Reggie Campo, then sharpened the question. Roulette had intended to pay her for sex, hadn't he? Roulette started to deflect, but Haller cut him off physically, grabbing the expensive lapel of his jacket. Despite the height and weight disadvantage, Haller owned the moment. He demanded the truth. Roulette conceded. Yes, payment had been part of the arrangement, but he wanted to know how Haller had figured it out. Haller dismissed the question with a clipped boast about his own competence and pressed harder. Why the concealment? Didn't Roulette grasp how this revelation reshaped everything? Roulette's answer was feeble. He hadn't wanted his mother to know. Haller pointed out the obvious. She hadn't even been present during the case discussions. But Roulette countered that Cecil Dobbs was there, and Dobbs reported everything back to her. Haller filed that information away, silently resolving to exclude Dobbs from all future strategy sessions. He walked Roulette to a nearby bench near the police station, away from any listening ears, and sat him down. Then he explained the defense philosophy in plain terms. He described himself as a neutralizer, a man whose job was to dismantle the prosecution's case, piece by piece. He invoked the image of a Venice Beach Street performer juggling spinning plates on thin sticks, each plate representing a separate piece of evidence against the defendant. His task was to stop each plate cold and shatter it on the ground, rendering it useless. He spoke of the victim's blood as a blue plate, the knife as a yellow plate, each one vulnerable, each one breakable. Then he introduced the central metaphor of the platter. The victim herself, the chief witness, was the large, unstable foundation upon which everything else rested. If that platter fell, the entire act collapsed. The crowd moved on. The case dissolved. He paused, letting the silence tighten, then pressed his point home. For nearly 2 weeks, Roulette had withheld the very information Haller needed to knock down that platter. The logic was inescapable. A wealthy man with a Porsche, a Rolex, and a Holmby Hills address would have no reason to resort to a knife to obtain sex from a woman who was already selling it. The question destroyed the prosecution's narrative. Common sense dictated that Roulette wouldn't have needed force, and once that common sense took hold, the rest of the spinning plates wobbled and stopped. The setup became visible. The trap revealed itself. The defendant began to look like the victim. Roulette nodded and apologized. Haller accepted the apology but made it clear that a candid disclosure from the start would have unraveled the case weeks earlier. In that moment, Haller understood the true source of his anger. It wasn't Roulette's lateness or the half-truths. It wasn't even the insult from Sam Scales. It was the sudden, sickening realization that the franchise was slipping away. No trial meant no 6-figure payout. He'd be fortunate to keep the retainer he'd already collected. The case would end today, the moment he walked into the DA's office and laid out what he knew. Roulette offered another meek apology. Haller, still staring at the ground, reached over and put a hand on his client's shoulder, softening his own voice. He told Roulette he had a few more questions about that night, and then he'd go into the courthouse and dismantle the prosecution's case. By the time he emerged, Roulette might be a free man, ready to return to selling mansions to the wealthy. Roulette seemed stunned. Could it really happen that quickly? Haller cautioned that the prosecutor might want a formal court dismissal, but the outcome was certain. Roulette's gratitude poured out, and Haller invited him to drop the formality, call him Mickey. Then he asked about the note Reggie Campo had passed at Morgan's. Roulette described its contents, her address, the $400 price, and the instruction to come after 10. Haller nodded, satisfied. He had enough. He dismissed Roulette, telling him to leave and wait for a phone call. Roulette offered to stay, but Haller declined, explaining that the prosecutor might need to consult with superiors, and the process could take time. They shook hands. Roulette thanked him with effusive praise, and Haller watched him cross the plaza toward the parking garage. Then Haller muttered a hollow echo of that praise to himself, tasting the irony of it. A moment later, someone settled onto the bench beside him. He turned and recognized Howard Curlin, a homicide detective from Van Nuys division, a familiar face from past cases. Curlin observed that Haller had been talking to himself, a habit that might not play well in legal circles if it got around. Haller brushed it off with mild amusement and asked how the detective was doing. Curlin, meanwhile, began unwrapping a sandwich from a brown bag. Haller watched Curlin unwrap the sandwich peanut butter with some unidentifiable dark layer that wasn't jelly, and considered his remaining minutes before the courthouse metal detectors. He toyed with the idea of needling the detective about the recent Robert Blake verdict, a chance to poke at law enforcement pride, but Curlin got there first, asking about Jesus Menendez, the man he'd put away for life. Haller gave a flat, evasive answer. He didn't talk to Jesus anymore. Curlin nodded, making a cynical observation about how convicts became useless once they were shipped upstate. Haller let the jab pass, recognizing the reflex cops never trusted defense lawyers, believing their own investigations were above reproach. He tossed it back, suggesting Curlin was just like him, already moving on to the next case. Curlin deflected, then turned philosophical, asking if Haller slept well at night. Haller deflected with a question about the sandwich. Curlin held it up proudly. Peanut butter and sardines, a protein-packed lunch for a long day of chasing criminals. He repeated his question. Haller answered with a practiced speech about his role in the system, the necessary counterbalance to the state's power. Curlin dismissed it as a story Haller might want to believe. Haller turned the question back. Did Curlin ever wonder if he'd put innocent people away? The detective answered without hesitation. Never had, never would, and then invoked the metaphor of the community woodpile, claiming he added to it while lawyers only took from it. Haller thanked him dryly for the sermon, but Curlin wasn't finished. He delivered a crude joke about the difference between a catfish and a defense attorney, then laughed at his own punchline. Haller stood, ready to leave, and made a parting remark about the detective's dental hygiene before walking away. He carried Curlin's words with him, adding them to Sam Scales' earlier insult. The day was shaping up to be one where everyone had a judgment to pass on him. Inside the courthouse, Haller met Ted Minton in the waiting area. Minton was young, under 30, with an air of self-assurance that Haller found familiar and unearned. Haller had a decade and 100 trials on him, but Minton showed no deference, treating the meeting like an inconvenience. Haller filed that attitude away as fuel. They walked to Minton's small, windowless office, where Haller took the partner's vacant seat. Minton opened with pleasantries about being new to the valley and unfamiliar with the defense bar. Haller responded with a pointed remark about Minton's lack of felony trial experience. The prosecutor smiled thinly, then shifted to a more personal note. He'd read a book about Haller's legendary father in law school. Haller acknowledged the connection, admitting he'd read the same books to understand the man he never really knew. Minton clapped his hands, signaling a shift to business. He confirmed they were there to discuss Louis Roulet, stumbling over the pronunciation until Haller corrected him. Minton handed over a thin discovery file, claiming he wanted to play fair. Haller was instantly suspicious. His own investigator's file was 4 times thicker, and prosecutors who insisted on their own fairness were usually hiding something. He flipped through it, reading nothing closely, and asked if this was everything. Minton said it was everything he'd received, which told Haller nothing. Prosecutors could easily stall paperwork from the police, then claim they had nothing to share. The discovery rules were a game of dishonesty played both ways. Haller waved the thin file dismissively, and asked if Minton was really going to trial with so little. Minton claimed he wasn't worried, and offered to listen to a disposition. Haller cut him off. No disposition. They were going balls out, waiving the preliminary hearing and heading straight to trial. Minton's composure cracked slightly at the mention of a speedy trial waiver, though he masked it well. Then Minton asked about unilateral discovery. What did Haller have for him? Haller said he was still compiling, but would have it ready by the arraignment. He then dropped a loaded question. Didn't the prosecution know the victim was a prostitute who had solicited his client, and that she'd continued working since the alleged incident? Minton's mouth opened just a fraction before closing. A tell Haller filed away. He'd landed another solid punch. Minton confirmed he knew about the victim's occupation, but turned the tables, suggesting Haller might be improperly investigating her. Haller brushed it off, warning that the prosecutor had bigger problems. This case was a loser, especially after the Blake debacle, and it would bite him hard. Minton asked how so, and Haller gestured toward the computer on the desk, asking if it could play DVDs. Despite its age, Minton said it should. Haller handed over the surveillance footage from Morgan's bar, a calculated risk. He knew he was revealing his best card early, but he was confident the evidence would end the case before it ever reached trial. Minton questioned the authenticity, but Haller assured him it could be verified and that the original was available. The prosecutor loaded the disc and watched silently as Haller narrated the key moments. The time code, the left-handed Mr. X, the moment Reggie Campo approached Roulette. Minton's face tightened with concentration. When it ended, he asked to keep the disc until he could get the original, and Haller agreed. Then Minton asked what else Haller had. Haller was incredulous. Wasn't that enough? He pushed for a joint motion to dismiss with prejudice, arguing the video blew the case apart. Minton refused, citing the severity of the victim's injuries. Haller countered that she was back to turning tricks within the week, but Minton deflected, asking how Haller knew that. Haller grew frustrated, insisting he was trying to save Minton from embarrassment. If the jury saw that footage, all the prosecution's plates would fall. He invoked Minton's boss Smithson, a man who hated losing and was surely feeling the pressure after the Blake verdict. Minton held firm, arguing that even prostitutes could be victims. Haller shook his head and showed his full hand the woman had set Roulette up for a lawsuit, either self-inflicting her injuries or having her left-handed companion do it. The blood and fingerprints were staged after Roulette was knocked unconscious. Minton nodded, as if following the logic, then blindsided Haller with an accusation of witness intimidation. Haller was stunned. Was Minton even listening? The prosecutor repeated his position. The case would proceed, and he had an offer that expired at Monday's arraignment. He wasn't intimidated by Haller or the 60-day timeline. Haller felt the conversation slipping away, his arguments dissolving like bubbles underwater. Then he understood Minton wasn't stupid. The DA's office recruited top legal minds. Minton's lack of experience didn't mean he lacked intelligence. Haller had been looking at the wrong person for answers. Something was missing, a detail in the thin discovery file that Levin's thicker file didn't contain. Something that would allow the prosecution to move past the fact that Campo was selling sex. Minton had practically told him already prostitutes could be victims too. Haller wanted to stop everything and compare the two discovery files, but he couldn't do it in front of Minton. He asked for the offer. Minton proposed dropping the charges to assault with a deadly weapon and attempted sexual battery, with a sentence in the mid-range of guidelines about 7 years, meaning 4 actual. Haller acknowledged it wasn't a bad offer if Roulette were guilty, but for an innocent man, no offer was acceptable. He said he'd present it, knowing Roulette would reject it. Minton reminded him the offer expired Monday. Haller closed his briefcase and stood, imagining Roulette waiting for a call that would tell him the nightmare was over, but instead, he'd have to deliver news of a 7-year deal. They shook hands, and Haller left. In the hallway, he ran into Maggie McPherson, his ex-wife. She mentioned that their daughter Haley had enjoyed her Saturday visit and was still talking about it, and that Haller had promised another weekend outing. Haller confirmed he was still planning to see her. Maggie noticed his dazed expression and asked if he was all right. He admitted it had been a long week and was glad his calendar was clear the next day. She asked about the Roulette meeting, and he confirmed he'd received the prosecution's offer, raising his briefcase as proof. He added that selling it to Roulette would be tough given his claims of innocence. Maggie observed with a knowing edge that all defendants said that. Haller called back to Maggie with a belated St. Patrick's Day greeting. She turned and mentioned that her babysitter was staying late, and a group from the office was heading to 4 Green Fields after work. Did he want to join for a pint? Haller hedged, saying he had to see his client but might make it back. She reminded him she was only free until 8, and they parted again. Outside the courthouse, Haller sat on the now empty bench and opened the discovery file Minton had given him. He flipped through familiar reports, then found a comparative fingerprint analysis confirming what he'd already known: Roulette's prints were on the bloody knife. That wasn't enough to explain Minton's confidence. He kept looking and found the weapon analysis report, and it was completely different from the one Levin had obtained, as if it belonged to another case entirely. As he read, sweat broke out on his scalp. He'd been set up. He'd walked into Minton's office and handed over his hole card, the surveillance video, while the prosecution had been holding back critical information. Minton now had the video and all the time he needed to prepare for it. Haller slapped the folder closed and called Levin. He asked if Levin knew where Roulette's office was. Levin did, and Haller ordered him to meet there in 30 minutes. He ended the call and phoned Earl, who answered on the 7th ring, his iPod likely blasting. Haller told him to pick him up. They were going over the hill. As he walked toward the pickup point, anger churned through him at Roulette, at Levin, but mostly at himself. Yet beneath the frustration, a cold calculation surfaced. The franchise was back in play. The case would go to trial unless Roulet took the state's offer, and Haller knew the chances of that were about as good as snow in Los Angeles. He wouldn't believe it until he saw it. At Windsor Residential Estates on Cannon Drive in Beverly Hills, Haller found Levin already waiting in the showroom, kept there by the receptionist while Roulette worked the phone in his private office. The receptionist, a heavily tanned blonde with a severe haircut, said they'd be let in shortly. Haller nodded and moved away from her desk. Levin asked what was going on. Haller said he'd explain when they got in. The showroom was lined with framed photographs of multi-million-dollar properties displayed on gold easels. Haller pretended to study them while drifting toward the back hallway. He spotted an open door and heard Roulet's voice on the phone, arranging a showing for a confidential client. Haller signaled Levin and walked in. Roulet's office was plush, the desk stacked with paperwork and catalogs, but he was lounging on a sofa, phone in one hand and a cigarette in the other. He looked startled to see them. The receptionist hadn't warned him. She hurried in after them, apologizing. Roulet told her he had to go and would call back, dismissing her with a wave. Roulet set the phone down and dismissed the receptionist with a wave. She shot Haller a cutting look before leaving. Haller closed the door and turned back to his client, who immediately asked if it was over. Haller told him it wasn't far from it. He dropped the state's discovery file on the coffee table and explained that he'd embarrassed himself at the DA's office. The case was still standing, and they'd likely be heading to trial. Roulet's face fell. Haller accused him of lying again, and then turned on Levin, blaming him for the setup. Roulette opened the file to a color photo of a knife with blood on the handle and blade, a different weapon than the one in Levin's earlier photocopies. Levin stared at it, confused. Haller identified it as the real knife, the one Roulet had carried that night, bearing the victim's blood and his own initials. Levin sank onto the couch. Haller remained standing, pacing, and laid out the damage. His investigator's source had fed them a false report, and he'd walked into the prosecutor's office thinking he couldn't lose, only to hand over the Morgan's bar video, while the prosecution held back the real evidence. Levin guessed it was the runner, the courthouse employee who fed him copies of reports, who'd been compromised. Haller warned him to cut that source loose. Then Haller turned on Roulet, demanding to know why he'd lied about the knife. Roulet shouted back that he'd tried to tell them he'd said it wasn't his knife twice, but nobody listened. Haller countered that he should have been clearer, saying it wasn't his knife was too vague. Roulet pleaded for him to keep his voice down, citing customers, but Haller was past caring. The knife trumped everything. It was no plant, and that meant the setup defense was dead. Roulet insisted he didn't do it, that it was a setup. Haller pressed him to take the DA's offer, 7 years out in 4. Roulet refused, his voice suddenly calm, and threatened to find another lawyer if Haller wouldn't take it to trial. Haller grabbed the file back from Levin and read aloud from the weapon report, describing the custom-made black ninja knife with Roulet's initials engraved twice on the blade. He threw the file back. It bounced off Levin's chest. Roulet's response came with sudden force. He always carried it. Haller paused, the anger momentarily arrested. Roulet explained he was a realtor who met strangers in empty houses, drove expensive cars, wore expensive jewelry. He needed protection. Haller pressed. Didn't he have a system for screening clients? Roulet said they could run credit checks and ask for references, but wealthy clients didn't like to wait. If you didn't act fast, they went elsewhere. The glimmer was returning. Roulet mentioned a real estate rapist, a predator who'd attacked women in empty houses. He hesitated, then revealed that his mother had been one of the victims. She'd been showing a Bel Air property alone, was raped and left tied up. When she didn't return, he went to the house and found her. That was 4 years ago. She'd stopped selling properties after that, and he'd taken over the field work. That was when and why he'd gotten the knife. He'd carried it everywhere but on planes for 4 years. It had been in his pocket that night without a second thought. Haller dropped into a chair across from Roulet, his mind already working on the revised defense. It still relied on coincidence. Campo had set him up, and the setup had been aided when she found the knife on him after knocking him out. It could work. Levin asked about a police report. Roulet said there was none. His mother had been too embarrassed, afraid of media exposure. Haller asked who else knew about the attack. Roulet mentioned only himself and Dobbs, and insisted the information couldn't be used. Haller said he wouldn't use it without her permission, but it could be important. He'd need to speak with her. Roulet resisted, but Haller pressed the point. His life and livelihood were on the line. A mother would do what was necessary to protect her child. Roulet looked down, uncertain. Haller exhaled, the tension easing slightly. Disaster might have been averted. He told Roulet they'd reject the deal and go to trial. Later, after dropping Earl at the commuter lot, Haller drove the Lincoln to 4 Green Fields, a shotgun-style Irish pub on Victory Boulevard, packed for St. Patrick's Day. The crowd was dense, the holiday falling on a Thursday and extending the weekend. Haller fought through the throng, searching for Maggie McPherson, the punk version of Danny Boy blasting from the jukebox and making conversation nearly impossible. Snippets of talk he caught were all about the Robert Blake verdict from the day before. He ran into Robert Gillen, the freelance cameraman who handed him $400 profit from the $1,000 Haller had paid him 2 weeks earlier to buy the tape of Roulet's first appearance. Haller thanked him and said it would go toward his bar tab. Gillen laughed, slapped his shoulder and moved on. Haller finally found Maggie in a back booth, surrounded by 6 women from the Van Nuys office, prosecutors and secretaries, who viewed him with suspicion. The booth had 2 pitchers of Guinness. One was full. Haller couldn't reach the bar through the crowd, so Maggie offered to share her glass. She shouted that they'd swapped spit before, and Haller smiled, taking a long drink. Maggie was seated between 2 younger prosecutors she'd mentored. Haller raised her glass in toast. She responded by raising the pitcher, then whispered to the woman on the outside to let her out. She stood, kissed Haller on the cheek, and remarked that it was easier for a lady to get a glass in these situations. Haller agreed. She was especially beautiful. She gave him a look, then whistled sharply to catch the bartender's attention. A clean glass was passed hand to hand through the crowd. She filled it from the freshest pitcher, and they clinked glasses. She asked if he was feeling better than when she'd seen him earlier. He admitted a little. She asked if Minton had sandbagged him. He nodded, and said the cops had too. She mentioned someone named Corliss, expressing contempt for him and his kind. Haller tried to hide his surprise. He hadn't seen any witness named Corliss in the discovery file. He took a slow drink, then asked how she knew about Corliss, thinking he must be a jailhouse snitch. Maggie revealed that she was the one who had sent Corliss to Minton, despite her distrust of him. It was her duty to pass the information to the right prosecutor. Haller asked why Corliss had come to her in the first place. The answer was obvious. She'd handled the first appearance, and Corliss had been in the holding pen, assuming the case was still hers. Haller realized Corliss must have been in the group brought in with Roulette, heard the bail argument, and used that information to craft a snitch story. He asked when Corliss had called. Maggie hesitated, wary of revealing too much, but Haller pressed the hearing had been on a Monday. So was it later that day? The case hadn't made the news, so Corliss couldn't have gotten details from the media. He'd have had to rely on what he heard in court, specifically Maggie's detailed description of Campo's injuries, as she argued for no bail. That was enough to fabricate a confession. Maggie confirmed the call came late Monday. Haller asked why she thought Corliss was full of shit. He'd done this before, right? She deflected, saying he'd find everything during discovery, and suggested they just enjoy their Guinness. Haller pivoted, proposing they leave the bar and get dinner. Maggie suspected he just wanted to keep questioning her about the case, but he insisted he wanted to talk about their daughter. Her eyes narrowed, asking if something was wrong. He said no, but he wanted to discuss her. She agreed, asking where he was taking her. He named an expensive Italian restaurant in Sherman Oaks, a place they'd once celebrated anniversaries and the pregnancy. Their old apartment was nearby. She asked if they could eat there in an hour. He said yes if they left immediately, and ordered without looking at the menu. She agreed, said she'd say quick goodbyes, and Haller drove. Good thing, since she was unsteady on her feet. In the car, she pulled a Ludacris CD from under her leg and joked about the music he listened to. He clarified it was Earl's, not his. He preferred old school Tupac and Dre. She laughed, thinking he was kidding. They arrived at the restaurant, the hostess recognizing them, and Holler ordered a bottle of Shiraz and pasta dishes, skipping preliminaries. He checked his watch, 45 minutes left. Maggie was pleasantly drunk, her smile fractured. Holler suggested she go easy on the wine, but she brushed him off with playful defiance. He asked how she'd been, and she asked about Lorna. He said they were friends now. She asked what they were, and he said sometimes adversaries. She dismissed that they couldn't be adversaries if they couldn't stay on the same case, and mentioned she was always looking out for him, even with Corliss. He thanked her, but said the damage was still done. She expressed contempt for prosecutors who used jailhouse snitches. Then Holler revealed Minton wouldn't tell him exactly what Corliss had said. Maggie found that unfair. Holler agreed, noting it was a discovery issue, but they wouldn't have a judge assigned until after Monday's arraignment. Minton knew that he didn't play fair. Her cheeks flushed with anger. For Maggie, winning fair was the only way. She leaned in to whisper, banging heads with him, then spoke in a low voice. Corliss had said that when he asked Roulette what he was in for, Roulette replied, he was there for giving a bitch exactly what she deserved, and said he'd punched her out as soon as she opened the door. She leaned back, dizzy. Holler asked if she was okay. She changed the subject, frustrated with work. The wine and food arrived, and they ate in silence for a moment. Then Maggie called him out. He hadn't known about Corliss until she opened her mouth. He tried to deflect, saying he knew Minton was hiding something. She accused him of getting her drunk to extract information. He countered that she was already drunk when they met. She pointed her fork at him and conceded the point, then brought the conversation back to their daughter. He said he wanted to play a bigger part in her life. She welcomed him to the club. Holler suggested they set up a regular schedule for visits, maybe even overnights if she wanted. Maggie was cautious. This was new, and she wanted to move slowly, not wanting their daughter to build hopes only to have him disappear again. He agreed, promising he'd be there. She smiled, wanting to believe him, and he made the same promise to himself. They ate in silence for a while. Then she admitted she couldn't drive home. He nodded, saying he'd drive her. She thanked him, then asked if he'd take her back for her car in the morning, smiling sweetly. He looked at her. The woman who'd rejected him 4 years ago. The one he'd never fully gotten over, and said yes. Holler woke to find his 8-year-old daughter asleep between him and Maggie, light spilling from the high cathedral window. He reviewed the previous night in fragments, finishing most of the wine at the restaurant, driving Maggie home, finding Haley already asleep in her own bed. After the babysitter left, Maggie opened another bottle. They finished it, and she led him to the bedroom they'd shared for 4 years, but not in the last 4. Now, with the morning light, his memory was blurred. He couldn't recall if the night had been triumphant, or a failure, or what words or promises had passed between them. Maggie was already awake, staring at their daughter's face. She said it wasn't fair, Haley waking to find him there might give her false hopes. Holler asked how she'd gotten into the bed. Maggie said she'd carried her in after a nightmare. Holler asked how often that happened, and Maggie said usually when she slept alone. Holler noted she slept in here all the time, and his tone bothered her. She snapped that he had no idea what it was like to raise a child alone. He backed off, asking what she wanted him to do, leave before Haley woke, then come back to drive her to her car? She told him to get dressed for now and try not to wake her. He slipped out, grabbed his clothes, and dressed in the guest bathroom, confused by Maggie's shift in demeanor. Alcohol, he decided, or something he'd said or done after they'd returned. He peeked back and Haley was still asleep, arms spread like an angel. Maggie was pulling on an old t-shirt. He whispered that he'd go and come back. She was annoyed, thinking they were going to get her car. He explained he didn't want Haley to wake and see him. He'd be back in an hour. They could all go, and he'd take Haley to school, maybe pick her up later. She was skeptical. He was suddenly going to start driving her to school? He reminded her that Haley was his daughter. She shifted, the familiar prelude to a sharper exchange. She said she thought he'd just been saying things last night to get into her head or into her bed. He laughed, pointing out she'd been the one to lead him to the bedroom. She accused him of using their daughter to get information about his case. He said he couldn't win with her. She said not when he acted underhanded like a criminal defense attorney. He offered to be back in an hour. She said they'd take a cab. He insisted he'd drive them. She refused, telling him to keep his voice down. He asked about Haley. Did she want him to take her tomorrow or Sunday? She said she didn't know, and to call her tomorrow. He left. Outside, he found the Lincoln parked awkwardly near a fire hydrant with a ticket on the windshield. He threw it into the back seat, resolving to deal with it promptly. Unlike roulette, who let tickets accumulate to warrant. Hungry, he drove to Dupar's in Studio City, arriving early enough to avoid the crowd. He ordered pancakes and coffee, trying to forget Maggie by opening the roulette files. Before diving in, he called Raoul Levin, waking him. Levin grumbled about the timing, but Haller insisted he needed a background on a man named Corliss, who'd been arraigned after roulette and was now trying to snitch on him. He wanted everything Corliss was a repeat snitch, and Haller needed to dig deep. Levin agreed to get on it. Haller ate his pancakes while reviewing the state's discovery file. The weapon report remained the only surprise. Everything else he'd already seen through Levin. Levin's file was overstuffed with irrelevant material, including copies of Roulette's unpaid tickets. As he was weeding through it, the waitress refilled his coffee and recoiled at the photo of Campo's battered face. He apologized, covered it, and said it was work. She assumed he was a cop, and said she hoped he got the bastard. He let it stand. Sliding the photo out, he caught the undamaged left side of her face. A wave of familiarity hit him, but he couldn't place it. He folded the photo lengthwise, hiding the damaged side, and slipped it into his jacket. In the restroom, he held the folded image against the mirror, the reflection creating a full, unblemished face. He stared until recognition clicked. Martha Renteria. Before he could process it, two teenagers burst in, and he shoved the photo away, leaving to their laughter. The realization hit him like a physical blow, the blood draining from his face as the two halves aligned. He was squatting on the cold concrete floor of the warehouse, surrounded by the debris of a closed case, staring at a puzzle that had just snapped into place with terrifying clarity. He had come here looking for a ghost, a connection he could barely articulate. He had found it. The face of the woman in the autopsy photo, Martha Renteria, folded in half to show only her unblemished side, was a near-perfect mirror of Reggie Campo's undamaged profile. Two women, one dead and one alive, separated by years and circumstance, but wearing the same face. The eerie symmetry sent a chill through him that had nothing to do with the warehouse's chill air. The implications were immediate and devastating. He knew the story of Jesus Menendez by heart, the DNA on the towel, the confession extracted before he was on the case, the cold, hard logic that had led him to counsel a guilty plea. He had always believed the evidence was unassailable, the iceberg that sank any hope of acquittal. But the image on the floor presented another possibility, a dark and twisting pattern he had never considered. He thought of Menendez, the small man with the dead eyes, serving a life sentence for a crime he had sworn he didn't commit. He remembered his own words, spoken to his investigator over dinner. The scariest client is an innocent one. The fear had been theoretical, a maxim from his father. Now it was a living, breathing catastrophe. He had failed to see the innocence, had missed the pattern that was now so starkly illustrated on the concrete. His mind began to race, connecting the dots with a sickening urgency. He recalled the weapon report from the current case, the knife with the 5-inch blade, the same dimensions as the one used to kill Martha Renteria. He thought of the punctures on Martha's neck, the coercive wounds meant to control the victim, and the similar, though singular, wound on Reggie Campo. The method, the profile, the face, the pieces were forming a picture he didn't want to see. His pulse hammered in his ears, the earlier flush returning as a wave of heat and nausea. He looked down at the two photographs, perfectly fitted together, and understood that the past was not a closed book. It was a wound that was about to be torn open, and he was the one holding the scalpel. The ghost of Jesus Menendez was no longer just a regret, he was a living accusation, and the man who had sent him away was now staring at the evidence of his own terrible, profound mistake. The weight of the file in his hands felt like a physical anchor, dragging him further into a past he had tried to seal shut. He had come to the warehouse on a hunch, a whisper of a connection, and now the whisper was a roar in his ears. The documents spread across the concrete floor told a story that was no longer just the history of a closed case. They were the blueprint for a monstrous pattern he was only beginning to see. The autopsy report on Martha Renteria was the first piece of the new puzzle. He avoided the photographs of the 53 stab wounds, the brutal map of her final moments. Instead, he focused on the clinical descriptions, the cold measurements that spoke of a killer's signature. The blade, 5 inches long and 1 inch wide, with a serrated top that would tear flesh on entry and exit. It was the same profile, the same dimensions as the knife Louis Roulet had brought to Reggie Campo's apartment. He pulled out the evidence photo from the current case, the blade with Roulet's initials etched into the steel, and held it next to the autopsy's crude sketch. It wasn't a perfect match, but it was close, damningly close. The same measurements, the same design. It was the first tangible link between the two crimes, a thread he was terrified to pull. His next discovery confirmed his fears. The weapon report for the Campo case described the knife in almost identical terms as the unknown weapon used to kill Martha Renteria. The same length, the same thickness. It was a custom-made blade, a specialty item, and it had now appeared at 2 separate crime scenes. The final piece of the connection came from the autopsy's wound profile. He studied the diagram of Martha Renteria's body, the numbered dots and lines marking the path of her killer's knife. On her neck, 2 dots, 1 on each side. The descriptions indicated 2 superficial punctures, both inflicted while she was still alive. They were coercive wounds, the killer's method of controlling his victim, of holding her in place while he exerted his will. He thought back to Reggie Campo's statement, the single puncture wound on her neck, inflicted in the same manner. The pattern was becoming sickeningly clear. The left side of the neck, the right side of the neck. It was a signature, a method that repeated itself across the years. The killer in the evidence was now pointing to a single, terrifying individual, had a particular way of asserting control. He wanted his victims docile, guided by the knife at their throat. And if they were unlucky enough to make it to the bedroom, the coercive wounds would appear on both sides. The implications were a punch to the gut. He had dismissed Jesus Menendez's protests, his tearful insistence on innocence, as the desperate pleas of a guilty man. He had seen only the DNA, the unassailable evidence, and had chosen the path of least resistance. He hadn't seen the pattern. He hadn't seen the signature. He hadn't seen the truth. Now, in the silence of the warehouse, surrounded by the ghosts of his past mistakes, the truth was staring him in the face. He had not only missed the innocence, he had actively helped bury it. The sickness in his stomach was no longer the result of a strange food reaction. It was the cold, hard taste of a betrayal he had committed against his own conscience, a betrayal for which he would never find absolution. The drive to San Quentin was a blur of grim purpose. The rental car, sour with the lingering odor of smoke, was a small indignity he barely registered. His mind was elsewhere, trapped in the cold concrete floor of his warehouse, replaying the damning evidence he had assembled. The pattern was clear, a sickening signature he could no longer ignore, and it had led him here, to the gates of a fortress built on the bones of the damned. San Quentin, with its ancient dark walls, seemed to absorb the light and hope of every soul it held. The security was a ritual of humiliation, each search a reminder of the world he was entering, a world he had helped create. The no-contact room, with its thick plexiglass barrier, was a final, cruel barrier between him and the truth he had come to unearth. When Jesus Menendez was let in, the sight of him was a physical blow. The young man he had last seen 2 years ago, a frightened boy pleading for a chance, was gone. In his place was a hollow-eyed figure, his skin sallow, and his posture defeated. The years in prison had aged him beyond measure, stripping away any last vestige of youth or hope. The man on the other side of the glass was already the 40-year-old he had been told to expect, but without the promise of freedom, that had been dangled before him. The confrontation was immediate and searing. Menendez's voice was flat, devoid of the pleading he had once shown. He questioned the sudden interest, the late arrival of concern. The accusation hung in the air between them, a stark reminder of his past failures. He tried to explain, to bridge the distance he had created. He spoke of new evidence, a possible path to justice, but the words felt hollow. Menendez's responses were clipped, a reluctant recounting of the night that had sealed his fate. He described the club, the dancer, the competition for her attention. He recalled a man, a presence that had also sought her services, and he offered a flicker of recognition, a memory of a face. He then produced the photo array, a spread of mugshots he had assembled. The guard's obstruction made the process a clumsy, frustrating affair. He had to hold the photos against the glass, each one a silent plea for a memory to surface. Menendez studied them with a detached, almost mechanical interest, dismissing the first 5 with a shake of his head. Then he saw the 6th face. His eyes, so dead moments before, flared with a spark of recognition. He pointed, his voice steadier, as he identified the man from the club. The man who had been a rival for Martha Renteria's attention, the man who had played a part in the evening that ended in her death. He confirmed his certainty, his voice carrying a conviction that cut through the years of silence. The guard's intervention was a sharp interruption, but the damage was done. The identification had been made. The face in the 6th photograph was Louis Roulet, the same man whose knife matched the wounds, the same man who had walked free on a technicality, while an innocent man rotted in a cage. He tried to offer a reason, a promise of action, but Menendez's response was a bitter reminder of the past. He asked why the questions were coming so late, why he hadn't been heard before. The final accusation was a silent one. As he turned to leave, Menendez leaned forward and spat on the glass, a visceral rejection of everything he stood for. He had arrived at San Quentin seeking validation for his terrible theory. He had found confirmation, a damning piece of evidence that would set one man free, but it was a truth he had to earn through the contempt of the man he had failed. The ghost of his past mistake had a name and a face, and it was staring back at him through the plexiglass, a silent, permanent accusation. The identification was made, a gut-wrenching confirmation that turned his suspicion into a cold, hard truth. Menendez had stared at the photo, his eyes flaring with a recognition born of years of solitary contemplation. He knew the face, the man from the club who had bid against him for Martha Renteria's attention. It was the face of Louis Roulet, and the certainty in Menendez's voice was a damning indictment. He had tried to explain, to offer a path forward, but Menendez's bitterness was a palpable wall. The question hung in the air, a searing accusation. Why had he not been asked the simple, fundamental question of guilt or innocence? He had given his answer, a hollow justification about the mechanics of legal defense, but it felt like a betrayal. He had failed to see the truth, and now he was paying the price. The final gesture was a visceral rejection. He had reached out, his palm pressed against the cold glass, a silent plea for connection. Menendez responded with contempt, spitting on the barrier that separated them. It was a brutal symbol of the chasm he had created, a chasm that could not be bridged with words or promises. He had turned his back on an innocent man, and now he was reaping the consequences. The drive away from San Quentin was a blur of recrimination. The 400 miles he had traveled had yielded a devastating truth, but it was a truth that felt like an anchor, dragging him into a pit of despair. He had known his greatest fear, the fear of not recognizing innocence, and it had come to pass. He had been presented with a miracle, a client who was truly innocent, and he had turned away, throwing him into the maw of the system. On the train to the airport, the weight of his failure pressed down on him. The dead eyes of Jesus Menendez were burned into his memory, a constant reminder of the light he had extinguished. There was no comfort in the knowledge that Menendez might have faced the death penalty. The only truth that mattered was that he was innocent, and he had failed him. The realization was a cold gray stone in his gut, a permanence he would carry with him. He made a call, a desperate need to share the burden with someone he trusted. He was shaken, unable to formulate a plan, only a desperate need to talk. The man on the other end of the line sensed the urgency, and they arranged to meet. He had been too busy chasing a specter to check his messages, and now he was returning to a world that had moved on without him. At the airport, he listened to the messages. The first was from his ex-wife, a hesitant apology tinged with a desire to reconnect. The second was from the man he was trying to bring down, a voice that carried a veiled threat, a reminder of the web of control that was tightening around him. He was caught between two worlds, one of innocence he had failed to protect, and one of evil he was trying to expose. The path forward was unclear, but the urgency was absolute. He had erased the message with a flick of his thumb, the name Corliss already setting off a cascade of calculations in his mind. The man was a known quantity, a professional snitch with a needle in his arm and a price on his testimony. The prosecutor's attempt to hide him in a lockdown program was a clumsy move, and one he could exploit. The connection to Gloria Dayton, his client in the same facility, was a stroke of luck, a back channel he could use to reach the snitch and turn the tables. The drive to the smokehouse was a blur of grim purpose. The martini at the bar was a necessary anesthetic, a way to dull the edges of the guilt that was gnawing at him. The news on the television, a basketball game, was a trivial distraction from the real madness that was unfolding in his life. When Levin arrived, the conversation was a descent into the darkest corners of his recent past. He began with the story of Jesus Menendez, a tale of a man he had condemned to a life in prison based on a lie. He had taken the case for the publicity, a cynical choice that had led to a catastrophic outcome. He had presented Menendez with a choice, a plea deal or the death penalty, and had pushed him toward the former, ignoring his protestations of innocence. He laid out the facts of the case, the DNA that had seemed so damning, the confession that had been extracted without a translator. He had believed the evidence was unassailable, a fortress of proof that no defense could breach. But now, with the benefit of hindsight and the discovery of a new pattern, he saw the truth. The real killer had left Menendez's DNA on the towel, a calculated move to frame him, and then had cleaned the scene of his own traces. Levin listened, his face growing grim. He had known Menendez's case only by reputation, the DNA that had sealed his fate. Now, he was hearing a different story, one of a monstrous manipulation and a frame job that had been years in the making. He saw the connection to the current case, the similar weapon, the signature wounds, the method of control. The man who had attacked Reggie Campo was the same man who had killed Martha Renteria. The story was a confession, a raw and unvarnished account of his own professional failure. He had been presented with innocence, and had turned away. The guilt was a physical weight, pressing down on his chest, a constant reminder of the life he had destroyed. The vodka only dulled the edges. It could not erase the truth. The confession poured out of him, a raw and unfiltered account of his own professional failure. He had reduced Menendez's case to a vulgar joke, a story he told for laughs, and now the punchline was on him. He had been presented with innocence, and had turned away, too focused on the deal to see the truth. The guilt was a physical weight, pressing down on him, a constant reminder of the life he had destroyed. Levin tried to offer absolution, a reminder that Menendez had been facing the death penalty, that the case had been a dog, but he wouldn't accept the comfort. He had made a choice, a series of choices that had led to a catastrophic outcome. He had been too cynical, too focused on the mechanics of the system, to see the human being at its center. He laid out the evidence, the connection he had made in the warehouse. The two faces, nearly identical, the weapon profile that matched the autopsy report, the coercive wounds on the neck. The pattern was clear, a signature that pointed to one man. He had shown the photo array to Menendez, and the identification had been immediate and certain. Louis Roulet was the man from the club, the rival bidder who had followed Martha Renteria home and killed her. Levin saw the logic, the terrifying thread that connected the two cases. But he also saw the danger. He was advocating for a course of action that could destroy his career, that would turn him against a client and expose him to accusations of ethical violations. He argued for a different path, a declaration of conflict of interest that would allow him to pursue justice for Menendez without compromising his professional obligations. He rejected the suggestion. He was trapped, caught between his duty to his client and his duty to the truth. He couldn't turn against Roulette without destroying his ability to defend anyone else. He had to find another way, a path that would expose the truth without sacrificing his integrity. He asked Levin to investigate, to dig into the past and find the evidence that would prove Menendez's innocence. It was a risky move, a gamble that could backfire, but it was the only play he had left. He looked at the untouched martini, a symbol of his own self-destruction. He had come to this dinner seeking a way out of the darkness, but he was only digging himself deeper. He was caught in a web of his own making, and the only way out was to follow the thread wherever it led. He tried for a grim joke, a vodka-soaked attempt at levity that fell flat, the memory of Menendez's dead eyes a cold barrier against any real humor. The weight of his confession hung in the air, a palpable presence between him and his investigator. He pushed forward, issuing a new directive, a deeper look at Roulette, and a check on the mother's story about the rape in the Bel Air house. It was another thread to pull, a potential weakness in the armor of the man he was trying to bring down. The drive home was a blur of alcohol and dark thoughts. He navigated the canyon roads with practiced ease. The Lincoln, a familiar refuge. The discovery of the Range Rover parked in front of his garage was a minor annoyance, a spark of anger that quickly flared into a fantasy of vandalism before settling into a passive-aggressive note. The car was a reminder of the world he was entangled in, a world where his enemies could find him with unsettling ease. The view from his front porch was a fleeting comfort, a reminder of the life he had built and the precariousness of its foundation. The house was a financial millstone, a constant drain on his resources, but the view was a reminder of why he had bought it. It was a symbol of his ambition, a testament to a time when he had felt invincible. Now, it felt like a cage. The phone call from his ex-wife was an intrusion, a reminder of the other life he was neglecting. He had missed her messages, his attention consumed by the case. The conversation was a tangle of half-truths and deflections. He didn't tell her about the trip to San Quentin, the damning identification, the crushing weight of his guilt. He was protecting her, and himself, from the full scope of his failure. He thought about his daughter, the promise to see her, and the ever-present sense that he was failing her too. The conversation with Maggie was a reminder of the distance that had grown between them, a distance he was struggling to bridge. He was caught in a web of his own making, and the only way out seemed to be through the darkness he had created. He agreed to the plan for his daughter, a small anchor of normalcy in the chaos of his life, but the smell of smoke, a foreign and unsettling presence in his home, shattered the fragile peace. He moved through the house, a steak knife in hand, his senses on high alert, every shadow a potential threat. The voice came from his office, a familiar and chilling sound. Louis Roulette was waiting for him, a specter of the evil he was trying to expose. He was sitting in his desk chair, the tracking bracelet on his ankle, a mocking reminder of his supposed confinement. He had come to deliver a message, a thinly veiled threat wrapped in the guise of an offer. He revealed his knowledge of the house, the financial strain, the vulnerability. He spoke of a performance bonus, a bribe to ensure a favorable outcome at trial. The threat was implicit, a reminder that he knew the stakes, and that he would do whatever it took to protect himself. He deflected, offering reassurances, a promise to handle the situation, but the encounter left him shaken. Roulette was a predator, a man who would stop at nothing to achieve his ends. He was playing a dangerous game, and the stakes were higher than he had imagined. The knife in his hand was a cold comfort, a reminder of the violence that lurked just beneath the surface of the case. He was no longer just defending a client, he was fighting for his own survival. He pushed the conversation toward a necessary piece of their defense strategy, asking about his mother's testimony regarding the attack in the empty house. Roulette's reluctance was palpable, but he saw the strategic value, the need to establish a pattern of fear that justified carrying a knife. He described the attack with a quaver in his voice, a detail that struck a false note, a discrepancy about the intruder's location that he filed away for later consideration. The conversation ended with a cold reminder of the threat he posed. Roulette mentioned his daughter, a casual observation that was a deliberate provocation. The smile on his face was a mask of malice, a confirmation of the danger he represented. He had listened to the phone call, he knew about the family he was trying to protect, and he was using that knowledge as a weapon. The confrontation was a chilling reminder of the stakes. Roulette was not just a client. He was a predator who would stop at nothing to achieve his ends. The knife in his hand was a flimsy defense against the threat he represented. He returned the key, a gesture of mock courtesy that was a final insult. He was in control, and he knew it. He closed the door, the lock a flimsy barrier against the evil that had just walked out of his house. The threat to his daughter was a new and terrifying dimension to the case, a line that had been crossed. He had to find a way to protect his family, to neutralize the threat, and to expose the truth. The game had become personal, and the stakes were higher than he had ever imagined. April 12th dawned with the kind of promise any defense attorney would cherish: a completely clear calendar, a rare luxury. He had no court appearances, no clients demanding his time. He indulged in a late sleep, then lingered over every section of the newspaper, savoring the quiet. The day's anchor was a box seat for the Dodgers home opener, a tradition among his colleagues in the defense bar. His investigator, Raoul Levin, had provided the ticket, part of a larger gesture of thanks to several lawyers he worked for. Haller knew the others might grumble at the game, accusing him of monopolizing Levin's time for his own trial prep, but he let the potential complaint roll off him. He wasn't going to let anything spoil this feeling of being ahead of the game. They were in that deceptive lull before the storm, the period when the machinery of the justice system seemed to move with a quiet, deliberate rhythm. The date for Louis Roulette's trial was a month away, a deadline that was steadily looming larger. As it approached, Haller had been deliberately paring down his caseload, turning away new clients except for the most reliable repeat customers who could pay up front. Every spare moment was needed for preparation and strategy. He knew that the case would ultimately be won or lost in the weeks before the trial even started, during this crucial period of information gathering and planning. Haller mentally framed the coming trial as a slingshot. The true power came from the tension built in the prep phase, selecting the perfect stone, drawing the elastic back to its maximum limit, with careful, steady force. The trial itself was simply the moment of release, the projectile flying unerringly toward its target and acquittal. The accuracy of the shot depended entirely on the meticulous preparation that came before. Levin was the one doing the heavy lifting, stretching the sling's band. He had been relentlessly digging into the lives of everyone involved in both the Roulette and the Menendez cases. They had developed an intricate strategy they called a double slingshot, a plan designed to hit two targets at once. Haller was confident that by the time the trial began in May, they would be fully drawn back and ready to let fly. The prosecution, ironically, was aiding their efforts. Since Roulette's arraignment, the state's discovery file had thickened considerably, filled with the results of scientific tests and the details of new police investigations. One significant development was the identification of Mr. X, the left-handed man seen with Reggie Campo at Morgan's. LAPD detectives, using the very surveillance video Haller had provided, had shown a still image to known prostitutes picked up by the Vice Squad. They identified him as Charles Talbot, a man known to many sex workers as a regular customer who reportedly owned or worked at a convenience store. Follow-up interviews confirmed Talbot had left Campo's apartment shortly before 10 that night and gone to his store to restock cigarettes. Surveillance from inside the convenience store placed him there for the crucial period after he left Campo, leading detectives to dismiss him as having any involvement in the attack. He was just one of her Johns. The state's files were conspicuously silent on another front. There was no mention of Dwayne Jeffrey Corliss. Haller knew the jailhouse snitch had contacted the prosecution with a story about Roulette. Minton had either decided not to use him or was keeping him hidden for a strategic surprise. Haller suspected the latter, given that the prosecutor had taken the trouble to stash Corliss in a lockdown program. This was fine with Haller. In fact, it was part of his own plan. What Minton didn't realize was that he wasn't hiding his secret weapon, he was safeguarding the very stone Haller intended to load into his own slingshot. Meanwhile, Levin was aggressively investigating the victim. He had found Campo advertising her services on a website, and the ad copy was far more useful than just confirming her profession. It boasted she was open-minded and liked to get wild, specifically available for Sanrem roleplay. This was potent ammunition, the kind of information that could color how a jury perceived a witness. Levin was also unearthing details about Roulet's past. He had found a history of academic mediocrity, a boy who'd bounced through 5 private schools before eventually graduating from UCLA. But even there, fellow students reported he had essentially bought his way through, paying for completed assignments and even a senior thesis. A much darker picture of his adulthood was emerging. Levin located several female acquaintances who recounted being mistreated by him, and 2 women who had known him at UCLA suspected he had spiked their drinks at a party with a date rape drug. One woman even had a blood test the next day that showed traces of a veterinary sedative. Levin also looked into the so-called real estate rapist cases from 5 years prior, a series of attacks where female realtors were overpowered and raped by a man waiting inside homes they were showing. The attacks had stopped abruptly, unsolved. An LAPD sex crimes expert who had worked the cases told Levin he suspected the assailant was someone within the real estate community itself, someone who knew how to get into the houses and isolate the agents. Levin had interviewed Mary Alice Windsor, who had reluctantly agreed to testify about a past attack she had suffered, but only if absolutely necessary. Her story of being assaulted while showing a Bel Air house matched the time frame of the known rape cases, and she provided documentation that she had been the listing agent for that property. But the evidence was thin. No medical records, no police report, just her word. Yet when she told her story, it matched Roulet's version in almost every detail. This was what struck both Haller and Levin as profoundly odd. If his mother had kept the trauma a secret, why would she have shared such intimate details with her son? This contradiction led Levin to a chilling, repulsive theory. He voiced his conclusion to Haller in a quiet, private moment afterward. He wasn't suggesting Roulet had simply witnessed the crime without intervening. He was proposing something far darker, that Roulet himself had been the man in the mask and goggles. Haller was struck silent, a realization that had been lurking at the edges of his own mind breaking through the surface. The thought was so monstrous it had been hard to fully acknowledge. As Levin pressed the point, arguing that Windsor's strength and ambition made her silence inexplicable unless she was protecting someone, Haller could only murmur in agreement. Levin insisted she wasn't the type to turn the other cheek. She was an eye-for-an-eye person. Her refusal to report the attack only made sense if the perpetrator was her own son. The more Levin looked at Roulet, the more he saw something truly evil. He stood before the mirror, settling the Dodgers cap on his head, when the home phone's ring cut through the quiet. A glance at the caller ID showed Lorna Taylor, and he answered with a light, good-natured complaint, wondering why she was bothering him on his self-proclaimed day off. She immediately pointed out his cell phone was off, a fact he dismissed by reminding her he was off the clock and heading to the ball game with Mish, his affectionate name for Raoul Levin. Lorna's response was quick, and to the point he would want to be bothered. The mail had arrived early, bringing with it a notice from the 2nd District Court of Appeal. The news hit him with a shock that wasn't about winning or losing, but about timing. He had pushed hard for speed on the Harold Casey appeal, writing the brief before the verdict and paying extra for expedited transcripts. Yet he hadn't expected to hear back for another 2 months. Lorna read the opinion summary, and a wide, genuine smile spread across his face. The appellate panel had essentially adopted his argument wholesale, ruling the sheriff's low-flying helicopter surveillance was an illegal invasion of privacy, invalidating the subsequent search of Casey's ranch and all evidence found. The state was left with virtually no case for a retrial. The sheer unexpectedness of the victory filled him with a buoyant energy. He instructed Lorna to send copies of the ruling to Casey, who was likely being moved to Corcoran State Prison. She questioned why he wasn't simply being released, and Haller explained the legal nuance. The appeal overturned the conviction, but Casey's parole violation, stemming from the same illegal arrest, was a separate matter that would need to be argued before the parole board first. He estimated the process would take about 6 weeks. Singing a light-hearted lyric about consequences to Lorna, he quickly got her to stop her mocking impression and laugh at his good fortune. After ending the call, he moved to his home office to make a quick call to Teddy Vogel, a Road Saints leader. He relayed the good news about their member Harold Casey, knowing the Saints' communication network within the prison system was faster than the postal service. The favor of getting the word out was enough, and Vogel expressed his satisfaction that the $10,000 he had paid Haller weeks earlier had been a sound investment. Haller reciprocated the sentiment, a mutual understanding passing between them. Grabbing his first baseman's glove, he headed out the front door, his mood light. He'd given Earl the day off, so he was driving himself to the stadium. Traffic was sparse until he neared the ballpark, where the home opener crowds were already thickening, a sea of office workers in white shirts and ties, all playing hooky for the annual rite of spring. Arriving early, he found his seat 3 rows from the field in the newly added section. He was the first one there, a testament to Levin's efforts in securing the prime tickets. The plan was for Levin to be there early too. They had wanted to use the time to discuss Haller's recent visit with Gloria Dayton, and for Levin to provide the latest updates on his investigations into Louis Roulet. But Levin never showed for batting practice. The other 4 lawyers they were hosting trickled in, 3 of them still in their courtroom ties, and the chance for that private conversation evaporated as the pre-game activities began. He knew the other 4 lawyers well, their camaraderie forged in the crucible of the federal boat cases. That shared experience had also birthed their tradition of taking in Dodger games together, a way to mix business with pleasure under the sun. The cases themselves were a product of the Coast Guard's aggressive maritime drug interdiction, which often resulted in the seizure of vessels and the arrest of entire crews, funneling prosecutions with a dozen or more defendants at a time into the Los Angeles federal court. Each defendant got their own lawyer, most of them court-appointed, making the work steady and lucrative. They'd even pooled resources once to rent a private suite for a Cubs game, managing a few minutes of actual case discussion during the 7th inning stretch. The pre-game spectacle unfolded, and still Levin was a no-show. Hundreds of doves were released, their coordinated flight a brief, beautiful formation before they scattered upward and away, followed moments later by the thunderous, low-flying pass of a B-2 bomber, a characteristically LA juxtaposition of the poetic and the martial, something for everyone. The game started, and with it, his concern for his missing friend grew. He turned his phone on, the roar of the crowd a wall of sound that made hearing difficult, and tried Levin's number. It went straight to voicemail. He left a message, a light-hearted query about his friend's whereabouts, then looked at the other lawyers with a shrug, offering only that Levin wasn't answering his cell. By the time the first inning ended, he was regretting his earlier boast to Lorna. The Giants had jumped out to a 5-run lead, and the crowd's early season hope curdled into frustration. Complaints about ticket prices and stadium commercialization echoed around him. Then during the 4th inning, the wheels truly came off for the Dodgers as a Giants batter chased their pitcher with a home run. He used the lull to share the news of his appellate win, enjoying the impressed reactions of his colleagues, even as one of them jokingly suggested the quick ruling was due more to the judges being on his Christmas list than legal merit. It was during that same lull that his phone buzzed. He grabbed it, flipping it open without checking the screen, expecting it to be Levin. Instead, a detective from Glendale was on the line, asking if he knew Raoul Levin. A cold dread began to form as he responded, his mind already racing ahead. The detective's next words that Levin was dead. A homicide victim hit him with the force of a physical blow. He dropped his head, banging his forehead against the seat in front of him, and then pressed the phone hard to his ear, blocking out the noise of the stadium around him. He asked for details, but the detective offered none, only an invitation to come to the scene to answer questions. He let out a long, shaky breath, forcing his voice into a controlled, flat tone as he agreed to come immediately. He was led to a small bungalow not far from Brand Boulevard, a place he'd visited before, though it had never felt like this. Raoul Levin had turned what was likely meant to be a sunroom into his home office, a space that mirrored his own professional life. No commercial storefront, no Yellow Pages ad, just word of mouth and a reputation that brought a steady stream of work from attorneys. The 5 lawyers, who had been expecting him at the ballgame, were a testament to that reputation. Uniformed officers made him wait in the living room, a clear signal that he was not a guest, but a potential person of interest. He sat there, the reality of the situation settling in. On the drive from the stadium, he had already reached a grim certainty about who was responsible. He didn't need to see the evidence. He knew that Raoul had gotten too close to Louis Roulet, and the guilt was his own. He had sent his friend into that dangerous orbit. The only question that remained was what he would do about it. After what felt like an eternity, 2 detectives entered. The older one, Langford, was blunt and chewing gum and made no move to shake hands. His partner, Sobel, was younger, a detail hauler noted but filed away. Langford delivered the clinical details with a gruff, detached manner, a single gunshot to the chest. The chair turned to face the intruder, the office ransacked, and a neighbor finding the body after the victim's small dog had been let loose. Haller corrected the detective's mispronunciation of Levin's name, but the moment was brief. Langford's tone hardened, his initial politeness on the phone revealed as a tactic. He made a snide remark about Levin leaving the force, and Haller responded with a thin, professional deflection. Sobel, more focused, steered the questioning toward Haller's current case, asking about Roulet. Haller provided the details, his mind already working, deciding he would stick to the plan he and Levin had devised, a plan to drop a depth charge into the case and ensure his own survival. It was what his friend would have wanted. Langford then pivoted, asking about a possible gay angle, pointing to the photos around the house and the small dog. Haller dismissed the notion, explaining that the photos were of a single partner who had died years ago, and he let the officer's homophobic remark slide, recognizing a pattern. The detective's blunt force approach would likely miss the connection to Roulet, which was fine. He just needed to stall for a few weeks to see his own plan through. Then came the pointed question. Where was Haller that morning? The question hung in the air, a clear indication that he was being looked at as a suspect. Haller provided his alibi: home all morning, a phone call around 11 that would place him there, leaving for the stadium at noon. He invited the detective to check his story, a small test of his own. Langford ignored the bait, asking instead about the last time he'd spoken to Levin. Haller said it was the night before, by telephone, a simple fact he offered up, knowing it would be easily verified. As he sat there, he felt a cold resolve settle over him. He was going to handle Louis Roulet personally, in the only way he knew how, and he would not let this investigation derail him before he could get clear. He answered the detective's questions about his last conversation with Levin. His friend had called him the night before, asking if he could get to the game early to talk about the roulette case over batting practice. Haller noted the use of the past tense, a small, painful shift. Langford's sarcastic thanks hung in the air, and Haller countered with a wry observation about his own foolishness in talking to the police without a lawyer present, a rule he preached to every client. The atmosphere shifted when Sobel asked if there was anything else. Haller hesitated, then offered a thread, a lead about a Colombian drug dealer Levin had helped identify in another case, hinting at possible retaliation. He carefully avoided giving the client's name, citing privilege, and deflected Langford's growing frustration by offering the dealer's name, confident it would steer their investigation away from Roulet and the gay angle. Sobel then asked if he'd ever been in Levin's office. He confirmed he had, and when she asked him to walk through the scene, he agreed, a decision born of a grim necessity. He needed to see his friend's body, to brand the image into his memory, to fuel his resolve. He followed them down the hall, his heart heavy. Levin lay face down on the floor, frozen in an awkward fall from his desk chair, his mouth and eyes open in a final, permanent expression. The sight hit him harder than he expected. He knew it would crowd out all other memories of his friend. Langford's curt explanation for why the body remained uncovered, a cynical jab at defense lawyers, and the O.J. Simpson case barely registered. Grateful for the excuse to turn his back, Haller focused on the cluttered work tables, the cheap IKEA furniture a stark contrast to the violence that had occurred. He noticed the computer, its hard drive pulled out, a clear sign of a targeted theft. Sobel pointed out the scattered files on the other desk, old cases likely dumped to confuse investigators. He scanned the calendar blotter on the right-hand table, seeing his own name filling the blocks for the past 5 weeks, a stark reminder of how much time Levin had been dedicating to him. When he instinctively reached for the Rolodex, Sobel's sharp command stopped him cold. He jerked his hand back, the momentary lapse a reminder of the delicate, dangerous position he was in. He stammered an apology, his mind a fog of grief and horror. He wanted nothing more than to escape, to find a drink, to purge the image of his friend's final moments. The Dodger dog he'd enjoyed at the game now felt like a lead weight in his stomach, threatening to come back up. But Langford's sudden sharp command cut through his daze. He turned, following the detective's gaze, just as the medical examiner's team slowly rolled Levin's body over. The front of his friend's Dodger shirt was a dark, spreading stain of blood. Langford's attention, however, was fixed on the dead man's hands, which had been hidden beneath him. The 2 middle fingers of his left hand were curled tightly into the palm, while the 2 outer fingers pointed stiffly outward. Langford cracked a joke about a college sports team's hand sign, but no one laughed. Sobel turned to Haller, asking for his interpretation. He could only stare, the image burning itself into his memory, and shake his head. Then Langford announced his own conclusion. It was a signal, a code, and the message was that the devil had done it. Haller's mind went back to Raoul's own words, the private declaration that Roulette was evil itself. In that moment, the meaning of his friend's final gesture crystallized with horrible clarity. As Levin lay dying on the floor of his own office, he had used his last shred of strength to send a message, a final warning meant only for him. He ended up at 4 Green Fields, ordering a Guinness only to quickly abandon it for vodka on the rocks. The Dodgers game flickered on the TV, a late rally underway, but he couldn't have cared less. The bartender was transfixed, but Haller's world had narrowed to a raw, throbbing grief and a cold, certain rage. After the second vodka, he started making calls from his cell phone, his voice thick and unsteady. He called the 4 other lawyers who'd been at the game, sharing the bare fact of Levin's death, the details too fresh and painful to recount. Then he called Lorna. Her crying on the other end of the line was a mirror of his own internal state. He tried to offer comfort, but she cut through his platitudes with the question he'd been dreading. Was this because of his case? Because of Roulette? He lied, deflecting, saying the police were more interested in Levin's sexuality. He knew the revelation that his investigator was gay would sidetrack her, and it worked. She expressed shock and hurt that he hadn't told her, and he offered a weak, evasive explanation. The conversation spiraled into a grim hypothetical. When the killer was caught, they might call him to hire him. He ordered another drink, the bartender's cheerful reaction to the Dodgers' winning run a jarring counterpoint to his own despair. The conversation with Lorna took a strange turn. He told her about Jesus Menendez, the client he'd convinced to plead guilty to a murder he now believed he didn't commit. He said it to reassure her, to insist that their work was necessary. The words felt hollow, even to him. As he hung up, he saw the bartender had etched a harp in the foam of his Guinness. He raised the glass in a silent toast to the dead. The first sip was like mortar, but before he could find any solace, his phone rang. He answered, his voice a slurred mess, and was greeted by Louis Roulet's voice, expressing sympathy for Raoul. The name hit him like a physical blow. He pulled the phone away from his ear, a white-hot rage surging through him. He snarled a curse, demanding to know how Roulette had heard the news. Roulette explained, matter-of-factly, that a detective named Sobel had called him, getting his name from Haller, and was on her way to his office for routine questions. The information cut through the alcoholic fog. He straightened on his stool, his mind racing. He told Roulette not to talk to them, not without his lawyer present. He knew he was giving legal advice to the man he believed had murdered his friend, and the irony was a bitter pill. Roulet agreed, and Haller asked where he'd been that morning. Roulet said he was at his office, with a receptionist coming in at 10, a narrow alibi that didn't rule him out. He told Roulet to call him after the detective left, and to remember that the police could lie to him. Then he hung up, his hand a tight fist around the phone, the weight of his situation settling on him like a shroud. He finished the call with Roulette, his voice flat and bitter, dropping the phone onto the bar as if it were contaminated. He drained his pint, and immediately picked the phone back up, speed-dialing Fernando Valenzuela, the bondsman. Valenzuela answered. Just home from the Dodgers game, having left early to beat traffic, a typical L.A. fan. Haller cut through the pleasantries, demanding to know if the tracking bracelet was still on Roulet's ankle. Valenzuela confirmed it was, and explained the system, a GPS unit that could trace his movements backwards and track his current location in real time on a laptop. Haller, his voice taut with urgency, told him to pull up the data for that morning. He needed to see where Roulet had been. Valenzuela booted up his laptop, and while he waited, Haller signaled for another pint. The report came back: a track from home to the office at 8. A short trip for lunch and back to the office. Roulette was still there. It seemed like an alibi, but Haller pressed further, asking how the bracelet could be removed. Valenzuela assured him it was impossible. The bolt required a unique wrench he kept on his keychain, and any break in the ring would trigger an alarm. The only way off was a saw, and that would mean cutting off the leg. The science was sound, but Haller's gut told him there was a human flaw somewhere. He felt the weight of the alcohol and the horror of the day pressing down on him. The bartender, noticing his state, played a trick to confiscate his keys, a move that broke the tension for a moment. Haller admitted defeat, a flush of shame cutting through the buzz. He told the bartender to take the rest of his drink, then picked up the phone and called his ex-wife Maggie. Her voice was sharp with alarm at his slurred speech, and he admitted he needed a ride. She asked where he was, and he gave the name of the bar with a bitter, sardonic twist. The news he delivered next silenced her. He told her simply that Raoul Levin was dead, murdered. He was drunk, and needed her to come get him. She immediately agreed, telling him to stay put, and he assured her the bartender had already confiscated his keys. He told the bartender he'd changed his mind, ordering one more pint while he waited. He put a credit card on the bar, and the bartender took his time with the pour, carefully spooning the foam over the side for a perfect head, so that by the time Maggie arrived, he'd barely touched the fresh glass. He protested, offering her a drink, but she declined, focused on getting him home. He gathered his things, got off the stool, and slung an arm around her shoulders for support, feeling like he'd poured more liquor down the drain than he'd actually consumed. She led him to her car, a cheap Jaguar she'd bought on her own, a fact he noted with a fond, silent approval. He told her the route, and they set off, the 45-minute drive through traffic, giving him time to unburden himself about Levin's death. She listened, a different sort of listener than Lorna, detached from the victim but present for him. When they reached his house, he realized his keys were in the Lincoln, still at the bar. They had to retrieve the spare key from the back deck, hidden under an ashtray, a key Louis Roulet had given him. They entered through the back, a relief because it spared him the climb up the front stairs and the chance for her to see the view and be reminded of their different circumstances. Inside, her eyes caught the photo of their daughter on his desk, a moment of connection he inwardly cherished. She asked which way to the bedroom, and he made a feeble joke before leading her there. He thanked her, and she deflected, saying one good turn deserved another. A brief, tender kiss followed, confirming a memory he'd been unsure of. She tasted the Guinness on him, and he admitted to the vodka, predicting a rough morning. She said she had to go home to Haley, and he relented. He then reached into the night table for a CD a dead client had given him, a collection of Tupac ballads he called a requiem. He put it on, and Maggie, clearly bewildered by the music, asked if he listened to this stuff. He explained it helped him understand his clients, and she expressed her disdain, thinking they were the people who should be in jail. He countered, arguing some were poets. She told him not to play it around Haley, and he agreed. She made to leave, and he asked her to stay a little longer. She settled on the edge of the bed, listening to the lyrics, her body language growing tense. He asked why she stuck by him, and she answered that she saw a good man and a good father waiting to break out. He nodded, hoping she was right. Maggie was quiet for a moment, and then she asked him what he would do if he wasn't a prosecutor. He returned the question to her, and she admitted she'd never considered it. She was doing exactly what she'd always wanted. After a long, thoughtful pause, she confessed she might teach grade school, thinking of young girls like Haley. He managed a tired smile and teased her about sending kids to detention, a joke that earned him a playful slap on the arm. She seemed genuinely interested, turning the question back on him. He dismissed the idea of teaching, and after a moment of searching for an answer, suggested he could start a limo service with his 3 town cars. She smiled and said she'd be his first customer, a small promise he clung to, joking he'd tape her dollar to the wall. But the lightness of the exchange felt hollow. The effort to maintain it was failing. He leaned back, pressing his palms against his eyes, trying to physically push out the day, to erase the stark image of Raoul Levin lying on his office floor, his eyes fixed on an endless black. The heaviness of it was unbearable. He confessed a long-held fear that he wouldn't recognize true innocence if it were standing right in front of him. He wasn't talking about guilt or innocence in a legal sense, but the raw, fundamental truth of an innocent person. He then realized he'd been afraid of the wrong thing entirely. He tried to explain, fumbling for words, that his clients were often guilty but rarely evil, that their choices came from a desperate struggle to survive. But evil was something else entirely, a separate, darker force he could sense but not quite articulate. She dismissed his rambling as the product of the alcohol he'd consumed. As Tupac's song filled the room, he softly hummed, and then sang along with the familiar refrain about Los Angeles, but the energy drained out of him just as quickly. He stopped, pulled his hands from his face, and surrendered to the exhaustion, falling asleep in his clothes, oblivious to her leaving. He didn't hear himself mumble that he couldn't do this anymore, a confession he wasn't even sure he'd been conscious of making. He woke at 5:18 in the darkness, the Bose clock glowing in his face. He had slept nearly 10 hours, but the exhaustion was still bone deep. He tried to sink back into the dream, but it was gone. By 5:30 he forced himself out of bed, steadied his balance, and stood under a shower until the hot water ran out. He dressed methodically, readying himself for another day. In his home office, he checked his calendar. The first thing he noticed was a dollar bill taped to the wall above his desk. A chill of adrenaline shot through him, an intruder's message. A threat? But then the memory surfaced and he smiled, leaving the money in place. His schedule showed a quiet morning before an 11 o'clock hearing in San Fernando for a repeat client, Melissa Menkoff, caught with drug paraphernalia. It was a minor charge, but given her probation, a conviction would mean 6 to 9 months behind bars. It was a losing case, but her father paid well, so he would do his best. He took Tylenol for breakfast, chasing it with fried eggs heavily spiced, needing the fuel for the day ahead. While scanning the Times, he looked for a story about Raoul Levin's murder and found nothing. He realized the regional edition of the paper on the west side had likely omitted a Valley murder. He also realized he had no car. The Lincoln was still parked at the bar. He decided to take a cab to his warehouse in North Hollywood and start fresh with a new town car. After cleaning up, he called Lorna to confirm the day's schedule. As he picked up the phone in his home office, he heard the broken dial tone and retrieved a message. The number was Raoul Levin's cell. He'd missed his last call. Levin's voice, clear and familiar, said he had another ace, a ticket out of the queue for Jesus. He was cut off by the sound of a dog barking. The message ended abruptly. He replayed it, listening to his friend's voice over and over, feeling the weight of its finality. He sat down, trying to piece it together. He had missed the call because he'd been on the phone with Lorna at the time, and his line didn't have call waiting. The barking told him a visitor had arrived, likely the killer. He knew he couldn't keep the timing of the call from the police. It was too important. He dug through his jeans from the day before and found the business cards from the detectives, Langford and Sobel. He called Sobel, choosing her card because it only said detective, and asked if there was anything new on the investigation. She was evasive, revealing they had ballistics back but no autopsy yet. He pressed her on the ballistics, and she had to admit they'd found a shell casing at the scene. He pieced it together before she could answer. They had found a casing. The killer had used an automatic that ejected the shell, and he noted how strange it was that the killer had ransacked the place but missed the shell. She explained. It had rolled into a heating vent, out of reach without a screwdriver. It was a lucky break for the cops. He'd seen that luck go both ways in trials. Sometimes it put a client away, sometimes it set one free. He asked if her partner had been right about it being a .22, and after a pause she confirmed it, adding that the markings on the cartridge could identify the exact weapon. He knew that even without the gun, an automatic left a signature on its casings. The firing pin, breech block, ejector, and extractor all left marks that could point to a specific make and model. Then she revealed that Levin had owned a .22, but it was safely in his closet safe, and it wasn't a woodsman. He realized she had just given him crucial information. The murder weapon was a woodsman, and he owned a Colt Woodsman sport model, inherited from his father, a gun he'd never even fired. He blurted out that Levin had been on the phone with him just before he died. She didn't believe him at first, pointing out he'd claimed their last conversation was Friday. He explained he'd missed the call because he'd been on the phone with Lorna at the same time, and he didn't have call waiting. He also mentioned the dog barking on the message. A sound he knew from past visits meant someone was at the door. She seemed to accept this, but then asked why he hadn't answered the phone. He explained he was already on the line with Lorna, a call that could be verified. She said she'd need written permission to check his records. He gave her his address, and she said she and her partner were on their way. He hung up, a deep unease settling in his stomach. He'd defended murderers, but he'd never been a suspect himself. He straightened up his office, wanting to control what they'd see. He walked through the house, checking every room, and in the bedroom, he made the bed and put the CD case back in the nightstand drawer. Then it hit him. He sat down on the bed, processing her slip. She'd said Levin's gun wasn't a woodsman. That meant the murder weapon was, and he owned a Colt Woodsman. It had been his father's, a gun he'd kept in a polished wooden box on the top shelf of his closet, a gun he'd never touched or fired. He got up, moving with a strange, detached urgency. His steps felt heavy as he walked to the closet, reaching up for the familiar wooden box. He carried it to the bed, flipping open the brass latch and pulling back the oilcloth. The gun was gone. The roulette retainer had cleared, and for the first time in his career, his bank account was flush. He could afford billboards, the back cover of the Yellow Pages. The trappings of success were finally within reach. But the money felt hollow. The loss of Raoul Levin would forever stain this franchise case, making it a losing proposition in every way that truly mattered. They had spent 3 grueling days selecting a jury, and now the trial was set to begin. He told the judge he'd need a full day for his defense, but he knew his real work would be done during the prosecution's presentation. The familiar electric tension of a trial coiled in his gut, the nervous energy, the weight of reputation and freedom hanging in the balance. He'd faced this feeling before, at 2 weddings, and it never got easier. The prosecution had the full weight of the state behind it, and though his opponent was a rookie, the power imbalance was stark. He was alone, with only his experience and a guilty client beside him. He sat next to Roulette, having chosen not to replace his fallen investigator. Levin's work would be his final testament. In the gallery, Roulette's mother and her lawyer sat in the front row, ready to support the defense but limited by the judge's ruling. Lorna was there too, looking sharp and beautiful, a reminder of the personal bonds that still held. The courtroom was quiet, the usual small crowd of reporters and onlookers present. His strategy of keeping the case out of the media had worked. As he rehearsed his opening statement, Roulette leaned in close, whispering that this was it. He acknowledged it, keeping his distance. Since Levin's death, he'd maintained a cold, necessary distance from his client, fearing his own anger would boil over. He'd survived jury selection by pretending Roulette wasn't there. Roulette asked if he was ready, and he said he was trying to be. Then Roulette leaned closer, asking a question that made him lean away. He was pushing for clarification, his patience fraying. Roulette then made his move, whispering that he needed to confess, that he'd killed people. He claimed he'd killed Martha Renteria, and knew Haller's plan to get Menendez out. He was threatening to take him down with him. He was frozen, his mind reeling. Roulette had him cornered, and the calculation was chilling. He'd considered it all, and Haller suspected Cecil Dobbs had coached him on the legal nuance. The threat was clear: if he tried to use the confession to free Menendez, it would be inadmissible, poisoned by the attorney-client privilege he'd violated. He couldn't respond, could only nod as the weight of it settled on him. Then, in a sudden surge of fury, he leaned in and hissed for Roulette to follow him. He shot through the gate, ignoring the clerk's protest, and pushed into the dim vestibule outside the courtroom. As soon as Roulette stepped through, he grabbed him and slammed him into the wall, his hands pressing hard against his chest. His voice was a low, trembling growl as he demanded to know what Roulette thought he was doing. Roulette started to explain, but he cut him off, seething with rage, accusing him of killing Raoul, who was only trying to help. Roulette admitted he was a son of a bitch, but he insisted Levin was a threat, who got what he deserved. The cold fury of the confession fueled his next question. How did he beat the GPS bracelet? Roulette just smiled, refusing to share his secret, hinting at a possible future escape. The threat in his voice was unmistakable. Haller pressed harder, demanding the gun back, threatening him if he didn't comply. Roulette calmly pushed his hands away, straightened his tie, and suggested an agreement he'd walk free, and in exchange, the gun would never find its way to the wrong people. The wrong people, Langford and Sobel. The threat was clear. Haller stepped back, his voice shaking with barely contained fury as he promised to haunt him forever. Roulette's smile returned as the bailiff interrupted, sternly summoning them back to the courtroom. Haller turned, his jaw tight, and asked if they were clear. Roulette's good-natured reply was icy crystal clear. Back in the courtroom, Judge Fulbright's sharp eyes followed him as he walked to the defense table. Her sarcastic greeting was a thinly veiled reprimand, and he apologized, explaining the emergency client conference. She dismissed the excuse, fined him $500, and ordered the jury to be brought in. As the jurors filed in, he leaned to Roulette and whispered that he owed him the $500. Minton's opening statement was a textbook example of prosecutorial overreach. He wasn't presenting evidence, he was interpreting it, painting a big picture of a predator and a victim. It was a rookie mistake, one an experienced prosecutor would avoid. He was trying to make the jury understand and feel, rather than simply convict. He noted a juror in the front row, a woman from Reseda named Linda Trueluck, who was taking copious notes. This was good. He liked scorekeepers who would hold the prosecution to its promises. He'd fought hard to get women on the jury, knowing Minton had tried to limit them, fearing they'd lose sympathy for a victim who was a prostitute. He only needed one woman to hold out for a not guilty verdict. Minton's statement was a careful dance around the word prostitution, a word he himself planned to wield like a weapon. He'd make up for the prosecution's omissions. The prosecutor detailed the knife, the blood, and warned the jury not to be fooled by the defense's tricks. He framed the case as a clear-cut story of a man who intended to rape and kill, saved only by the victim's will to survive. The judge, a woman he'd known for years, seemed to be weighing the timing, whether to break for lunch before his own opening. He knew her reputation as Judge Fulbright when it came to sentencing, but she was fair in the courtroom itself. She asked if he planned to reserve his statement, and he said no, he'd be quick, not wanting the jury to have only the prosecutor's words echoing in their heads over their sandwiches. He moved to the lectern, his eyes scanning the jury, never looking down at his notes. He wanted to appear conversational off the cuff. He introduced himself and his client, and noted the trial would be quick, a contrast to the long jury selection. He dismissed Minton's interpretation of the case, urging the jury to rely on their own common sense. He explained his usual strategy of reserving his opening for later, but this case was different. The prosecution's own evidence would be the heart of the defense, and the version of events they'd hear would be drastically different from what Minton had outlined. He predicted the defense case might not even be necessary. He checked the scorekeeper, her pencil moving. He then stated the core of his argument. The case would hinge on the actions of a prostitute who targeted a wealthy man. The evidence would reveal this, and it would come from the prosecution's own witnesses. Minton rose to object, a clumsy attempt to discredit him in front of the jury. The judge overruled him, and the two lawyers were called to the bench for a sidebar. They approached the bench, and the judge activated a sound neutralizer, shielding the jury from their conversation. She was sharp with Minton, almost cutting, instructing him never to object during an opening statement in her courtroom. "It wasn't evidence," she explained. "He could claim her own mother was the alibi witness, but he wouldn't interrupt her jury." He tried to protest, but she cut him off and sent them both back to their positions. Overruled, she told him to continue, reminding him he'd promised to be quick. He nodded, determined to seize the momentum. He knew Minton was cowed, so he raised the rhetoric, moving off his notes and into a direct attack. He framed the case as a choice between a wealthy businessman with a clean record and an admitted prostitute who made her living trading sex for money. He promised testimony that would show she'd been with another man moments before the attack and was back at work shortly after. He glanced at Minton, who was shaking his head in frustration, and asked the judge to rein him in. She did, and the jury had seen the prosecutor slap down twice before opening statements even concluded. He felt the momentum building. He wrapped up by promising the prosecution's own witnesses would provide a reasonable explanation for the physical evidence, creating more than enough doubt. He winked at Lorna as he sat down, but his attention was drawn to the gallery. Langford and Sobel were there, watching. He ignored Roulet's congratulatory gesture, his mind on the detectives. What were they doing there? The judge dismissed the jury for lunch. Minton tried to request another sidebar, but the judge refused, citing her hunger. The courtroom erupted in chatter. Roulet leaned in, telling him it was a good opening, and suggested they join his mother and Dobbs for lunch. He refused with a cold look, saying he didn't have to eat with him. He walked to the clerk's station to write a check for his contempt. Fine. The money a minor concern compared to the bar review that would follow. Lorna was waiting at the gate, smiling. She offered to buy him lunch, and they made plans to eat and then return to work. He checked the bench where Langford and Sobel had been sitting, but they were gone. The afternoon session began, and Minton's strategy became clear. He was building a foundation for his case, presenting a parade of first responders to firmly establish the brutality of the assault and solidify Campo's role as the victim. It was a standard but effective approach. The first witness, a dispatch operator, introduced a recording of Campo's frantic 911 call. He objected, but the judge overruled him, and the jury listened to the raw, terrified voice of a woman begging for help. He didn't dare cross-examine the dispatcher, fearing it would only give Minton a chance to replay the tape. Officer Vivian Maxwell took the stand next, describing Campo's frightened state and her repeated pleas for safety. He rose to begin his first cross-examination. He asked if she'd asked Campo what happened. She had. He asked what she'd asked, and she answered. Then he asked what Campo had told her. Maxwell confirmed Campo's account. A man knocked, she opened, he punched her, and then pulled a knife. He pressed on the timeline. The knife came after the punches, and then established that Campo had claimed not to know her attacker, opening the door to a stranger at 10 o'clock at night. He introduced her police report as evidence, having Maxwell read the part stating the victim didn't know her attacker or why she was attacked. Santos testified next, describing the scene at the apartment Roulet, semi-conscious on the floor, held down by two neighbors. He identified him as the defendant, noted blood on his clothes and left hand, and described bagging the bloody hand in the folding knife he was handed. On cross, he asked only 2 questions. Was there blood on the right hand? So with blood only on the left and a bloody knife, wouldn't it appear the defendant held the knife in his left hand? Minton objected, but the judge allowed it as common sense, and Santos agreed it would seem that way. The paramedic Metz testified next, describing Campo's 3 facial impacts and a neck puncture. He said the injuries were superficial but painful. A large, prejudicial photo was displayed over his objection, but the judge overruled him. On cross, he used the photo to his advantage. He asked Metz to point out the areas of impact with a laser pointer, which he did, circling the right eye, cheek, and mouth. He then asked if the injuries would have come from the left side of the attacker. Minton objected, but the judge overruled him again. Metz, trying to help the prosecution, suggested a backhand could have been used, but he was clearly speculating, which only helped the defense. He pushed further, asking if the injuries could be self-inflicted, but Minton objected strenuously, and the judge sustained it, warning him not to go down that path. He sat down, knowing he'd made a mistake. The point about the left-handed attacker was lost in the suggestion of self-inflicted wounds, and the women on the jury looked annoyed. He'd have to be more careful when Campo took the stand. Roulette leaned in, whispering a complaint, but he ignored him, scanning the courtroom. Langford and Sobel hadn't returned, and the reporters were gone. Only a few onlookers remained, and he suspected one might be a plant from the DA's office, watching Minton's performance. He was playing to that observer as much as to the jury, hoping to push Minton toward a desperate move. The afternoon was a slow grind. Minton lacked the pacing and jury management skills that came with experience, and the jurors' boredom was palpable as he methodically built his linear timeline. He watched their faces, mirroring their growing restlessness as witness after witness filled in minor details. Minton was saving his heavy hitters for day 2, the lead investigator to tie everything together, and the victim herself to deliver the emotional punch. It was a classic strategy, but it made the first day glacial. Then the final witness arrived, and the trial suddenly crackled to life. Charles Talbot, the man who'd been with Campo at the bar, was a colorful character, a middle-aged divorced convenience store owner with dyed hair and navy tattoos, who lived a comfortable life and sampled the city's professional sex providers. Minton established his lifestyle and then walked him through the night of the 6th, the web ad, the call, the meeting at Morgan's. Talbot was blunt and unapologetic, describing the encounter as a paid date. When asked if he engaged in sexual relations, he said yes. That was why he was there, and he paid $400. It was worth it. He watched a male juror's face redden, a Bible-toting man he'd strategically selected, knowing he'd be easy to turn against the victim because of her profession. Talbot testified he left 5 minutes before 10, and that Campo hadn't mentioned another date, acting like she was done for the night. He objected to Talbot's interpretation, and the judge sustained it. Minton asked about Campo's physical state, and Talbot's answer, completely satisfied, drew laughter, but the judge quickly admonished him for his off-color remarks. He confirmed Campo was uninjured, and that their encounter was consensual. He stood to cross-examine, wanting a clear break. He asked Talbot if he was left-handed. He was. Then he dropped the question. Wasn't it true that Campo had asked him to hit her? Minton objected, but the judge allowed it. Talbot denied it, claiming he'd never hurt a woman. He pushed, suggesting he'd struck her with his left fist. Talbot denied it again. Then he brought up another prostitute, Shaquilla Barton, and asked if Talbot had hurt her. Talbot denied that too, claiming he was strictly a missionary man. He finished, having planted the seed of doubt. He settled into the back of the Grand Marquis, the heavy fold of paper in his hands, feeling more like a weight than a document. The city lights of Van Nuys Boulevard blurred past the window, but his focus was entirely on the words on the page, the formal language that laid out a case against him. He read the summary with a sinking dread. The detectives had used the state's automated firearms system to link the murder weapon's make and model to his own registered Colt Woodsman. That was a logical first step, but it was flimsy on its own. They'd needed more to convince a judge, and they'd found it in his own words and his own phone. The warrant claimed he'd hidden his ownership of the gun, fabricated an alibi, and then tried to throw them off the scent with a bogus lead about a drug dealer. It went further, painting a picture of a motive born of greed and fear. It suggested Raoul Levin had been extorting work from him, and that he'd refused to pay a portrait of him as cornered and desperate. He read the passage about the alibi collapse twice, his anger, a cold flame in his chest. They'd twisted the simple fact of a missed call into evidence of a lie, using his own explanation against him. The implication that he was a dishonest man, capable of murder to silence a blackmailer, was a gross distortion of the truth. He tossed the warrant onto the seat beside him, the paper rustling with his frustration. His voice, when he spoke, was flat with contempt. He told them it was a shame the warrant was so flimsy, a bad faith document built on convenient omissions. He pointed out the absurdity of the extortion claim, the way they'd ignored the simple fact that he'd paid Raoul for his services, not the other way around. He was trying to dismantle their narrative piece by piece, to make them see the gaps in their own logic. He was daring them to question the foundation of their search. He had to give them credit for the initial legwork. Someone he suspected Sobel had run his name through the state's automated firearms system, and it had paid off. The computer showed he was the registered owner of a pistol matching the murder weapon's make and model. A smart move, but it was just smoke. Colt had been making the woodsman for over 60 years, meaning there were countless others out there, and countless potential owners. They needed more than smoke. They needed fire. And they'd found it by rubbing together a few carefully chosen sticks. The warrant's summary painted him as deceptive. He'd allegedly concealed his ownership of the gun, fabricated an alibi about his whereabouts during the murder, and tried to send the investigation on a wild goose chase with a false lead about a drug dealer. The document even suggested a motive, claiming the victim had been extorting work from him and that he'd refused to pay. He read the section about the alibi collapse again, his anger, a constant low burn. They'd twisted a simple verifiable fact that he was on the phone when the call came in into proof of a lie. It was a gross misrepresentation, and he could feel the trap tightening. He tossed the warrant onto the seat, the paper feeling heavy and accusatory. He made a dry, sarcastic comment about how it was a shame he wasn't actually the killer, his tone dripping with defiance. When the detective took the bait, he laid out his argument, accusing them of building a warrant on a flimsy foundation of omissions and misrepresentations. He pointed out the absurdity of the extortion claim, the fact that he'd paid the victim promptly for his work, and challenged them directly, watching Sobel's face for any sign of doubt. The detectives countered, claiming he'd lied about the gun and owed the victim money. They were relentless, citing an entry in the victim's accounts book. He could feel the frustration boiling over, his words sharp and laced with sarcasm as he tried to make them see the holes in their logic. He demanded to know what the victim had supposedly been extorting him with, and they seemed to have an answer ready. A file was produced, containing photographs, damning images of him meeting with prostitutes, street dealers, and members of an outlaw motorcycle gang. The implication was clear: the victim had been building a case against him. He looked at the photos, his mind racing. He recognized each moment, each client. The timing was too precise. All these encounters had been documented in the weeks between taking on a new client and the victim's murder. It was a carefully constructed trap, designed to make him look like a man with secrets to protect. He realized he was the one who looked cornered, and the pressure was building. He needed to stop talking, but the need to defend himself was overwhelming. He could feel the car getting smaller, the accusation hanging in the air, and for a moment, he was silent, the weight of the setup pressing down on him as the detective's voice came from the front seat, asking if he knew the history of the gun in question. He could see the suspicion hardening in their eyes. When he admitted he hadn't checked on the gun in years, the detective pressed him on why he hadn't reported it stolen. He deflected, claiming he knew the thief was a client, a legal entanglement that prevented him from coming forward. It was a hastily constructed story, and from the look on Sobel's face, she wasn't buying it. The detective, undeterred, demanded to know which client had taken the gun. He refused to say, his answers deliberately vague. The detective then pointedly brought up his current client and the GPS bracelet he was forced to wear. He could see the implication forming in their minds. The bracelet was an alibi that cleared his client for the murder, which left him as the only viable suspect. He felt a flicker of something, a piece of information about the bracelet that he hadn't considered before, a potential crack in his client's alibi that he would need to explore. But he kept his face neutral, not wanting to give anything away. They were at his house now. He made a play to limit the search, suggesting they look at the empty gun box and be done with it. But the detective was insistent. They were going to search the entire place. He countered, arguing that the warrant was questionable and demanding they stay together so he could observe them both. The detective's face darkened with anger, and he felt a surge of defiance. He threatened to call the judge, and the detective finally relented, agreeing to start with the car. He led them to the garage and opened the door, revealing his Lincoln. The detective saw the license plate and shook his head in disbelief. He tried to break the tension with a joke, a familiar one he'd turned against the detective earlier. The detective, after a moment, laughed, the sound breaking the hostility. His partner came over, confused, but the detective just waved her off. The search took a half hour, during which he watched them closely. He could see the friction between the partners, a clear disagreement over the direction of the investigation. When the detective stepped away to take a call, he saw his chance. He stepped into the office where his partner was searching and kept his voice low. He asked if she thought they were being manipulated. He pointed out the convenient evidence, the photos in the bureau, the shell casing in the vent. She deflected, but he could tell the question had landed. He could see she was troubled by the direction things were taking. He then brought up a more personal detail, a message from the victim about finding a way to free an innocent man from prison. He watched her reaction, wondering if she'd put the pieces together, wondering if it mattered, that he might be the only one who could see the bigger picture. He stood there, a hollow feeling spreading through his chest as he watched the empty gun box being sealed into an evidence bag. The detective's smug certainty hung in the air, a tangible threat. He understood the trap now, the full scope of it. They were going to connect the bullet from his friend's murder to his own gun, the one his client had stolen. The empty box would be the link, a physical testament to his possession of the weapon. His mind raced, a frantic attempt to find a way out. He couldn't reveal the client's name without breaking attorney-client privilege, and even if he did, it would look like a desperate lie. The detective's mention of the ballistics evidence, still on file from an old case, had sealed his fate. They didn't need the gun itself. They had the history. He was the prime suspect, the evidence pointing directly at him. He tried to muster a defiant reply, but the words felt hollow. He was trapped, caught in a web of his own making, his carefully constructed plans collapsing around him. The detective's mockery, his reference to the stock movie line, only underscored the gravity of the situation. He watched as the evidence bag was sealed, the red tape a stark symbol of his impending doom. A cold dread settled in his gut. He had no idea how much time he had left, and he felt as empty as the box they were carrying away. The drive north had been a blur of headlights and freeway signs, his mind churning with the implications of the search warrant. He needed to find the crack in his client's alibi, the method he'd used to bypass the GPS bracelet. Valenzuela was the key, the man who had installed and monitored the device. But the sight of the expensive new television in the bondsman's garage, an extravagant purchase on a middle-class income, had planted a seed of doubt. The confrontation had been brief and explosive. He'd accused Valenzuela of being the one who had worn the bracelet, of being the accomplice. The accusation had hit like a physical blow, and the bondsman had responded with raw, wounded fury, denying any involvement and lashing out in defense. He could see the truth in the man's eyes, the desperate need to be believed. It was the same plea he'd ignored before from another innocent man. He couldn't make that mistake again. He left, his offer to split the cost of the broken TV a hollow gesture. The drive back had been quiet, the city lights blurring past. He was still processing the failed confrontation when the phone rang in the dark house. It was his ex-wife. He answered, his voice guarded. She was calling with a warning. A rumor was circulating that he was a murder suspect. He could hear the concern in her voice, the worry that the scandal would touch their daughter. He tried to downplay the threat, but the weight of the accusation was a physical presence in the room. He sat on the kitchen counter, looking out the window at the twinkling city lights, feeling the net tighten around him. The danger wasn't abstract anymore. It was at his door, and it had the power to destroy everything he held dear. He confirmed the seriousness of his situation, admitting he was being framed for the murder. His voice was laced with a dark, self-deprecating humor as he listed the ingredients of the trap: a corrupt client, a vindictive cop, and his own foolishness. She pressed him on the client's identity, but he deflected, citing legal privilege. She asked about his plan, and he offered a confident yet hollow assurance that he had things under control. Her silence spoke volumes. She was thinking of their daughter, of the stigma that would follow her if the scandal broke. He tried to reassure her, promising the girl would be fine, that he would make sure she never knew. He tried to steer the conversation to a lighter topic, asking about the prosecutor and his trial. She shared that a supervisor was observing the case, a detail that confirmed his strategy was working. When she confirmed the search warrant rumor, he brushed it off, again promising he would handle it. The conversation shifted, and he spoke of quitting the law, a thought that had been haunting him. He tried to make a joke about his new career, but the levity was hollow. She was silent for a long moment, and then her voice came through, soft and unexpected. She told him that whatever he decided would be fine with her and their daughter. He felt a wave of gratitude, a small anchor in the storm. She then made a strange, almost wistful comment about how a sleazy defense lawyer with 2 ex-wives and a daughter could still be loved by everyone. The words hung in the air, a testament to the strange, tangled bonds of his life. He thanked her quietly and hung up, the weight of the night pressing down on him. The second day of the trial started with an abrupt summons to the judge's private chambers for both attorneys. The judge made it clear she intended to speak directly to Haller, though she couldn't legally exclude the prosecutor from the meeting. After they sat, she addressed Minton first, telling him that while he was free to listen, he wasn't to participate or interrupt. The conversation would concern Haller, not the Roulet case as far as she knew. Minton was visibly blindsided, his mouth dropping open in confusion. The judge then turned to Haller and asked, pointedly, and with the prosecutor sitting right there, if there was anything he needed to raise with her. Haller deflected, putting on a rueful, embarrassed smile, and claiming everything was fine, apologizing if the judge had been bothered the previous day. The judge didn't press, but made her position clear. They had all invested significant time in this trial, and she did not want that work to be wasted. Her calendar was already overflowing. When Minton tried to interject and ask what was going on, she cut him off sharply. The discussion didn't concern the trial itself, only its timing, and if Haller was assuring her there was no problem, she would take him at his word. She then fixed Haller with a hard stare, demanding his word that the Glendale investigation wouldn't disrupt or derail the case. Haller hesitated, fully aware of the threat behind the question, then gave his solemn promise. The judge immediately stood, retrieved her robe, and told them it was time to get back to the jury. Back in the courtroom, Minton whispered to Haller, trying to pry into what that had been about, though Haller knew he must have heard the same rumors that were already circulating. Haller dismissed it as nothing, just another case of his causing trouble, and asked if Minton planned to wrap things up today. Minton warned that the longer Haller took with his defense, the longer it would take to clean up the mess. Haller shot back, claiming Minton was bleeding out and didn't even realize it, that he was facing 1,000 cuts. Minton smiled, unconvinced, but Haller offered a grim welcome to felony practice. As Haller sat down, Roulette leaned in, demanding to know what that was all about. Haller told him not to worry, that the judge was just setting boundaries for cross-examination of the victim. Roulette bristled at the word victim, but Haller reminded him, in a lowered voice, that the woman was indeed the victim in the eyes of the court, and that he, Haller, was the one who still had to convince the jury. Roulette brushed it off, demanding to know what the judge had said exactly. Haller explained that she was limiting his freedom in cross-examination, reiterating Campo's victim status. Roulette then reminded him of his own words from the day they met, that Haller had promised to tear the woman to shreds. Haller's voice turned cold as he reminded Roulette that things were vastly different now, and his scheme with the missing gun was threatening to blow up in Haller's face. He warned that he wouldn't go down for it, that he would walk away from law and drive a limousine for the rest of his life before letting that happen. Roulette, with infuriating calm, assured Haller he was smart enough to figure a way out. The court was called to order, and Minton's first witness of the day was Detective Martin Booker. A rock-solid veteran, Booker gave clear and concise testimony, never once hesitating. He introduced the knife with Roulette's initials as the key piece of evidence, and under Minton's careful questioning, meticulously walked the jury through the investigation of the attack on Reggie Campo. He recounted how he was called to the scene on the night of March 6th, the case flagged as pressing due to the severity of the injuries and the belief that a murder had been narrowly averted. When pressed on what that greater crime was, Booker bluntly stated it was murder, that it sounded like the suspect had been planning to kill her. Haller let the exchange pass without objection, filing it away for later exploitation. Minton then guided Booker through his investigative steps, both at the apartment and later at the hospital, where the detective had been briefed by the patrol officers. Minton asked if those officers had mentioned the victim's profession, and Booker said no. When did he find out? Minton asked. Booker explained that he'd gotten a strong sense of it from the items he observed in her apartment: sex aids, a closet full of revealing clothing, a collection of porn tapes. He'd realized both bedrooms were in active use, one for her personal life, the other for her professional activities. Minton asked if this knowledge changed his opinion of her as a victim, and Booker firmly stated it did not. Anyone could be a victim, he said, prostitute or pope. Haller knew it was a rehearsed line, and watched Minton check it off on his pad. Moving on. As Minton's direct examination of Detective Booker continued, Haller found himself increasingly distracted by the jury's flagging attention. He watched their eyes glaze over under the weight of procedural detail, while he made notes for his cross-examination and waited for his turn. When Haller finally rose to cross-examine Booker, he had no intention of dissecting the entire investigation the way Minton had. He wanted to go in, carve out a few critical weaknesses, and get out quickly. He started by confronting the detective about Campo's initial lie to patrol officers, asking if she had ever explained why she'd claimed not to know why Roulette was at her apartment. Booker deflected, saying he wasn't present for that first interview, and noting that Campo had just been beaten and was terrified. Haller pressed, asking if fear made it acceptable to lie to police, a question Booker refused to endorse. From there, Haller moved in erratic, pot-shotting bursts, trying to unbalance the detective. He asked about the clothing and videos in Campo's apartment, whether any of it suggested a taste for sadomasochism. Booker insisted it wasn't important to the case, and he hadn't cataloged or noted any titles. Haller even suggested the detective might have told Campo to clean the place out before the defense could see it, which Booker flatly denied. He asked if Booker had ever spoken directly to Roulette, who had lawyered up and exercised his right to silence. Haller then pivoted to the injuries. Booker acknowledged Campo's face was badly damaged, but admitted he hadn't documented the lack of any marks on Roulette's hands. He explained that away by saying there was nothing to photograph, and he was just relying on Campo's claim that Roulette had wrapped his fist in a cloth. The cloth had been found, but it bore only her blood, and nothing identifying it as Roulette's. Haller underscored that they were taking Campo's word for it again. Then Haller's tone shifted. He asked when Booker learned that Roulette would be vigorously defending himself, and Booker quipped that it was probably when Roulette hired Haller. A murmur of laughter rippled through the courtroom. Haller pressed on, asking if the detective had pursued any other explanations for Campo's injuries, and Booker admitted he hadn't, because he believed her. Haller pushed harder, asking if that meant the entire case rested on her word. Booker tried to argue that physical evidence existed, the knife and the injuries, but Haller cornered him, asking if the explanation for all that evidence still began with Campo's story. Booker conceded reluctantly. Haller then asked if she was the tree from which all the fruits grew. Booker squirmed, uncomfortable with the metaphor, and Haller demanded he choose his own words. Booker had no good answer, and when Minton objected to badgering, the judge overruled him and told Booker to answer. The detective raised his hands in surrender, insisting that she was the victim, that of course they had to rely on her. Haller then summarized the relationship: she was both victim and chief witness, and no one else had seen the attack. Booker had to agree. Haller moved on to Charles Talbot, asking how the detective had learned about him. Booker said Minton had told him to find Talbot, and Haller asked if Minton had learned of his existence from Haller's own bar video. He then asked if Booker had examined Talbot's hands for injuries or questioned his co-workers about them. Booker admitted he hadn't. Haller drove the point home: Booker had really never looked beyond roulette. The detective pushed back, saying roulette was a focus from the start, in custody, identified by the victim. But when Haller pressed whether he was a focus or the focus, Booker conceded that finding roulette's initials on the knife had made him the focus. Haller then asked how Booker knew the knife had been held to Campo's throat. Booker said because she told them, and there was the puncture wound. Haller pressed, asking if there was forensic confirmation, and Booker admitted it was impossible to match the wound to the knife. So again, Haller concluded, it all came back to Campo's word. Booker couldn't deny it. Haller then asked about the knife with the initials with no explanation for it. Booker said it was highly important evidence, a clear sign of intent. Haller needled him, asking if he was a mind reader. Booker shot back that he was a detective, that he knew from the evidence. Haller let a sarcastic silence hang in the air before thanking him. He then reserved the right to recall Booker for the defense, though he had no such intention. He returned to his seat, confident the damage was done, leaving Minton to try and repair the wounds with redirect. But the perceptions Haller had planted were already out there, and there wasn't much the prosecutor could do to undo them. Haller continued his cross-examination, noting that he could have introduced the bar video then, but chose to hold it back, wanting the victim on the stand when he played it for the jury. He pressed Booker on whether he'd thought it important to find Talbot before Haller had tipped them off. Booker admitted he hadn't known about him. Haller then asked if Booker had examined Talbot's left hand for injuries consistent with punching someone repeatedly. Booker said no. Haller asked if that was because he was already confident Roulette was the right man. Booker pushed back, saying it wasn't a choice. It was where the investigation led, and he hadn't located Talbot until more than 2 weeks later. Haller suggested any injuries would have healed by then, and Booker conceded that was his thinking. Haller asked if he'd ever actually looked at Talbot's hand or questioned his co-workers about any bruising. Booker admitted he hadn't. Haller drove the point home: Booker had never really looked beyond roulette. The detective tried to defend himself, insisting he approached every case with an open mind. But roulette was in custody from the start, identified by the victim, so he was obviously a focus. Haller pressed, asking if he was a focus or the focus. Booker said he was both: at first a focus, and later, after finding the initials on the weapon, he became the focus. Haller then asked how he knew the knife was held to Campo's throat. Booker said because she told them, and there was a puncture wound to show for it. Haller asked if there was forensic confirmation linking the knife to the wound, and Booker admitted that was impossible. So again, Haller concluded, they had Campo's word. Booker insisted he had no reason to doubt her. Haller then brought up the knife with the initials, asking if Booker considered that highly important evidence of guilt. Booker said yes. Even with explanation, he brought that knife in with one purpose in mind. Haller asked if he was a mind reader. Booker shot back that he was a detective, that he was just saying what he thought. Haller gave a pointed emphasis to the word think, and Booker insisted it was what he knew from the evidence. Haller thanked him, confident, and reserved the right to recall him for the defense, though he had no such intention. He returned to his seat, leaving Minton to try to repair the damage on redirect. But it was all about perception now, and the prosecutor could do little about it. Booker had been a set-up man for Holler's strategy, and the real damage was yet to come. After Booker stepped down, the judge called for a mid-morning break, telling the jurors to be back in 15 minutes. Holler knew it would be longer, as Judge Fulbright was a smoker with a reputation for sneaking cigarettes, and she'd have to leave the building entirely to avoid further scandal. He figured he had at least a half hour. He went into the hallway to talk to Mary Alice Windsor and work his cell phone, expecting to put on his own witnesses in the afternoon session. Roulet approached him first, wanting to discuss the cross-examination. He thought it had gone really well. Haller brushed him off, saying you couldn't tell until the verdict came in, and told him to leave him alone, he had calls to make. He also pressed Roulet about his mother, needing her that afternoon. Roulet said she'd had an appointment but would be there. After Roulet walked away, Detective Booker himself approached, pointing a finger in Haller's face and telling him his whole defense wasn't going to fly, that he was going to crash and burn. Haller met his gaze coolly, saying they'd see. Booker continued, mocking Haller's audacity in trying to trash Talbot, saying he had some nerve and must need a wheelbarrow to carry his balls around. Haller just said he was doing his job. Booker sneered, calling it a lousy job, lying for a living, tricking people, living in a world without truth. He then asked if Haller knew the difference between a catfish and a lawyer, delivering the punchline: one's a bottom-feeding scumsucker, the other's a fish. Haller responded dryly that it was a good one, and Booker left. Haller stood there smiling, not at the joke itself, but at the confirmation it provided. The joke had been retold to Booker by Langford, which meant the two detectives were in communication. Things were moving and in play, and Haller's plan was still holding together. He still had a chance. Every trial has its hinge, the witness or piece of evidence upon which the entire case swings. For this trial, the main event was Regina Campo herself, the victim and accuser. The case seemed to rest on her performance, her testimony, but Haller, as a seasoned defense attorney, had a secret weapon waiting in the wings, a witness he hoped would shift the weight of the trial away from Campo's narrative. When Minton called Campo to the stand after the break, all eyes in the courtroom fixed on her as she was led in and walked to the witness box. It was the first time the jury had seen her in person. It was also Haller's first real look at her, and his reaction was one of unpleasant surprise. She was small, and her hesitant walk and slight posture undermined the image of a scheming mercenary he had been building in the jury's collective mind. Minton, learning as he went, seemed to understand that less was more with Campo, and he economically led her through her testimony, starting with her background before moving to the events of March 6th. Her story was sadly unoriginal. A young, attractive woman from Indiana comes to Hollywood with dreams of fame, finds some minor work that dries up as she ages, drifts into nude modeling and cable films, then begins trading sex for favors, and finally for money. It was a story Minton was counting on to elicit sympathy. Campo's account of the attack itself didn't differ from the other witnesses' testimony, but her delivery was devastating. With her dark curly hair framing her face, she seemed lost and vulnerable, growing tearful and scared as she pointed a trembling finger at Roulet, identifying him as her attacker. She called him an animal who should be put away, and Haller let it pass without objection, saving his chance for cross-examination. Minton took her through the escape, then asked why she hadn't told the responding officers the truth about knowing Roulet. She admitted she was scared, that she didn't think they'd believe her, and she just wanted him arrested. When asked if she regretted that decision, she said yes, because she knew it might help him get free to do it again. Haller objected to that last bit as prejudicial, and the judge sustained it. Minton seemed to sense he was past the peak and stopped before he could obscure the trembling finger of identification. Campo had testified for less than an hour, and despite the late morning hour, the judge didn't break for lunch, wanting to keep the momentum going. Haller found himself wondering if the judge knew something he didn't, if the Glendale detectives had called her during the break to warn of an impending arrest. The judge then prompted him to begin his cross-examination. Haller rose, legal pad in hand, knowing this was the moment to use his 1,000 razors. He started by asking Campo if she had hired an attorney to sue Roulet. She said no, but Haller pressed, asking if she'd simply talked to an attorney about the case. Campo hesitated, then admitted she had, but that it was just talk. She hadn't hired anyone. Haller asked if the prosecutor had told her not to hire anyone until the criminal case was over, and she said no. He pressed further, asking why she'd talked to an attorney at all. Campo said she wanted to know her rights and be protected. Haller asked if she'd inquired about suing Roulette for damages. She tried to invoke attorney-client privilege, and Haller gave her an out, offering to tell the jury what she'd discussed, which put her in an untenable position. She finally declined, saying she wanted to keep it private. It was Haller's first deep cut. He then took her back to March 6th, but further back than Minton had gone, to the bar at Morgan's where she'd first spoken to Roulette. Campo admitted she was there to meet Charles Talbot. Haller asked if she was there to size him up before leading him back to her place for sex, and she confirmed it was a safety precaution, a form of safe sex. Haller called it the freak test, a term she'd never used but which described the practice of testing potential clients in public. Campo conceded that was essentially what she did. Haller then asked if she'd noticed Roulette at the bar that night, and she said yes. She'd seen him there, and at a few other places before, but she'd never spoken to him, and she hadn't noticed his Rolex watch. Haller continued his cross-examination, pressing Campo on her earlier claim that she'd never seen Roulette's cars. He pointed out she'd just said she'd seen him get into a car and drive away with other prostitutes. Campo realized her misstep and tried to backtrack, claiming she saw him get into a car but didn't know what kind it was. Haller asked if she noticed things like that, and she said not usually. He then asked if she knew the difference between a Porsche and a Range Rover, and she gave a vague answer about one being big and one small. When he asked what kind of car she'd seen Roulette get into, she said she didn't remember. Haller paused, satisfied he'd exposed the contradiction, and moved on. He asked about the women she'd seen leave with Roulette, whether they'd ever disappeared or been seen again with injuries. Campo said she'd seen them again, and she didn't think they'd been hurt, but she hadn't asked. Haller pressed, asking if all this added up to her believing she was safe approaching him. Campo said she didn't know about safe. She just knew he was probably looking for a girl, and the man she was with would be done by 10. Haller then asked why she hadn't subjected Roulette to the same freak test she'd given Talbot. Campo's eyes drifted to Minton, hoping for a rescue that didn't come. She finally said she thought Roulette was a known quantity, that she'd made a mistake, that she needed the money. Haller asked if she thought he was rich and could solve her financial problems. She denied it, saying she just saw him as a potential customer. Haller then asked if she and other prostitutes exchanged professional courtesies, warning each other about dangerous clients. Campo said sometimes, and they did the same for her. Haller asked how many had warned her about Roulette. Campo said none, or she wouldn't have gone with him. Haller nodded, then led her through the events at Morgan's in more detail before introducing the video surveillance from the bar. Minton objected to its foundation but was overruled. The television was wheeled in, and the video was played. Haller could see the jury was captivated, watching a prostitute at work and seeing the main players in unguarded moments. When the video was done, he asked Campo what the note she'd passed. Roulette said she claimed it just had her name and address, but when Haller asked if she'd quoted a price, she said she might have. She didn't remember. He asked her standard rate, and she said $400, but it depended on what the client wanted. Haller asked if she ever engaged in bondage or domination, and she admitted sometimes, but just role-playing. No one ever got hurt. He asked if she'd ever been hurt by a client before March 6th, and she said yes. That man hurt her and tried to kill her, but Haller cut her off and told her to just answer the question. He then asked if, at the moment she gave Roulette the napkin, she was confident he wouldn't be a danger and would have the cash. She said yes. Haller asked why Roulette had no cash on him when the police searched him, and she said she didn't know, she didn't take it. Haller then asked if she was still working as a prostitute. She hesitated, then said yes. He asked if she was happy doing that, but Minton objected, and the judge sustained it. Haller rephrased, asking if she'd told several of her clients she hoped to leave the business. She said yes, without hesitation. Haller then asked if she saw the potential financial aspects of this case as a means of getting out. She said no, that wasn't true, forcefully insisting that Roulette had attacked her and was going to kill her. Haller then asked if Charles Talbot was a repeat customer. She said no. She'd met him for the first time that night, and he passed her safety test. Haller asked if Talbot was the man who punched her on March 6th, and she quickly said no. Haller then asked if she'd offered to split the profits of a lawsuit against Roulette with Talbot. Campo denied Haller's suggestion that she'd offered to split lawsuit proceeds with Talbot, calling it a lie. Haller looked to the judge and asked if his client could stand. The judge granted permission, and Haller signaled Roulette to rise. Campo was then asked if she was sure this was the man who struck her on March 6th, and she firmly identified him. Haller asked how much she weighed, a question that seemed to make her recoil. She said she wasn't sure, and Haller pointed out her website ad listed her at 105 pounds. He then argued that if the jury believed her story, they'd have to accept that she overpowered and broke free from Roulette, who was easily 6 feet and outweighed her by at least 75 pounds. Campo insisted that was what happened, and Haller pressed, asking if she did this while he was supposedly holding a knife to her throat. Campo, using her last defense, started crying, saying she wanted to live. That fear could make you do amazing things. Haller told Roulette to sit down, then announced he had nothing else for her. He felt the cross-examination had been successful, his razors opening wounds in the state's case. Roulette leaned over and whispered one word: "Brilliant." Minton attempted a redirect, but his efforts were feeble, like a gnat buzzing around an open wound. Some answers couldn't be taken back, and the images Haller had planted in the jurors' minds couldn't be erased. After 10 minutes, Minton was done, and Haller waved recross, satisfied that the prosecution's second effort had accomplished little. The judge asked Minton if he had any further witnesses, and he said he wanted to think about it through lunch before deciding whether to rest the state's case. Normally, Haller would have objected, wanting to know if he needed to put on a witness immediately after lunch, but he let it pass. He sensed Minton was feeling the pressure and wavering, and giving him the lunch hour might push him toward a decision. The judge excused the jury, giving them only an hour, determined to keep things moving. She recessed until 1:30 and left the bench abruptly, presumably for a cigarette. Haller asked Roulette if his mother could join them for lunch to discuss her testimony, which he expected to present in the afternoon. Roulette suggested a French restaurant on Ventura, but Haller insisted on 4 Green Fields, wanting to be close to the courthouse and not comfortable with bringing them into his personal space. He didn't care about the quality of the food. As Haller gathered his things, he saw the gallery was empty, everyone having rushed out to lunch. Only Minton remained, waiting by the rail. He asked to talk, and Haller agreed. They waited until Roulette had left the courtroom, and Haller knew what was coming: a low-ball disposition offer at the first sign of trouble. Minton said he was thinking about Haller's 1,000 razors comment and wanted to make an offer. Haller asked if he had the authority, and Minton said he did. He offered to drop the charges to aggravated assault with great bodily injury and the sentence to 4 years. The offer was a substantial reduction, but Roulette would still face prison time, though he'd avoid sex offender registration. Haller looked at him as if he'd been insulted, saying the offer was too strong given how Campo had held up on the stand. He mentioned the Bible-carrying juror who seemed visibly uncomfortable during her testimony. Minton didn't respond, and Haller said he'd bring the offer to his client, but would tell him he'd be a fool to take it. Minton asked what he wanted, and Haller said there was only one verdict in a case like this, and he'd advise writing it out. He told Minton to have a good lunch and left him at the gate, half expecting a new offer shouted at his back. But Minton held his ground, calling after him that the offer was only good until 1:30. Haller waved without looking back, sure he'd heard the sound of desperation creeping into the prosecutor's voice. After returning from lunch at 4 Green Fields, Haller deliberately ignored Minton, wanting to keep him guessing. It was all part of the plan to push the prosecutor where he wanted him to go. Once they were seated and ready for the judge, Haller finally made eye contact with Minton and simply shook his head. "No deal?" Minton nodded, putting on a show of confidence and confusion over Roulette's decision. A minute later, the judge took the bench, The jury was brought in, and Minton promptly folded. When asked if he had another witness, he announced the state rested. The judge hesitated for a fraction of a second, staring at Minton longer than she should have, a moment of surprise that Haller hoped the jury caught. She then turned to Haller and asked if he was ready to proceed. Normally, Haller would have asked for a directed verdict of acquittal, but he feared this might be the rare occasion it was granted, and he couldn't let the case end yet. He told the judge he was ready to present a defense. His first witness was Mary Alice Windsor, escorted by Cecil Dobbs, who took a seat in the front row. She entered with a regal bearing in a powder blue suit and chiffon blouse. Haller quickly established her relationship to Roulet, then asked permission to show her the knife. The judge granted it, and Haller retrieved the weapon from the clerk, still in its evidence bag, the initials visible. He placed it before Windsor and asked if she recognized it. She did, identifying it as her son's knife, saying he'd shown it to her multiple times, that he always carried it, and it was useful for cutting packing straps at the office. She said he'd had it for 4 years, almost exactly, and Haller pressed her on how she could be so sure. She explained, "He got it for protection after an incident in their business, where strangers were shown homes alone." She said Lewis had found a fellow realtor who'd been raped and robbed with a knife, and he'd gone out and gotten a knife for himself, and one for her too. He chose a knife over a gun because it was easier to carry discreetly. She held up the bag, saying hers was identical, only with different initials, and they'd both carried them ever since. Haller asked if it seemed normal that her son would be carrying the knife on the night of March 6th. Minton objected, claiming lack of foundation, and the judge sustained it. Windsor, unfamiliar with courtroom procedure, began to answer anyway, saying he carried it every day. March 6th would have been no different. The judge cut her off sharply, admonishing her not to answer and instructing the jury to disregard. Windsor apologized weakly, and Haller, having made his point, said he had nothing further. As he returned to his seat, Minton rose, and Haller scanned the gallery, seeing only Dobbs, who gave him an encouraging smile that he ignored. Mary Windsor's direct testimony had been perfect, adhering to the choreography they'd worked out. She delivered the explanation for the knife succinctly, while also leaving a minefield for Minton to cross. Her testimony had covered no more than Haller had provided in discovery, and if Minton strayed, he'd step on a mine. Minton began his cross-examination by asking when the incident that inspired Roulette to carry the knife had occurred. Windsor said June 9, 2001. Minton pressed, asking if she was sure, and she said absolutely. Haller watched Minton closely, reading his excitement. He thought he had something, that her exact memory of a date was a clear sign of planted testimony. Minton asked if there had been a newspaper story or a police investigation, and Windsor said no to both. Minton then asked how she could know the exact date, suggesting she'd been given it before testifying. But Windsor's answer, delivered with a pause, was that she would never forget the day she was attacked. Haller saw several jurors react, and Minton's own expression showed he'd stepped on a mine. Windsor continued, adding that her son would never forget either, that he'd found her tied up naked with blood, and the trauma of seeing her that way was one of the reasons he carried the knife, perhaps wishing he'd gotten there earlier to stop it. Minton froze, staring at his notes, unsure how to proceed. The judge's sarcastic prompt pushed him to gather himself and try to salvage something. He asked if they had called the police, and Windsor said no. Louise wanted to, but she didn't, fearing it would only add to the trauma. Minton then established that there was no official police documentation of the crime. Minton considered pushing further, asking if Windsor had sought medical treatment, but he sensed another trap and stopped himself. Instead, he challenged her credibility, pointing out that only she and her son could corroborate the attack. Windsor held her ground, saying it did occur, and she lived with it every day. Minton pressed, saying they only had her word, and she replied with deadpan eyes, asking if that was a question. Minton then accused her of being willing to do anything to save her son, including lying. Windsor insisted she wouldn't lie, under oath or not. Minton asked if she wanted to save her son, and she said yes. He then suggested that saving him meant lying for him, but she firmly denied it. Minton sat down, and Haller asked one question on redirect: how old she was when the attack occurred. She was 54. Minton had nothing further, and Windsor was excused. Haller asked that she be allowed to sit in the gallery for the rest of the trial, and Minton didn't object. Haller then called Detective David Lamkin, an LAPD sex crimes expert who'd worked the real estate rapist investigation. Haller quickly established the facts of that case and the 5 reported rapes. He then asked 5 key questions to bolster Windsor's testimony. Lamkin confirmed that the rapist targeted professional women, typically older than average, ranging from 29 to 59. A 54-year-old woman would fit the profile. He also confirmed the first attack was October 1, 2000, and the last was July 30, 2001, placing June 9, 2001, squarely within the rapist's active period. Haller then asked if Lamkin believed there were more than 5 rapes committed by this individual. Minton objected, and the judge sustained, but the question itself was what mattered, and the jury seeing the prosecutor block the answer was the payoff. Minton recovered on cross, hitting Lamkin with 3 solid questions. He asked if the task force had issued warnings to women in real estate. Lamkin confirmed they'd sent flyers twice, to all licensed real estate businesses, and then to individual brokers. The flyers contained information about the rapist's description and methods. Minton then asked if someone wishing to concoct a story about being attacked would have had all the information they needed from those mailouts. Lamkin admitted that was possible. Minton sat down, proud of his recovery, and Lamkin was excused. Haller asked for a moment to confer with Roulette. He leaned in and told him he was all they had left. Unless there was something he hadn't told him, he was clean, and Minton wouldn't have much to come back with. He should be safe on the stand as long as he didn't let the prosecutor get to him. Roulette had insisted all along that he would testify, and he reiterated his desire at lunch. Haller knew the risks were evenly split, but he also knew juries always wanted to hear the defendant deny the charges. Roulette said he wanted to do it, that he could handle the prosecutor. Haller pushed his chair back and stood, announcing the defense called Louis Ross Roulette. Roulette moved to the witness box quickly, eager to defend himself. Haller got right to the case, and Roulette freely admitted he'd gone to Morgan's on March 6 to seek female companionship, not specifically a prostitute but open to the possibility. He'd done it before. He testified he'd had no conscious eye contact with Campo before she approached him, that she was the aggressor. He described his efforts over the next hour at Morgan's and then the lamplighter to find a woman he wouldn't have to pay, but he was unsuccessful. He then drove to Campo's address and knocked on the door. When asked who answered, he said she did, opening the door a crack and looking out. He confirmed it was Campo. He said he couldn't see her whole face, only her left eye and a bit of that side. He described the door opening on the right, so she would have been looking at him with her left eye. He didn't see her right eye, and if she'd had damage on the right side of her face, he couldn't have seen it. Haller continued his direct examination, asking what happened next. Roulette explained that Campo opened the door wider but still stood behind it, using it as a block, so he couldn't see her completely. She pointed through an archway to the living room, and when he turned to go that way, she was behind him. He heard the door close, and then something hit him on the back of the head, and he blacked out. He didn't know how long he was unconscious. When he came to, he was on his back with someone sitting on him and someone else on his legs. They told him not to move, and one of them warned that if he tried to escape, they'd use his knife on him. Police arrived a few minutes later, handcuffed him, and made him stand. That's when he saw blood on his jacket. He couldn't see his hand because it was cuffed behind his back, but he heard one of the men tell the officer there was blood on his hand, and the officer put a bag over it. He insisted someone had put the blood there because he hadn't. He wasn't left-handed, and he didn't strike Campo. He didn't threaten to rape her or kill her. Haller was hoping for the fire Roulette had shown in their first meeting, but he remained calm and controlled. Haller pushed, asking if he was angry about being charged. Roulette's response was perfect. He expressed outrage at being accused of something he didn't do, forced to wait for months while the prosecution put on liars, and then wait even longer for his chance to defend himself. He was innocent, he insisted, and he hadn't done this. Haller was satisfied, and he sat down, reminding himself that less is more. He told the judge he had nothing further. Minton was up before Haller even got to his seat, moving to the lectern with a steely glare at Roulet, his knuckles white on the lectern, playing to the jury. He asked if Roulet denied touching Campo, and Roulet confirmed he did. Minton pressed, asking if Roulet was saying Campo punched herself or had a stranger do it as part of a setup. Roulet said he didn't know who did it, only that it wasn't him. Minton then accused him of calling Campo a liar, and Roulet said the only explanation was that one of them was lying, and it wasn't him. Minton told him that was for the jury to decide. He then asked about the knife, suggesting Campo couldn't have known about it. Roulet said he never showed it to her, but he always kept his knife and money in the same pocket, and she must have found it when she went for the money. Minton sarcastically noted that Roulet was now accusing her of stealing as well, and Roulet insisted he'd had $400 with him that was gone when he was arrested. Minton wisely avoided the money trap, knowing that if he pushed, Haller would produce tax returns showing Roulet could easily afford a prostitute. He moved to his finish, dramatically holding up the photo of Campo's beaten face. He asked if Campo was a liar, and Roulet said yes. He asked if she had done this to herself, and Roulet said he didn't know who did it, but it wasn't him. He wouldn't hurt a woman. He pointed at the photo, saying no woman deserves that. Haller leaned forward, waiting, because Roulet had just said the line he'd been instructed to work into his testimony, no woman deserves that. Minton, realizing the door had been opened, asked what Roulet meant by deserves, suggesting he thought victims got what they deserved. Roulet clarified, saying he meant that no matter what she did for a living, she shouldn't have been beaten like that. Nobody deserved that. Minton lowered the photo, looked at it, then back at Roulet, and said he had nothing more to ask. The courtroom had become his arena, and he believed he was still ahead in the razor-sharp contest of wits he'd been waging. He'd maneuvered the young prosecutor into a corner with only one exit, and now it was time to see if the trap would spring shut. When Minton sat down, he chose to leave his client where he was, not a single follow-up question. The man had weathered the prosecution's attack well, and the momentum felt like it was theirs. He rose, glanced at the clock over the back wall, and announced to the judge that the defense had concluded its presentation. The judge agreed. It was a good time for a break, and as the jurors filed out, she turned her sharp attention to Minton, who seemed to be avoiding her gaze by studying his notes. She called him out for not paying attention, and asked if he had any rebuttal witnesses to call. The prosecutor scrambled, requesting to adjourn for the day. He admitted he hadn't anticipated the defense resting so quickly and needed time to get a particular witness to court. He'd be hard-pressed to have them there before the 6 o'clock deadline. He felt a flicker of triumph. It looked like Minton had taken the bait. He nodded to his client, a discreet wink hidden from the bench, hoping the judge wouldn't force the issue. He stood and voiced his support for the delay, suggesting they could use the time to prepare their closing arguments and jury instructions. The judge, initially puzzled by his uncharacteristic cooperation, seemed to like his suggestion. She laid down the law they would adjourn early, but closing arguments would follow immediately after whatever rebuttal Minton managed to present. No more delays. She made it clear to both of them that they would be ready tomorrow, and that the jury would be deliberating by the afternoon session. She issued it as a challenge, staring them both down before leaving the bench. 20 minutes later, as the jury was going home, he packed his things. Minton came over to speak to him, but he quickly brushed Roulet off, telling him to leave with his mother and the family lawyer, promising to call if needed. Roulet pressed to know how he had performed, and he offered reassurance, then leaned in, gesturing with his chin toward the prosecutor, and whispered that he thought Minton was about to make another offer. When Roulet asked if he should stay, he dismissed the idea, saying the specific terms wouldn't matter. There was only one acceptable verdict. Roulet patted his shoulder, and he felt a surge of revulsion, barely suppressing the urge to flinch away. He demanded his gun back, but his client just smiled and walked out. Alone again, he turned his attention to Minton, whose desperation was a clear signal. Minton made his offer simple as salt. 6 months in county, a sentence that would likely be drastically reduced due to jail overcrowding. He acknowledged it was a good offer, likely from the higher-ups who were demanding a plea at any cost, but he didn't show it. He countered, arguing that his client would never accept a deal for a crime he claimed he didn't commit, especially knowing it would open the door to a devastating civil suit from Reggie Campo. He said from his client's perspective, it wasn't a good offer at all. He was confident they were winning, that they had at least one juror on their side, and possibly all 12. Minton slammed his hand on the table, his frustration boiling over. He railed against the injustice of a deal for such a violent crime. The people upstairs were watching and had concluded the defense had the jury, so he was ordered to make the offer. He ended by stating that the offer was a travesty he would lose sleep over, but it had to be made. He snapped his briefcase shut, stood, and offered a grim prediction Minton would get his trial, but he was coming to it like a man naked to a razor fight, and he should get ready to fight back. He walked away, then paused at the back of the courtroom to look back and deliver a parting shot, telling the prosecutor that if he lost sleep over this or any other case, he was in the wrong line of work. Minton just stared at the empty bench, and he left him there to think about it. He was satisfied that he'd played his hand correctly. Leaving the courthouse, he went to his usual bar to work on his closing argument, knowing he had more time than he'd need. He ordered a drink, settled at a table, and began sketching out notes, acutely aware that his strategy would be a reaction to Minton's presentation. The prosecutor had already arranged to use a PowerPoint presentation, a modern crutch, and he would face it with the old-school approach of relying on his own ability to connect with the jury. He had no use for the flashy presentations that had become fashionable among young prosecutors. It felt like a gimmick, a way to spoon-feed the jury information as if they couldn't be trusted to follow the argument on their own. For him, it was old school or nothing. He liked stepping into the ring with nothing but his own words and instincts. Minton could project whatever he wanted onto that big blue screen when it was his turn. He wanted every eye in the jury box on him. If he couldn't convince them, no computer-generated graphic ever would. He called Maggie at her office around 5:30, teasing her about quitting time. She gave him a dry retort about public servants working late, and he invited her for a drink and some food, suggesting she could go back to work after. She turned him down, claiming she knew exactly what he was after, another attempt to pry information about Minton's case out of her. He laughed, denying it, and gave her a rundown of the situation from his perspective. He told her Minton's observer was giving him poor marks, so his boss had told him to cut a deal, but the young prosecutor was too stubborn and wanted to gamble on a win with his PowerPoint show. When she expressed solidarity with Minton's reluctance to fold, he praised her, saying that was why she should have handled the case. It was a barbed compliment, one that acknowledged her stalled career without her having to dwell on it. She shifted the subject, noting his apparent good mood compared to the previous day's troubles. He played it off as the calm before the storm, then asked her a technical question about the speed of ballistics analysis. She explained it depended on the department, but a rush job could be done in as little as a day. A cold weight settled in his stomach. He knew the Glendale detectives had recovered a casing from Levin's murder. If it matched the ballistics from the old Mickey Cohen gun, they would come for him, no question. She added that most rush jobs took 2 or 3 days, and that a full comparison with a slug could take even longer. But the damage was done. The dread was already there. She noticed the shift in his tone and asked if he wanted to talk about it. He demurred, making a dark joke about knowing who to call if he needed a lawyer, which she dismissed with sarcasm. A comfortable silence settled between them, and he realized that just hearing her voice was a calming influence. She ended the call to get back to work, and he wished her well, then hung up. He sat for a moment, then opened his phone again and called a hotel to reserve a room. The earlier confidence had evaporated. Replaced by a calculated precaution, he decided he wouldn't be going home tonight. The Glendale detectives might be waiting for him. The hotel room had been a mistake. He'd spent the night staring at a water-stained ceiling, the hours crawling by as he replayed every move and countermove, his mind refusing to shut off. By the time he dragged himself to the courthouse the next morning, he was running on fumes. A wave of relief washed over him as he passed through the metal detector and found no Glendale detectives lying in wait. They weren't there with a warrant or a smirk, which meant he still had time. He'd worn the same suit from the day before, hoping no one would notice, but at least the shirt and tie were fresh spares he always kept in the trunk for the desert heat. When he walked into Judge Fulbright's courtroom, he was startled to find Minton already there, wrestling with a massive projection screen in the gallery. The old courtroom wasn't designed for such modern theatrics, and the screen was eating up a good portion of the spectator area. He greeted the prosecutor with a comment about his early start, and Minton explained he was wrestling with the awkward logistics of his presentation. He made a throwaway suggestion to do it the old-fashioned way and just talk to the jury, but Minton declined, preferring his high-tech approach. Minton then asked if he delivered the plea offer to his client. He confirmed that it was a no-go, they were going the distance. He took his place at the defense table and studied Minton, trying to gauge his intentions. Setting up for a closing argument could mean he decided against calling a rebuttal witness, and a cold spike of panic shot through him. He couldn't ask directly without betraying his carefully maintained facade of cool confidence. So he drifted over to the bailiff's desk, striking up a casual conversation with Bill Meehan. He asked about the custody list, making it sound like routine business, and when Meehan handed it over, he scanned it with practiced nonchalance. His eyes landed on the name he was looking for. Dwayne Jeffrey Corliss was in the building, scheduled for Fulbright's court. A surge of relief almost escaped him, but he kept it bottled up. Minton was going to take the bait after all. Meehan noticed something in his expression and asked if anything was wrong. He brushed it off, a cryptic promise that something was about to happen. He left the courtroom and headed for the cafeteria, grabbing coffee. He spotted Maggie McPherson at the coffee station and sidled up behind her, commenting on her choice of sweetener. She turned, recognizing him, and gave him a familiar, wary greeting. He teased her about it being their old routine, and she asked why he wasn't upstairs preparing for the showdown. He put on a confident front, inviting her to come watch the old school versus new school battle. She noted he was wearing the same suit from the day before, and he was secretly pleased she'd noticed. He learned she'd briefly observed his court the previous day, which explained her knowledge. He pressed her to come watch today's proceedings, but she was too busy taking over a high-profile murder case for a departing colleague. She joked that she wasn't about to lose another case to him, and he teased her back, saying he had his hands full anyway. She left, and he sat at an empty table to make a final call. He checked in with Lorna Taylor to confirm she was ready for her part in the Corliss plan. She said she was, and he told her to be ready for his next call. He was about to head back upstairs when Detective Howard Curlin appeared, dropping a document on his table with a hostile demand. He unfolded it, feigning ignorance before recognizing it for what it was, a subpoena. He'd called Curlin to the trial as a witness, and the detective was furious about being dragged into a case he had nothing to do with. He remained calm, explaining that Curlin had been subpoenaed as a rebuttal witness. When Curlin insisted he was connected to Booker's investigation, not this case, he suggested the detective go upstairs and take a seat. If it was a mistake, he'd sort it out quickly. Curlin refused, demanding to leave right away. He held firm, explaining that the subpoena was valid and that Curlin had to appear unless officially discharged. Curlin called it bullshit and stormed off, leaving the subpoena behind. He'd done what he needed to do. The trap was set. He watched Curlin storm away, the phony subpoena still in his hand. He'd never filed it with the clerk, and the signature was his own forgery, but he was counting on the detective's rigid sense of duty to keep him in that courtroom. Curlin wouldn't leave, he lived by the rules, and that's exactly what he needed. At 9:30, the judge brought the jury in and got straight to business. He glanced back and spotted Curlin in the last row, his face a mask of barely contained fury. He was positioned near the door, and he had no idea how long he'd last. He'd told him an hour, and he was desperately hoping he'd get that much time. Then his eyes found Langford and Sobel, seated on the law enforcement bench near the bailiff's desk. Their faces were unreadable, and the sight of them sent a jolt of dread through him. He wondered if he'd even get the hour he needed. The judge called on Minton, who rose with visible reluctance, and announced the state was calling Dwayne Jeffrey Corliss as a rebuttal witness. He shot to his feet, objecting, and the judge ordered the bailiff to hold. She apologized to the jury and sent them out before turning her full attention to Minton. Minton explained that Corliss had contacted the office through the prosecutor on the first appearance, but the information had only reached him the previous day. He recognized the lie, but exposing it would reveal Maggie's slip and potentially derail his entire plan. He had to argue hard against Corliss testifying, but he also had to lose the argument. He put on his best performance of outrage, calling it incredible that his client should suffer for the DA's internal communication failures. He argued the witness was coming too late and shouldn't be allowed. Minton countered that he'd had no time to interview Corliss, who was key to the state's case, and that denying his testimony would be a disservice. He recognized the political threat in Minton's words, a veiled warning to the judge. The judge offered him time to investigate, asking how long he'd need. He said a week, which Minton immediately dismissed as ridiculous. When the judge asked if he wanted to speak to Corliss directly, he refused, stating that all jailhouse snitches were liars, and it wouldn't help. It wasn't what Corliss had to say that mattered, but what others could say about him. The judge ruled that Corliss could testify. He then asked for a small indulgence to step into the hallway for a quick phone call to an investigator. The judge granted his request. And he hurried out, catching Curlin's smirk as he passed. In the hallway, he called Lorna, confirming she was 15 minutes away and had everything they needed. He checked his watch 9:45 and told her to wait outside until 10:15, then come in and deliver the materials. He'd signal her when he was ready. He returned to the courtroom, where the jury was back and the bailiff was bringing in a gaunt, unkempt man in a gray jumpsuit, Dwayne Corliss. He recognized him from that first day, when the man had asked for a business card in the holding cell. The clerk swore him in, and Minton began his direct examination. Corliss confirmed his arrest, his incarceration in a lockdown drug program, and his addiction. He identified Roulet as someone he'd met in lockup, explaining they'd been in the same bus and holding cell during their first appearance, sticking together as the only white men in the group. Under Minton's questioning, Corliss said they'd talked, mostly about cigarettes. He recounted asking Roulette why he was in jail, and reported his response a crude statement about giving a woman what she deserved. Roulette shook his head in denial, but he silenced his client with a touch. Corliss claimed he'd received no promises for his testimony, just doing what he felt was right. He admitted his own charges were still pending, but hoped for leniency. Minton had no further questions. He remained seated, staring at Corliss with a practiced look of controlled anger, until the judge prompted him. He rose, glanced back at the door as if hoping for a miracle, then checked the clock. It was 5 minutes after 10. He noted that Curlin was still in the back row, his smirk unchanged. He began his cross-examination with basic biographical questions: age, name, birthplace. He established Corliss had been arrested about 7 times, in Phoenix as well as L.A., and was familiar with the system. When he asked about snitching, Corliss admitted he'd done it a few times. He pressed for a number, asking how many times he'd testified against another inmate for the prosecution. Corliss admitted this was his 4th time testifying against a fellow inmate, and he feigned shock, calling him a professional, a drug-addicted jailhouse snitch. Corliss protested, claiming he only told the truth and felt obligated to report bad things he heard. He pushed further, asking if Corliss tried to get people to talk, but the witness deflected, claiming he was just friendly. He challenged the jury to believe that a perfect stranger would confess to such a thing, and Corliss stuck to his story. He then tried to pin Corliss down on the details, and the witness dropped a bombshell. Roulette had also bragged about getting away with a murder before. He froze, glancing at Roulette, who sat rigid with shock, then back at Corliss playing the part of a man who had just stepped on a mine. He muttered a few syllables, then looked at the judge and announced he had no further questions. Minton leaped up, eager for redirect, and the judge allowed it. He asked Corliss to elaborate on the bragging, and the witness revealed Roulet had told him about a specific murder, calling the victim a snake dancer. Roulet grabbed his arm in a panic, whispering accusations that he'd been set up. He hissed back, denying it and deflecting blame, insisting he couldn't have gotten to Corliss in lockdown. Minton pressed for details, but Corliss offered nothing more, and the prosecutor sat down. The judge asked if he had any recross, and just then, Lorna Taylor entered the courtroom. He asked for a moment to confer with her, and the judge granted it. At the gate, she handed him a videotape and a piece of paper, whispering the performance she was supposed to give. He took the items, assuring her the timing was perfect, and sent her away. He returned to the lectern and told the judge there would be no recross. He sat down, and Roulette grabbed his arm again, demanding to know what he was doing. He pushed him off, explaining they had new information he couldn't bring up on cross. Minton announced he had no further rebuttal witnesses, and the judge excused Corliss. Just as the bailiff moved to take the witness away, he stood up and called for Sir Rebuttal, requesting to recall DJ Corliss. He held up the tape and paper Lorna had brought, claiming they contained new information he couldn't have raised during cross. The judge allowed it, and he asked for a moment to confer with his client. He huddled with Roulette, telling him it didn't matter what was going on. Roulette started to protest, but he cut him off. He leaned in close, his voice a low, urgent whisper, insisting it didn't matter what Corliss claimed. If the man was a proven liar, everything he said could be destroyed, and none of it would stick. He needed to know if there was anything else Corliss might spring on them, anything he needed to avoid. Roulet, his voice cold and deliberate, denied ever speaking to the man, calling him a total stranger. The judge called for order, and he rose, moving to the lectern with the tape and paper Lorna had brought. He glanced across the gallery and saw that Curlin was gone, as was Langford. Only Sobel remained, her eyes carefully avoiding his. He turned his attention to Corliss, asking him to specify exactly where he'd been when Roulette supposedly made these confessions. Corliss described the holding cell and the courtroom Glaston area, claiming they'd talked there as well. He pressed him on the other men in the cell, who would have witnessed the conversation, but Corliss admitted they probably wouldn't talk. Nobody liked to snitch. He established that Corliss claimed the courtroom was where the murder details were revealed, but when pressed for specifics, Corliss couldn't remember. He then held up the videotape of Roulet's first appearance, entering it as a defense exhibit. Minton objected to its late introduction, but the judge overruled him, and after a brief authentication issue, she allowed the tape to be played. The tape showed Roulette from his entry into the custody area until his removal after the bail hearing. At no point did he speak to anyone but his attorney. When the tape ended, he turned to Corliss with manufactured outrage, asking if he'd seen any moment where they were talking. Corliss admitted he hadn't, but claimed he must have been mistaken, that the confession must have happened in the holding cell. He accused Corliss of lying, and the witness weakly claimed confusion from a drug high. He then asked if things had been confused when Corliss testified against Frederick Bentley in 1989. Minton objected, but he argued it went to the witness's veracity, and the judge allowed it. He asked if Corliss remembered Bentley, and the witness barely did, claiming drugs had clouded his memory. He detailed Corliss's testimony against Bentley, who was convicted of rape. He then revealed that 8 years later, DNA had exonerated Bentley, proving another man was the attacker. He asked if Corliss remembered a reporter questioning him about fabricating the confession. Corliss said he vaguely remembered. He held up the paper Lorna had brought, revealing it was an archival story from the Arizona Star. He asked to enter it as evidence, detailing an admission by silence. After a fierce argument with Minton over authenticity, the judge ruled in his favor. The bailiff handed the printout to Corliss, and the judge ordered him to read it aloud. Corliss admitted he wasn't a good reader, but the judge insisted he try. He held the paper close to his face, and the judge barked at him to speak up. Corliss began to read the article in a halting, reluctant voice. It detailed the wrongful conviction of Frederick Bentley, who had been released after DNA evidence proved his innocence. The article named Corliss as the informant who had testified against him, and noted that when asked about fabricating his testimony, Corliss had declined comment. Bentley himself had publicly accused Corliss of being a known snitch who made up confessions when he couldn't get them. He cut Corliss off, satisfied the point had been made. The witness looked like a cornered man, everything about to come crashing down on him. He asked if Corliss had ever been charged with perjury in the Bentley case. Corliss said no with a defiant air, as if that absolved him. He pressed further, asking if that was because the police had been complicit in the setup, but Minton's objection was sustained. He didn't care. He was so far ahead there was no catching up. He moved on, asking if any prosecutor or officer had told Corliss to get close to Roulet. Corliss claimed it was just luck, and denied being told to get a confession. He stared at him with undisguised disgust and announced he had nothing further. He carried the performance to his seat, dropping the tape box with a theatrical thud. Minton had nothing further either, and the judge dismissed the jury for an early lunch, ordering them all back at 1 o'clock. The moment the jury was gone, the judge's strained smile vanished. She demanded to see counsel in her chambers, then swept off the bench like a dark specter. In chambers, she had already lit a cigarette, taking a long drag before stubbing it out and sealing the butt in a plastic bag, hiding the evidence of her transgression. She exhaled toward the vent and fixed her gaze on Minton with a look that made him glad he wasn't the target. She demanded to know what he'd done to her trial, then ordered them both to shut up and sit down. Composing herself, she leaned forward and asked who had done the due diligence on Corliss. Minton admitted they'd only checked L.A. County, finding no flags, and that he'd assumed the original prosecutor had handled the rest. He cut in, not letting Minton pin the blame on Maggie McPherson. He explained she'd had the case for only a few hours before it was passed to Minton, so there was no time for her to background a witness who only surfaced after she was gone. The judge cut him off, declaring it didn't matter who was to blame. Putting Corliss on the stand was, in her opinion, gross prosecutorial misconduct. Minton tried to protest, but the judge cut him off, telling him to save it for his boss. She asked about the last offer the state had made, and he answered for his client's simple assault, 6 months in county. The judge seemed surprised he hadn't taken it, and he explained his client wouldn't accept a conviction that would ruin him. He'd gamble on a verdict. When she asked if he wanted a mistrial, he dismissed the idea. That would only give the prosecution time to regroup and come back stronger. What he wanted was a directed verdict, something with no comebacks from the state. Failing that, they'd ride it out. Minton finally found his voice, calling a directed verdict ridiculous and arguing they should let the jury decide. The judge dismissed his argument, saying it wasn't about what the jury deserved. One mistake was enough, and she didn't want the appellate court kicking the case back at her. Minton insisted he hadn't known Corliss's background, swearing it with desperate intensity. He seized the moment, asking if Minton had known about the knife. The judge demanded an explanation, and Minton denied knowing what he was talking about. He explained his investigator had gone through the back door to get reports, only to find the police had planted a phony report to hide the incriminating initials on the knife. Minton quickly tried to deflect blame to the police, but the judge saw through it, noting his sudden change of story. She said it told her the state had not played fair from start to finish, regardless of who was at fault. The state had to be above that, and it clearly hadn't been. Minton tried to protest further, but she cut him off, ordering them both out. She would take the bench in half an hour to announce her decision, and she instructed Minton to have his boss, Smithson, in the courtroom to hear it. She dismissed them, and he stood up, leaving Minton frozen in his seat. In the empty courtroom, Minton called him over. They stepped into the vestibule, and Minton seemed to be struggling to find the right words. He pushed him, threatening to tip off the Times about the impending fireworks. Minton sputtered, asking to work things out, and requested his cell number in 10 minutes. He said he was going down to his office to see what he could do. He played up his distrust, but Minton argued that if he wanted what was best for his client, he'd have to trust him for 10 minutes. He pretended to consider it, then leaned in, telling Minton he could have put up with all his bullshit, but when he tried to pin Corliss on Maggie McPherson, he decided not to show any mercy. Minton started to defend himself, but he cut him off, pointing out there were no witnesses. He demanded to know if Minton was really claiming he'd only heard of Corliss the day before. Minton responded by pointing an angry finger in his face. The prosecutor Minton stood his ground in that small vestibule, refusing to back down. He saw the shape of Haller's entire strategy now, accusing him of orchestrating the case to force the use of Corliss as a witness. He hinted that Haller's knowledge had come from a source close to him, an ex-wife in the prosecutor's office. Haller met the accusation with a flat challenge to prove it, knowing the prosecutor's problem was a lack of time. Minton admitted he had only 30 minutes, but Haller corrected him, noting even less remained. Haller gave up his cell number, and the prosecutor was gone in a moment. After counting to 15, Haller stepped back into the corridor where his client stood near the glass, with his mother and Dobbs nearby. Further down the hall, he spotted Detective Sobel lingering. Roulet and the others converged on him, demanding to know what was happening. Haller told them the situation was about to break. The judge was considering a directed verdict of acquittal, furious over what she deemed prosecutorial misconduct. When Dobbs objected to Haller's earlier refusal of a mistrial, Haller dismissed the idea, explaining the state would only learn from its mistakes and return stronger. Mary Windsor sharply silenced Dobbs, and Haller saw the steel in her for the first time, recognizing the formidable woman who had built an empire from nothing. He sensed that Dobbs had been undermining him to her all along. Haller laid out his analysis of the DA's office, predicting that Minton's boss, a political creature, would not want the embarrassment of a directed verdict. As Roulette pressed him about Corliss's damaging testimony, Haller insisted it worked in their favor by exposing the prosecution's reliance on a proven liar. Roulette wouldn't let it go, stepping close and reminding Haller of the leverage he held, the stolen gun and the knowledge of Haller's daughter. Haller's reaction was swift and cold, grabbing Roulet's hand and warning him that any threat to his family would be met with utter destruction. Roulet only smiled in response. Haller walked away, his mind churning with fear for his daughter. But as he reached Sobel, he forced himself to focus. She revealed she was there because he had invited her to watch the trial, and he remembered the odd conversation during the search of his home days earlier. He asked about her partner and she was evasive, which only deepened his unease. When his phone buzzed with a call from the district attorney's office, Haller excused himself and answered, hearing Jack Smithson on the line, ready to make an offer. The courtroom settled into a tense wait that stretched well past the promised 30 minutes. Haller sat beside his client at the defense table, with Roulet's mother and Dobbs directly behind them in the front row. Across the aisle, Minton was no longer alone. Jack Smithson sat beside him, and Haller suspected this was the first time the division head had set foot in a courtroom in a year. Minton looked utterly defeated, like a man on trial himself, while Detective Booker was conspicuously absent, whether working another case or simply not called. Haller couldn't tell. Haller scanned the gallery. The PowerPoint screen was gone, a telling sign of what was coming. He spotted Sobel in the back row, but her partner and Curlin were nowhere to be seen. The media row was empty, just as he had promised Smithson. The only spectators were Dobbs and Windsor, who didn't really count. Deputy Meehan called the courtroom to order, and Judge Fulbright swept in with a flourish, the scent of lilac perfume trailing her a clear cover for the cigarettes she'd likely smoked in chambers. She immediately addressed the state's motion. Minton rose but seemed unable to speak, forcing the judge to prompt him. He finally moved to dismiss all charges against Roulet, and when asked if it was with prejudice, meaning no comebacks, he confirmed it with barely concealed irritation at the judge's explanation. Smithson stood to offer the required explanation for the motion, choosing his words carefully for the public record. He cited irregularities in the investigation and prosecution, framing the dismissal as a safeguard for justice itself. The judge accepted the motion. granting the dismissal with prejudice, and declared Roulette free to go. Haller offered his thanks, but when the judge mentioned the jury would need to be informed at 1 o'clock, Haller knew he wouldn't be there. The 12 people who had consumed his week were already fading from relevance. The judge left the bench, and Smithson was the first to flee the courtroom, eager to distance himself from the catastrophe. Haller watched Minton's face drain of color, and knew the young prosecutor's career in the DA's office was likely over. Roulette embraced his mother at the rail, while Dobbs offered a congratulatory hand on his shoulder, still smarting from Windsor's earlier rebuke. When Roulette turned to Haller, he shook his hand with hesitation, saying he'd been right to choose him. Haller's response was flat, demanding his gun back, a demand Roulette acknowledged with a knowing smile before turning away. Dobbs reached across the railing to shake Haller's hand, praising his work and admitting his initial doubts. Haller accepted the thanks but kept his response measured, even courteous enough not to mention Windsor's outburst. Then Mary Windsor extended her hand, thanking Haller for her son. He returned the words flatly, telling her to take care of him, and she assured him she always did. After they moved toward the hallway, Haller turned back to the table, gathering his files, and telling them he'd be out in a minute to finish with the clerk and Minton. Haller turned from the table and approached the clerk, asking how soon he could get a signed copy of the judge's order. She told him it would be entered that afternoon and offered to send a copy, which he accepted, also requesting a fax to Lorna Taylor's office. He wasn't sure yet how the dismissal order might be useful, but he believed it could help him attract new clients. When he turned back to collect his briefcase, he noticed Sobel had left the courtroom. Only Minton remained, gathering his things. Haller made a dry remark about missing the prosecutor's PowerPoint presentation, and Minton acknowledged it might have swayed the jury. Haller asked what he would do now, and Minton admitted he hoped to salvage his job, but then delivered a cutting remark he didn't want to cross the aisle and become like Haller, claiming he valued his sleep too much for that. With that, he strode out, leaving Haller to wonder if the clerk had overheard. She gave no indication. Haller took his time following, pausing at the gate to glance back at the empty bench and the state seal, nodding to himself before walking out. In the hallway, Roulette and his entourage were waiting, and Haller spotted Sobel near the elevators, still on her phone, apparently waiting, though the down button didn't seem lit. Dobbs invited him to lunch to celebrate. Now using his first name, victory had made everyone friendly. Haller declined, his gaze still on Sobel, claiming he wanted to stick around to talk to the jurors. Dobbs seemed delighted to be rid of him, eager to repair his relationship with Windsor and reclaim the franchise account for himself. The elevator bonged, and Haller watched Sobel step in front of the opening doors, but then Langford, Curlin, and Booker stepped out, joining her and turning toward them. Dobbs, his back to the approaching detectives, excused himself and the others, mentioning their lunch reservation. Haller kept his eyes down the hall as they turned to leave just as the 4 detectives reached them, and Curlin announced Roulette was under arrest for the murder of Martha Renteria. Windsor shrieked, Dobbs protested, but Curlin moved quickly, turning Roulette around. As he was forced around, Roulette's eyes met Haller's, his voice calm but confused. Windsor lunged for her son, but Booker and Langford gently but firmly restrained her. Curlin began reading Miranda rights while Windsor continued to protest, her body trembling with restrained fury. Roulette's single word mother carried more weight than any detective's command, and she relented. Dobbs demanded to know the charge, and when Curlin said it was for Martha Renteria's murder, Dobbs insisted it was impossible, citing Corliss's discredited testimony. Curlin immediately seized on Dobbs' mistake. How did he know Corliss was talking about Renteria if it was all a lie? Dobbs retreated, and Curlin smiled, ready to take Roulette away. Roulette called out to Haller, who asked for a moment with his client. Curlin granted it, shoving Roulette toward him. Haller pulled him aside and whispered that this was goodbye. He had gotten him off the original charges, but now Roulette was on his own and needed a new lawyer. The shock in Roulette's eyes quickly hardened into pure rage, the same fury Haller now recognized as the one Regina Campo and Martha Renteria must have faced. Roulette dismissed the need for a lawyer, challenging Haller to prove the case was built on anything but what he had fed to a lying snitch. Haller countered that the snitch wouldn't matter. They had more, and they'd find it. Roulette reminded him of the leverage he held, the stolen gun, but Haller said it was irrelevant now. They had what they needed. He leaned in, his voice cold, promising that Roulette's eventual execution would be on him, a final act of vengeance for Raoul Levin. He stepped back, nodded to Curlin, and the detectives moved in. Roulette accused Haller of setting him up, of working for the other side, but Curlin cut him off and started moving him toward the elevators. Roulette shook free for a moment, his rage burning into Haller as he warned this wasn't the end, he'd be out by morning, and Haller couldn't protect everyone. The detectives tightened their grip and forced him forward, his mother and Dobbs trailing behind. Halfway down the hall, Roulette glanced back with a smile that sent a cold shiver through Haller, the words, "You can't protect everybody," echoing in his mind. The elevator opened. Langford signaled someone back, and Roulette was hustled inside with Dobbs and Windsor blocked from following. The doors closed, and Haller hoped it was the last he'd ever see of him, but the fear remained, fluttering in his chest. He turned and nearly walked into Sobel, who had stayed behind. He demanded to know if they had enough to keep Roulette, and she said that decision rested with the DA, depending on interrogation, but Roulette had a smart lawyer who knew not to talk. Haller wanted to tell her they'd moved too fast, that it wasn't part of the plan, but he held back, the fear that his machinations had failed, leaving his family exposed, pressed down on him. Sobel seemed to read his thoughts, assuring him they'd try to keep Roulette with what they had the snitch's testimony and something she called the ticket. Haller pressed her on what she meant. She hesitated, wary of telling a defense lawyer his client's secrets, but he insisted he'd just quit and reminded her he might be disbarred or jailed for a murder he didn't commit. She relented, explaining that Raoul Levin's last words had been about finding Jesus's ticket out. They had traced Levin's movements and found he'd pulled hard copies of Roulette's parking tickets, but one was missing. They'd retrieved a copy of a citation issued 2 years ago on April 8th in Panorama City. Haller realized instantly what it meant. Martha Renteria had been murdered on that date and lived on that street. Raoul Levin had found the key to Jesus Menendez's freedom. Sobel confirmed that Levin had kept the cases separate for discovery reasons, which had prevented them from making the connection until the snitch's mention of the snake dancer tied everything together. Haller asked if the killer had taken the hard copy, and Sobel said they thought so. When he wondered if Levin's phones had been tapped, she said they were clear, but bugs could have been removed, or someone else's phone might have been compromised. Haller realized his own phone might have been tapped, explaining how Roulette knew his moves. He asked if this cleared him of Levin's murder, but Sobel said it wasn't certain, they were still waiting on ballistics. She lingered, as if wanting to ask him something, and he pushed her. She implied he'd been trying to tell them something in court, and he asked what she wanted from him. She wanted Levin's killer. He said he wanted that too, but couldn't give her Roulette. He didn't know how he'd done it. She said that still left him in the crosshairs, implying they'd use it as leverage. He changed the subject, asking when Jesus Menendez might get out. She shrugged, saying it depended on the case against Roulette, but they couldn't prosecute Roulette as long as another man was in prison for the same crime. Haller turned to the glass wall, placing his free hand on the railing as a turbulent mix of elation and dread churned inside him. He admitted quietly that getting Menendez out and avenging Raoul were all that mattered. Sobel came to stand beside him, cautioning him to leave the rest to them, but he reminded her that her partner would gladly put him in jail for a murder he didn't commit if he stepped back. She warned he was playing a dangerous game, and he gave a hollow agreement, promising to leave it alone now. She took that as her cue to leave, offering him good luck, which he returned. He stayed at the window watching Dobbs and Windsor cross the plaza below, Mary leaning heavily on her lawyer for support, clearly no longer headed to lunch. By nightfall, word of the day's events had spread through the legal community. Haller had won a dismissal with prejudice, only to have his client arrested for murder in the hallway. His phone buzzed with congratulations from fellow defense attorneys who saw the double-dip potential fees for 2 trials from one franchise client. When Haller told them he wouldn't handle the new case, each asked for a referral to Roulette. The call he was waiting for finally came on his home line from Maggie McPherson. He'd been pacing the kitchen, having checked for bugs and found none. She apologized for the delay, explaining she'd been in a conference room, and delivered the news he'd dreaded. They were letting Roulette go. He'd held out for 9 hours without breaking, and without enough evidence they had to release him. Haller argued. They had the parking ticket and witnesses, but Maggie dismissed Menendez as a compromised witness and said the ticket only placed Roulette in the neighborhood, not inside the apartment. The knife would take time. She insisted they wanted to do it right, that Smithson wanted to keep him too, but it wasn't there yet. Haller slammed his fist through the air in frustration, cursing their decision to move too quickly. Maggie offered a thin defense, and though he was annoyed, he held his tongue, needing her to keep him informed. When she said they'd kick Roulette loose as soon as Curlin and Booker returned, Haller told her the worst Roulette knew about Haley. The silence on the line was heavy before she accused him of letting their daughter into this. He explained Roulette had broken into his house and seen her picture. He didn't know where she lived or her name, but he knew about her and wanted revenge. He told Maggie to go home immediately, get Haley, and leave the apartment. He held back the full weight of Roulette's threat, saving it only if she refused. She said she was leaving and they were coming to him, but Haller told her not to. He might come to him. When she pressed him on what he planned to do, he admitted he wasn't sure, telling her to get somewhere safe and not tell him where. She suggested calling the police, but he dismissed the idea. What would he say? A defense lawyer claiming a threat would be met with ridicule, not a SWAT team. He said he'd thought he had it handled, that Roulette would be in jail, but they'd moved too fast. She insisted it still wasn't enough, even with the threat to Haley. He told her to go to their daughter and leave the rest to him. She said she was going. She didn't end the call, leaving a weighted silence that felt like an invitation for something more. Haller took it, telling her he loved her and their daughter, urging her to be careful, then closed the phone before she could respond. He immediately dialed Fernando Valenzuela, who answered with reluctance, still stung by Haller's earlier accusation. Haller apologized, offering to pay for the broken TV and whatever else it took, insisting this was an emergency. Valenzuela finally asked what he needed. Haller confirmed Roulette still wore the ankle bracelet, and Valenzuela said he knew about the court proceedings but hadn't heard from him. Haller explained Roulette was about to be released and would likely call to have the bracelet removed. He told Valenzuela to make him wait, then asked him to track Roulette's movements on his laptop as soon as he left the police station. Valenzuela hesitated, mentioning the battery alarm had already hit 20%. He'd have about 6 to 8 hours of active tracking before it switched to low pulse, beeping every 15 minutes for another 5 hours. Haller pushed further, asking if Valenzuela could set an alarm if Roulette came near a specific target. Valenzuela confirmed he could, and Haller gave him the address of Maggie's apartment in Sherman Oaks, asking to be called if Roulette came within 10 blocks. Valenzuela understood the gravity, asking if Haller thought Roulette would go there. Haller admitted he didn't know, hoping the tracker would keep him from doing anything stupid. Haller moved to his office, rolling through his Rolodex until he found Teddy Vogel's number. He dialed, glancing out the window to see rain beginning to fall hard. Vogel answered, and Haller got straight to the point, asking if he had anyone available in the area. Vogel confirmed he had a few guys at his strip club on Sepulveda, close to Sherman Oaks. Haller explained the threat to his family and asked for warm bodies to set up a front and grab a man if necessary, armed and dangerous. Vogel agreed immediately, recognizing the value of having Haller indebted to him. Haller gave him the Dickens address and a description of Roulette, demanding they go now. Vogel assured him it was done, and Haller thanked him, knowing he had just crossed a line he'd hoped never to approach. He hung up and stared out at the rain, then went to the front of the house where the gun Earl Briggs had given him sat on the dining alcove table. He contemplated it, realizing he'd been flying blind and had endangered more than just himself. Panic set in as he called Maggie's cell, reaching her as she arrived home. She said she'd get things together and leave, but asked what to tell Haley that her father had put her life in danger. Haller tried to explain, but she cut him off, saying she needed to get her daughter, not our daughter. He told her to call when she was somewhere safe, and she hung up. He leaned his forehead against the wall, feeling out of moves, waiting on roulette. The phone startled him, falling to the floor. He pulled it up by the cord. It was Valenzuela, asking if he'd gotten his message. Haller said no. He'd been on the phone, and asked what was happening. Valenzuela called back with a grim update. Roulette was moving, heading south on Van Nuys. Haller shouted into the phone, his composure cracking. Valenzuela confirmed Roulette had called about removing the bracelet, and he'd stalled him, telling him to juice the battery. Haller pictured Roulette's route south on Van Nuys aimed straight at Sherman Oaks, where Maggie and Haley lived, though he could also be heading home over the hill. He asked about the GPS lag, and Valenzuela said it was real time, with Roulette just crossing under the 101. Haller told him to wait until he crossed Ventura. If he turned on Dickens, he wasn't going home. He paced. Knowing Vogel's men were still minutes away, useless now, Valenzuela reported Roulette had stopped at a light on Moore Park, and then a beeping alarm sounded the 10-block trigger Haller had set for Dickens. Haller hung up and called Maggie, demanding to know where she was. She said she was still at the apartment, Haley gathering her things. He shouted at her to get out now, then hung up and called Valenzuela back. Roulette had reached Ventura and turned west, now driving parallel to Dickens 1 block away. Valenzuela announced he'd stopped again, in the middle of a block he'd parked. Haller's desperation peaked. His cell was dead. He shouted Valenzuela Maggie's number and told him to warn her, then dropped the phone and grabbed the gun from the table. He knew it would take him 20 minutes to get there, but he couldn't wait. He shoved the weapon into his jacket pocket and opened the front door. Mary Windsor stood there, rain-soaked, her hand raised with a gun. Haller saw the metal glint just as she fired. The blast was loud and bright, and the impact drove him backwards, slamming him into the wall beside the fireplace. He tried to reach his wound, but his right hand was trapped in his jacket pocket. He held himself with his left hand, struggling to sit up. Windsor stepped inside, standing over him. She raised the gun again, pointing it at his forehead. His daughter's face flashed in his mind. He wasn't going to let her go. Windsor shouted that he'd tried to take her son, demanding to know if he thought she'd let that stand. In that moment, everything crystallized. She had said those same words to Raoul Levin before killing him. There had been no rape in Bel Air. She was a mother protecting her son, and Raoul Levin's last gesture wasn't the devil's sign. It was an M or W, depending on how you saw it. Windsor stepped closer, telling him to go to hell as she steadied her hand to fire. Haller raised his right hand, still wrapped in his jacket, and she hesitated, savoring the moment. Then he fired. Her body jerked backwards, landing in the doorway, her gun clattering to the floor as she made a high-pitched whining sound. Running feet pounded up the steps, and a woman's voice shouted for weapons to be put down, followed by a man's command, a voice Haller recognized. He pulled his gun from his pocket and slid it away from him on the floor, calling out that his weapon was down, but he was shot and couldn't get up. Haller called out, his voice strained by the wound, announcing his weapon was down, but he was shot and couldn't get up. Both of them were shot. A pistol barrel appeared in the doorway, followed by a hand, and then Detective Langford in his wet raincoat, quickly joined by Sobel. Langford kicked Windsor's gun away but kept his own trained on Haller, asking if anyone else was inside. Haller said no and tried to sit up, but pain shot through him, and Langford ordered him to stay still. Haller tried to speak about his family, but Sobel was already on her radio, ordering paramedics for 2 gunshot victims. Langford corrected her. 1 transport Windsor was gone. Sobel knelt beside Haller, pulling his hand from the wound to assess the damage, then pressing it back down hard, telling him to hold tight. It was a bleeder. He tried again to warn her about his family, but she cut him off, pulling out her phone and making a call. She reported that Roulette's mother had tried to hit the lawyer, but he'd gotten her first, then asked where Roulette was. After listening, she closed the phone and told Haller they'd pick him up. His daughter was safe. He realized they'd been watching him, and she confirmed they'd piggybacked on his plan, hoping Roulette would reveal his trick for beating the GPS bracelet. But his mother had solved that mystery instead. Haller understood. Even through the pain, releasing Roulette had been a play to draw him out, But he hadn't killed Raoul, his mother had done it for him. He asked weakly about Maggie, and Sobel said she was fine. She'd had to play along because they didn't know if Roulette had tapped his line. She couldn't tell and they were safe. Haller closed his eyes, torn between gratitude and anger that Maggie had used him as bait. He tried to sit up, wanting to call her, but Sobel ordered him to stay still. He leaned his head back, feeling cold and shaky, his breathing shallow. Sobel radioed dispatch and learned paramedics were still 6 minutes away. She told him to hang in there, that he'd be all right depending on what the bullet had done inside. He tried to say great with sarcasm, but the word came out wrong as he faded. Langford stepped up beside Sobel, holding up the gun Windsor had shot him with the pearl grips of Mickey Cohen's gun, the same one used to kill Raoul. He nodded at Haller, and Haller took it as a signal, maybe that he'd stepped up in the detective's eyes, that he'd drawn out the killer. Perhaps it was even a truce, and Langford might not hate lawyers as much after this, though probably not. Haller nodded back, but the movement made him cough, and he tasted blood. Langford ordered him not to flatline, joking that giving a defense lawyer mouth-to-mouth would be something they'd never live down. He smiled, and Haller tried to smile back. Then the blackness began to crowd his vision, and soon he was floating in it. 5 months had passed since Haller last set foot in a courtroom. In that time, his body had been rebuilt through 3 surgeries, his finances drained by medical bills, living expenses, child support, and legal fees from his own kind. He had been investigated by both the LAPD and the California Bar Association, and sued twice in civil court. But he had survived, and today marked the first day he would walk without a cane or painkillers since being shot by Mary Alice Windsor. To him, it was the first real step toward returning the cane was a sign of weakness, and no one wanted a defense attorney who looked weak. He had to stand upright, stretch the muscles surgeons had cut through, and walk on his own before he could walk into a courtroom again. Though he hadn't been in court, he was still the subject of legal proceedings. Both Jesus Menendez and Louis Roulet were suing him, charging malpractice and ethics violations. Roulet's lawsuit was a face-saving effort, unlikely to succeed, but it would drain Haller's resources. Gloria Dayton had completed her program, taken the money he'd given her, and moved to Hawaii to start over. Corliss had kept his mouth shut, avoiding perjury charges that would undermine the case against Roulette. Menendez, however, would never go away. He haunted Haller, especially at night on his deck with its million-dollar view. Pardoned and released from San Quentin 2 days after Roulet was charged, Menendez had only traded one life sentence for another. He'd contracted HIV in prison. Whatever happened to him was on Haller, and he lived with it every day. His father had been right. There was no client as scary or as scarring as an innocent man. Menendez wanted to spit on him and take his money as punishment, and Haller felt he was entitled. But despite his failings, Haller knew he had ultimately bent things to do the right thing, trading evil for innocence. Roulette was in. Because of him. Menendez was out. Because of him. Prosecutors had built an impenetrable case against Roulet, connecting him to another killing, and his lawyers were now negotiating to keep him from lethal injection. Roulette was gone from this world, and Haller took his salvation in that it had mended him better than any surgeon. Maggie McPherson and he were trying to mend their wounds too. She brought their daughter to visit every weekend, and they sat on the deck and talked, knowing their daughter would save them. Haller could no longer hold anger for being used as bait, and he believed Maggie no longer held anger for his choices. The bar had suspended him for 90 days, a vacation to Cuba, in defense pro slang for borrowing a gun from Earl Briggs. It was a minor infraction, and Haller didn't contest it. After taking a bullet, 90 days on the shelf didn't seem so bad. He'd served the suspension during his recovery, mostly in a bathrobe watching court TV. Neither the bar nor the police found fault in his killing of Mary Alice Windsor. It was self-defense, cut and dried. But the feelings about what he'd done weren't so clear-cut. He'd wanted to avenge Raoul Levin, but not in blood. He was a killer now, and being state-sanctioned only tempered those feelings slightly. All investigations aside, Haller felt he'd been guilty of conduct unbecoming himself, and the penalty was harsher than anything the state or bar could throw at him. Still, He would carry it with him as he went back to work. He knew his place in this world, and on the first day of court next year, he would pull the Lincoln out of the garage, get back on the road, and go looking for the underdog. He didn't know where he'd go, or what cases would be his. He only knew he'd be healed, and ready to stand once again in the world without truth. The end. As we leave Mickey Haller behind and watch the lights of Los Angeles fade into the distance, thank you for spending this time with the story. Stories like this ask for more than attention. They ask us to sit with difficult people, uncomfortable truths, and choices that rarely feel simple. Michael Connelly didn't create the Lincoln Lawyer from pure imagination. Before becoming one of crime fiction's defining voices, he spent years as a crime reporter, moving through courtrooms and police stations, watching justice operate in all its imperfect forms. The idea for Mickey Haller came after Connelly met a lawyer who worked from the back of a Lincoln town car. That image stayed with him, a man always moving, living between places, between truths. And that feeling became the soul of Mickey Haller. Connelly, also known for creating Harry Bosch, built a story that was never just about legal twists. Beneath the courtroom drama lives a larger question: are the law and justice always the same thing? The Lincoln itself becomes a symbol, always moving, never resting, much like Mickey, a man suspended between guilt and innocence, right and wrong. In 2011, Brad Furman brought the novel to the screen with Matthew McConaughey leading the cast as Mickey Haller, alongside Marisa Tomei, Ryan Phillip, Bryan Cranston, and William H. Macy. The film stayed largely faithful to Connelly's story, while tightening some characters and internal moments for cinema. Cinematographer Lucas Edlin gave Los Angeles warmth and tension, while Cliff Martinez's restrained score allowed the atmosphere to quietly linger. The film also became something of a turning point for McConaughey himself, opening the path toward the remarkable run of performances that followed. Years later, Mickey's journey continued in Netflix's series adaptation, with Manuel Garcia Rulfo taking on the role and Michael Connelly remaining closely involved in preserving the character's voice. If this story stayed with you, I hope you'll spend time with the original novel. Books always hold quiet corners that adaptations can never fully capture. And if you carried something meaningful away from this journey, share your thoughts, even your disagreements. Stories become richer when different people discover different truths inside them. And if you'd like to return for more storytelling experiences, your support through subscribing and sharing helps keep these journeys alive. Because maybe stories never truly end. Somewhere tonight, beneath another city light, someone is still trying to separate truth from performance, and somewhere, another story is already waiting with the engine running.